This is an audiobook created by Relay Publishing, who own exclusive copyright to the story in all territories and formats. For more information, please go to our website, www.relaypub.com. We hope you enjoy.
Chapter 1. I'm 28 years old. I don't need a babysitter, I declared, squaring my shoulders and raising my chin. I'll take a regular security team with me to Washington, D.C. and be done with it. My father's intelligence advisors exchanged a look, then the head of security, a slightly hunched older man named Greaves who'd been hired by my father before I was born, gave me a quizzical stare. Yes, Your Grace, but please remember that this trip is not only about you. Your ailing father, the king, will also be making the journey to get a second opinion on his condition. We cannot afford to leave either one of you unprotected during these turbulent times. Darn it. He had a point. And he knew just the right buttons to push. I would do just about anything for my father, as Greaves was well aware. Never mind the fact that the king was dying. This new opinion he was seeking in Georgetown would only slightly prolong his life, at best, or put another nail in his already well-sealed coffin. But I couldn't turn down the chance to extend my time with him, even by one more day. I swallowed hard against the lump of sorrow that had been lodged in my throat since my father had first been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 2 years prior. Since then, he'd been in and out of treatments, traveling the world to seek a cure for what was, as of yet, incurable. Still, if it gave my father some small measure of hope, I'd do whatever I could to ensure he got to see the specialist in D.C. My fingers itched to pull out the knitting I'd brought along in my purse, but I clenched my fists instead. The hobby kept me busy and sane during these dark times, and also helped me with one of my dearest charitable causes. All of the blankets I made were distributed to various charities in Prylia. I took a deep breath and looked across the room to where my usual contingent of security guards stood. Most of them were middle-aged and indistinguishable from the others. They blended into the background as their job demanded, silently watching and waiting for danger to rear its ugly head, then they'd spring into action to defend and protect. One man, though, a relative newcomer, stood near the window, the sunlight striking his blonde hair and making it look like spun gold. After 6 months of service, he was still an enigma to me. I was intrigued by him, watching him as closely as he watched me, and not because he was gorgeous either. Sure, the guy had the ripped physique of an ex-military man. He was a former Navy SEAL after all. But there was something more about him, a lingering, haunted look in his blue eyes that had me wondering exactly what had happened to him during his time as a SEAL. I'd tried to find out by snooping through his employment records, but with everything else going on, I hadn't had time to do a proper in-depth search. Your Highness, we need an answer before you leave tonight, Greaves said, his stern, jowly look setting my nerves on edge again. I didn't like being forced into a corner. We must insist on the security detail, Princess. If you refuse, we'll be forced to send your cousin Sylvester in your place. Oh, he was good. Sylvester had once been a friend who'd now turned rival. He was only interested in power, namely the throne of Prylia. Unfortunately, my father had failed to secure my place in the line of succession for the country by changing the outdated law in the Prylian constitution that said a woman could not rule. So very sexist, so very irritating. The last person on earth I'd want representing me or my country in the United States was my cousin Sylvester. I was having a hard enough time trying to figure out how to get around my country's antiquated rules without thrusting my power-hungry cousin out on the world stage to strut about like the overblown peacock he'd become. Fine. I took a deep breath. But I choose the team lead. A muscle ticked in Greaves's cheek, but otherwise his face remained stoic. He leaned closer to whisper to his cronies, then turned back to me. We agree. But you must choose from the current team members already in the room. His beady black eyes glittered behind his wire-rimmed glasses as if he'd just pulled off some wonderful coup. May I suggest Sutherland? He's quite accomplished and has long served your father with loyalty and distinction. Sutherland was a short, stout man of brisk manners and few words. He and my father were old friends. He's fine to guard the king. I've got someone else in mind for head of my detail. Greaves raised a bushy white brow, but remained silent. I want him. I pointed to the blonde Adonis still leaning against the wall by the window, looking for all the world as if he were bored to tears. Zachary Rayborn. But, Your Grace, Greaves sputtered, he's not even been with the team for a year yet, and he's not a Prylian citizen, he's American. All the better. I bit back a smile at the way the old man said that last word, more like an unsavory curse than a nationality. I pushed to my feet, blood pounding and knees wobbling. My late mother had always said that being a good monarch demanded firm judgment and a will to succeed. I had the drive to become the next queen down pat. The judgment part was still in question, but Rayborn was really the only choice I had. All the other men were loyal to the Prylian constitution. At least Rayborn didn't give two hoots about my country or its Dark Age ways. He was here for the job, at least from what I could tell. And he kept his mouth shut, which was even more important. Heck, he'd barely said more than 2 words beyond the normal civilities to me the entire time he'd been in the family's employ. I want him to be the lead of my personal team or no deal. I gave a quick side glance to see Rayborn had straightened and was looking as stunned as I felt. Good. I raised my chin to him. Do you accept the position? Rayborn hesitated, then smoothed a hand down the front of his black suit coat. Yes.
To say I was surprised by the princess's offer would have put it mildly. But surprised or not, I was more than happy to leap on the opportunity for a trip back stateside. Not that I didn't appreciate the palace and all its ancient grandeur, but I longed for a good burger and fries and some decent beer for a change, not the watered-down stuff they called ale here in Prylia. Your Grace, I realize that we said you could choose your own team leads, but Mr. Rayborn is not a wise choice. Greaves cleared his throat. Perhaps someone more experienced and well-versed in international diplomacy might be a better selection. As I said, Sutherland is already occupied with the king, I supplied helpfully. I'm fully capable of leading the princess's security detail, Mr. Greaves, I assure you. I was fully briefed on all things Prylan prior to being sent here, and I am American. No one knows how to handle a difficult situation in the States better than me. It's my homeland. I knew damned well why they were pushing for Sutherland instead of me. The guy supported the Parliament's current nationalistic views, and with the king stepping back from his duties and handing more and more responsibilities off to others, Sutherland and his cronies wanted to keep the monarchy in the hands of their puppet, the princess's cousin Sylvester. I hoped that by Esme going to America and handling the meetings her father had been scheduled to preside over with the government, it would show everyone she was a capable leader, and that there was no reason for her not to be Queen of Prylia. And yeah, maybe my last SEAL mission hadn't exactly ended as I'd wished. It had been a total disaster, truth be told. That didn't mean I wasn't capable of running a tight ship when it came to those under my protection. Hell, I had the scars all over my back to prove it. Bad enough I'd been stuck here playing babysitter for half a year. I was ready to get back in the game, ready for more. If this wasn't exactly a huge promotion, at least it was a start. Besides, Prylia was a big piece of the puzzle in the United States arsenal, as far as friendly ports where they could keep their military at the ready in case of attack were concerned. That was the whole reason I'd been lent out to the royal family, as a gesture of cooperation between the two countries. Sylvester had recently made speeches hinting at his plans for a more nationalistic policy and less friendly relations with the U.S. It was contrary to the choices the king had made over the last several decades, but the king currently lacked the strength to speak out against him, and there were many in Parliament who liked the idea of returning to the good old times, when Prylia stood for itself alone. The princess was the only one standing against Sylvester, and I intended to give her all the support she needed, blustering cabinet members or not. I'd stood my ground in front of screaming RDCs and irate 4-star admirals. I could sure as hell withstand a load of bogus crap from a room full of tired old men looking to protect their own asses. Look, let's consider this a trial run, I said to appease the glaring opponents in the room. I met Esme's wary gaze and flashed what I hoped looked like a confident smile. We're traveling to Washington, D.C., hardly a hotbed for insurgency, and Sutherland will be there as backup if I need him. I wouldn't. If anything goes wrong, you can switch us out and be done with it. No questions asked. Deal? I held out my hand to Greaves. The old man exhaled loudly and reluctantly shook on it. I bit back a grin and barely resisted winking at the princess. I was going to be her head of security, at least for this mission. I was going to get a chance to work the troops on the ground, so to speak. I was going to be free at last, and I was going to enjoy every second of it. Chapter 2. 4 days later, I was seriously reconsidering my life choices. Just try it harder, please. Honestly, you won't hurt me. The princess's crisp, calm tone cut through the din of the party, echoing down the secluded hall. I'd expected a seal to be more aggressive. Biting back a snarky retort, I leaned back slightly and glanced around from the shadows of the alcove where we were hidden to make sure there were no eavesdropping paparazzi lurking about. This mission was already turning into a major cluster, at least from my perspective. The last thing we needed were compromising photos of Princess Esme splashed all over the tabloids, with the back of her fancy designer dress wide open and my hands fumbling around near her ass. In truth, the situation was perfectly innocent. She had been schmoozing with world dignitaries in the main ballroom of the National Building Museum. It was a black-tie charity event to help battle poverty in the local community by uniting corporate and world leaders, donors, and volunteers. The theme was Absinthe Dream, and the huge marble arcade gallery was decorated with green decorations and lighting. They'd been served a gourmet 4-course meal, most items of which I couldn't identify. Then the table had been cleared, and a dance floor had been set up with a live band to play music from the 40s, while the power elite wheeled and dealed. I had been content to hang back and watch the festivities from the sideline, keeping an eye on my charge and communicating with the rest of my team stationed around the area via the Bluetooth device in my ear. It should have been easy peasy. It turned out to be anything but. Thankfully, the princess had been just a few feet away from me when one of the ambassadors had accidentally stepped on the train of Esme's ridiculously frou-frou and ridiculously expensive gown. She'd gone to move one way, and the dress hadn't gone with her due to the ambassador's ill-placed foot. Next thing I knew, there'd been a tiny but audible clicking noise, and the back of the princess's strapless dress had begun to slowly open from the top down. Luckily, my reflexes were hyper-fast from my time in the SEALs, and it was only a moment before I had my arm around her, holding her dress closed as I escorted her quickly from the ballroom and over to this quiet alcove in the hallway. Normally, I'd have enjoyed the view of a gorgeous woman's bare back, but the princess was my job, not my girlfriend. Besides, she needed my help right now, not my libido getting out of hand. I tried to coax the broken zipper up again, but my fingers slipped, landing on the smooth, creamy skin of her lower back. Warm and silky. Not helpful, dude. Not helpful at all. That's when the toe-tapping started. A constant clack, clack, clack of her uber-expensive stiletto sandal against the polished marble floor. Whatever it is you're doing back there, can you please hurry up? I'm trying, Your Highness. I did my best to keep my tone even and bland, but figured a bit of annoyance must have crept out anyway, given the narrowed look she gave me over her shoulder. The stupid earpiece kept slipping out of my ear because of the angle of my head, and I cursed softly, clicking it off and letting it hang down my chest. I'd be fine protecting the princess myself in this small space, and I'd put the dumb thing back in my ear as soon as I was finished anyway. That guy did a real number on this zipper. It's all out of alignment and a couple of teeth are missing. I'm trying to get it to work again, but rushing me isn't helping. This isn't exactly my forte. I'm used to getting women out of these things, not into them. I winced, regretting those words the minute they left my mouth. Smooth move, dumbass. God, I dealt with raids on sniper-infested enemy villages that were less dangerous than this current situation. Don't touch, don't look, don't think about her at all. Just get the damn dress zipped and get on with it. You'd think for what this thing costs, they'd make the zipper out of indestructible titanium or something, right? I chuckled, hoping to cover my earlier snafu, but only shoving my foot further into my mouth if her continued silence was any indication. I squinted at the zip and managed to get the pulley wedged over one of the missing teeth so that I could carefully work it upward. I've got it working again, sort of. There's still an opening near the bottom, though, where the zipper doesn't connect anymore. Got anything in that tiny bag of yours to hold it together, Your Highness? From watching her closely over the last couple of days, I knew she probably did. Esme Hollycomb was nothing if not organized and well prepared. Plus, she did all those fussy hobbies like knitting and crochet and even embroidery and lace making. I wasn't the kind of guy to know much about those, except my mom had liked them too. A familiar pang of sorrow stabbed through my chest as I straightened, one hand still holding the open bottom of the zipper closed. Whenever I thought of my parents, God rest their souls, the same grief pinched my heart. It had been 26 years since they'd passed, and the pain still felt as fresh as it had back then. "As a matter of fact," the princess said, digging around in the red satin clutch that was made of the same fabric as her dress, "I do have something." I gave a silent snort and grinned. I'd known she would. "If you can sew." She twisted around to peer at me. "Can you?" "I'll manage." Truth was, any serviceman worth his salt knew how to do some basic maintenance and repair work as needed to keep his uniforms inspection ready. Plus, I'd spent years by my mom's knee as a kid, watching her do her crafts. Handling a needle and thread came second nature to me now. She passed me a needle and a tiny spool of black thread over her shoulder. "It's the wrong color, and the thread is a bit too thick. But if it gets me out of this mess and back into the ballroom, I don't care." I quickly threaded the needle, then kneeled again to stitch together the fabric at the bottom of the zipper. The princess sighed, and I felt some tension leave her body beneath my hands. "Listen, I'm sorry I snapped at you, Mr. Rayborn. I've just been under a lot of pressure lately. That's no excuse, I know, but I haven't felt like myself in a while. With my dad's illness and my cousin gunning to throw our country into chaos as soon as he takes the throne, it's all such a mess. Considering where we are and what we're doing, I think you can call me Zachary, or Zach, or even Z." "That's what my friends call me," I said, knotting the thread then biting it off with my teeth. I straightened and handed her back the needle. "Not to step out of line, Your Highness. You can call me whatever you want." She took the needle from me and dropped it back into her tiny bag, then assessed me with a narrowed stare. She really was pretty under all that pomp and circumstance she hid behind. Shoulder-length sable hair, bright hazel eyes, creamy skin for miles, and pretty pink lips. I looked away fast from those. Best not to tempt fate, especially when it was forbidden. "Fine, Zed it is. And you may call me Esme when we're in private anyway. I doubt that Sutherland would appreciate you being so casual with me in public. Duty and all." She smiled, and the world seemed to brighten a tad. "Like I said, I really do apologize for being so cross. I'm just worried about everything." I relaxed a bit, leaning a shoulder against the marble pillar beside me and crossing my arms. "Yeah. If you don't mind me saying so, that cousin of yours is a real piece of work. I'd advise you to keep an eye on him. He's got his eye on the prize and he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process." "I know." She shook her head and rested her hips back against the wall behind her. "Sadly, we used to be friends back in school. Then when my father was diagnosed with cancer, and Sylvester realized he'd soon be king, it seemed the potential power awaiting him went to his head. Now we barely talk, and when we do, it's only to trade insults with each other." Her speech had grown less formal as she opened up to me. That was another thing I'd noticed about her, not just in the last few days, but in the 6 months I'd been at the palace. She put on a brave, formal face for the world, all fancy talk and precise perfection. But I had to wonder what she was like out of the spotlight, when she was alone. Perhaps I'd finally get a glimpse of the real Esme Hollycomb. Suddenly, the mission didn't seem so dire. "I'm sorry about the king's illness. That's tough to go through." "It is." She stared down at her toes, peeking out from beneath the red satin. Her toenails were painted a matching scarlet color. I'd not noticed that before, but now all I could picture was kissing said toes until she giggled and sighed my name. I cleared my throat and glanced out into the hallway again to make sure our conversation was still private. "Are your parents still living, Z?" My heart sank. It wasn't something I normally talked about. "No. They died when I was 6. "Oh, I'm so sorry." She reached out and rested her hand on my arm. "That must have been horrible." It was. Unfathomably horrible. She gave a tiny nod. "My father's older, I know that. He's had a long, full life, Death is inevitable, but it's just so hard when it's right there, staring you in the face. She shrugged and sniffled, a sad affair that made me want to pull her into my arms and hold her. I shoved my hands in my pockets instead. I had no business holding the princess. Not now, not ever. This was work, my job, not some royal date night. I think his continued hope for a cure only makes it worse. If he'd just accept it and enjoy the rest of his time here on Earth, it would make it easier for the rest of us to accept what's going to happen too. At least you'll get to say goodbye, I said. I didn't have that luxury. She met my gaze, her own full of questions and sympathy, but the arrival of one of my team members cut our moment of privacy short. Your Highness. The security guard gave a stiff bow. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've gotten word from Sutherland that your father, the king, is being airlifted to the hospital as we speak. Things are not looking good, Your Highness. The guard gave me a quick glance, his eyes darting to the Bluetooth earpiece still dangling loose from the cord near my ear, and then back to my face again. I tried to contact you via the usual channels, sir, but you weren't available. Let's go, I said, shoving the Bluetooth back in my ear, then taking Esme gently by the elbow to guide her past the ballroom and out to our limo waiting at the curb. I got her settled in the back seat, then turned back to the guard. Have the rest of the team meet us at the hospital.
Chapter 3. I sat alone in my father's empty hospital room in the ICU, listening to the sounds filtering in from the hallway beyond. The monotonous beep of heart monitors, the endless inflation and deflation of automated blood pressure cuffs, the distant sobs of a person who'd lost someone dear. Soon enough, that would be me. My father was still alive for the moment, but given the rapid progression of his cancer, he would not have much longer. Pancreatic cancer was one of the most virulent types, and he'd already lasted well beyond his initial prognosis of 1 year. The technicians had just been in and wheeled him downstairs to have yet more testing done. The king still held out hope for a cure, but I had at last come to terms with the fact that my father would never get better. This was it, the end of the line. I sighed and stared up at the ceiling. God, why had it taken me so long to accept the reality? My only excuse was that I loved my father. But I had loved my mother too, and that hadn't stopped the queen from dying. If only I had resigned myself to it early, perhaps I wouldn't be in this mess now. Perhaps I could have gotten my father to pass the necessary legislation so that I could have taken my place in the line of succession and ruled my country uncontested. But no. I'd spent 2 years avoiding the truth of my father's decline, as if living with the constant possibility of his death had made me immune to the consequences, and now it was too late. I'd done plenty of research trying to find a loophole I could exploit to get around the Constitution, but I hadn't been able to find anything useful. The law was draconian, but it was clear and straightforward. Only a male heir could inherit the throne. I was a woman, and that meant that in my homeland of Prelia, I was out of luck when it came to the throne that should have been my birthright. Of course, I could have gotten married and pregnant myself, and that would have solved things too, provided I had a boy. A grandson would be considered a more direct heir than a nephew. Except I'd been so busy the last few years, first with finishing my schooling, then with helping my ailing father with tasks around the palace, that I'd had no time or interest for dating. On the few, rare occasions when I had gone out, the men had only seemed interested in my title and not me as a person. I'd learned my lesson well on that count a long time ago and didn't plan to ever make that same painful mistake again. So, changing the law was out. Finding a suitable husband in time was out. Seemed the entire future I had planned for myself was out. I'd had such hopes for Prylia. So many things I wanted to make better for our citizens. I'd never get the chance now. Unwanted tears stung the back of my eyes before I blinked them away. Princesses did not cry, especially in public. My mother had taught me that, and I was a very good student. I squared my shoulders and stood, determined to make the best of the horrible situation, and put on a brave face for my father. My heart might be broken, but my spirit was strong, at least for now. I turned to walk out into the hallway for some fresh air and exercise and nearly collided with a broad, tux-covered chest. Strong hands gripped my arms to steady me, and the comforting scent of sandalwood and citrus surrounded me. "Mr. Rayborn." "Z." "Pardon me, ma'am," he said. "I mean, Your Highness. I mean, Esme." The fact he fumbled over his words made me smile despite my sadness. "It's fine." I stepped back, and he dropped his hands. My bare skin tingled from his brief, warm touch, and I shivered. He frowned, then removed his jacket and slung it around my shoulder. "You're cold." It was a bit chilly, I realized. In truth, I felt numb from everything that was going on. Still, his jacket felt like a security blanket around me, and I clutched it closer. "Thank you. Any word on my father yet?" "Not that I've heard, ma'am." He held up a finger and turned away slightly to speak to someone through his Bluetooth headset. Another member of the security team, I assumed. Finally, he turned back to me, his blue eyes solemn. "I'm sorry about all this. Would you like me to call someone to sit with you? A friend or family member?" I shook my head. "No, thank you. I don't really know anyone that well in D.C. Z cocked his head slightly as if considering something, then gave a curt nod. "Were you going for a walk?" I was. I inhaled deep. Sitting alone in that room, waiting, is about to drive me insane. "Understood." He glanced around the hallway, and then back to me. "Do you want company? I could use some exercise myself, actually. Standing guard in front of a door all night isn't exactly good for the circulation." He gave me a crooked little grin, and not for the first time, I noticed he was handsome. I'd seen him off and on for the last 6 months around the palace, usually wearing the black suit uniform of the other security guards and always busy, but this was the first time I really saw him as a man. Tall, broad, well-muscled from his time in the Navy, golden blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, tanned, smooth skin. He was the epitome of the all-American boy. Women probably swooned at his feet wherever he went. Good thing I wasn't most women. I nodded, and we headed down the hall and around the corner. A glance behind us showed another guard had already taken up residence outside my father's door. Perhaps that was what Z had been talking to his team about earlier. If so, I admired his organizational skills. Thankfully, it was late enough at night that most of the visitors were gone. Those who lingered were nestled in at their loved one's bedside for the evening, so there weren't many gawkers lining the corridor to stare at the two people who were grossly overdressed and out of place. Silence between us stretched taut, and I felt the need to fill it. I prided myself on my conversational skills. It was an essential part of diplomacy. After all, looks might catch a man's eye, but sharp, witty conversation would capture his secrets. "So, do you miss it?" I asked Z as we strolled past a long bank of windows. Nighttime D.C. glittered in the velvet darkness like scattered jewels. "The seals, I mean." Z shrugged, staring straight ahead. "Sometimes. I'll get back there soon enough, though. My team's like my family. It was tough leaving them behind to work in the palace." "But what about the danger? Surely you don't miss risking your life every day?" He chuckled, low and deep. The sound of it rolled over me like a gentle wave, pulling me a bit further under his spell. He glanced down at me, a good foot taller than my own 5'3", his blue eyes glittering in the moonlight streaming in through the windows. "You get addicted to the adrenaline of it, you know? The constant alertness and watchfulness. I love it. Love standing between whatever enemy we were fighting and freedom. Love the sacrifice and the salvation. Love everything, really." What happened? I'd tried to find out more about him in his employee files at the palace, but most of his career had been a series of missions so confidential that the files were redacted down to almost nothing. All I could really tell was that he'd been very highly regarded, until that had abruptly changed, after which he had been sent to my country as a gesture of goodwill to my father and a veiled punishment for Z himself. I'd have to get my info straight from the source, but that was fine. I wanted to hear it from him. "Why did you leave and come to work in Prelea?" "There was an incident." "Incident? Accident? What kind of accident?" I asked, unable to stop myself even though the look on his face said I shouldn't go there. We turned another corner and proceeded down another hallway, this one apparently unoccupied if the quiet darkness was any indication. "Are you always this nosy?" Z stopped abruptly and turned to me, his face half hidden in shadows. "Are you always this secretive?" I countered before I caught myself. Thank goodness the hallway was dark, because my cheeks prickled with heat. I exhaled slowly and hung my head. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into things that are none of my business." So much for my vaunted conversational skills, I thought wryly. I always struggled with tact when I was tired and overstressed. He leaned his back against the wall and scrubbed his hands over his face. "No, I'm the one who should apologize. You're my employer, and I should never have spoken to you like that. I'm sorry." I walked over to lean beside him. Not close enough to touch, but close enough to feel his heat again through the fabric of his tux jacket. The silk of my gown swished in the quiet air. I tend to talk too much sometimes, especially when I'm nervous. I looked over and caught his wary expression. "It's not you. It's this whole situation. My dad's condition, the impending succession, all of it. I've waited too long, and now I'm screwed." "Pardon?" He frowned. "How?" "Well, my father sired no male heirs, no other children at all except me. You know as well as I do that my cousin is just waiting for news of the king's death to make his move. I wasted what time I had to get my father to change the laws, and now I'll be out of a country soon unless I think of a solution." He nodded, silent. Both of us stared across the hall into the shadows beyond. "So," he said a minute later, "thought of anything yet?" His words dripped with amusement, and soon both of us were laughing. It felt so good after such dark times earlier, and I felt some tension leave my body. In spite of myself, I laughed, even as I shook my head. There is one way, but I don't even know how I'd go about accomplishing it at this point. "What's that?" Z asked. "I'd have to get married." "Sounds awful." "Yes. Well, I don't have to worry about that because there are no men around who want to get hitched to me anyway, so—" I swiped my hand under my nose, then gathered his jacket tighter around me. It was a silly idea. Desperate times, desperate measures and all. "Aw, come on, Esme," Z said, nudging my shoulder with his. The brief contact sent a shower of sparks down my whole left side before I tamped them down. Must be the exhaustion and jet lag. Had to be. This was my bodyguard, a man I barely knew, but when he looked me up and down, I couldn't help the tingle between my thighs. He was a good-looking guy after all, and I wasn't totally immune to his charms. "I bet there are all kinds of guys lining up to court you." "Court me? What are you, from the 19th century? I believe we call it dating nowadays," I teased. "Fine. Date you then." Z turned slightly to face me, zeroing those bright blue eyes on me. The effect was quite mesmerizing. "You're a beautiful woman. Men must chase after you wherever you go, if you don't mind me saying so." "I don't mind." I giggled like a silly schoolgirl, but then straightened, my mother's voice echoing through my head, reminding me to behave like a proper princess. "But no, men are hardly flocking to me, except for the ones who only want a royal title to flaunt around." "Ouch," he cringed. "Occupational hazard, huh?" "Yes." I smoothed my hands down my skirts, and he pushed away from the wall. We continued on. "So, unless you know of a website for royals dating, I'm pretty well out of luck." He scrunched his nose. "Isn't there some kind of network between you guys? A way for you all to communicate with each other? Royals are us? No?" He laughed. "Or maybe? I don't know. I guess I never really thought about a predicament like yours before. You're sure there's no other way for you to keep the crown of Prylia under your control instead of your cousin's?" "I'm sure. I've spent the last year searching." I sniffed. If only I knew an eligible guy, someone trustworthy and strong, who would be willing to marry me for a year and then quietly divorce after the kingdom was settled. "Is that allowed?" Z asked. "Divorcing when you're a royal, I mean." "There's no law against it, but for me to hold on to the throne, at least as regent, I'd have to produce a male heir first." "Oh, right. Then you'd be the queen mother?" Yes, and I'd rule in my child's stead until he turned 18. The Parliament wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I did my best to hide the sadness that swelled inside me from such a clinical explanation of what should have been a joyful act. The concerned look Z gave me said I'd done a poor job of it. I want to get married and have children someday, I do. But all the political intrigue surrounding it now makes it feel more like an obligation than a special part of life. I'm sorry, he said again, stopping at the next corner which led back down the hall to my father's room. We lingered in the shadows. I wish I knew someone for the job. Me too. I gave him a rueful smile. Don't suppose you'd be up for the offer, would you? I felt as shocked as he looked by my words. I'd not meant to say that out loud, but now that it was out there, I couldn't help thinking that it wasn't such a bad idea. He was strong. He was trustworthy. And I knew for sure that he was single, because no family men were hired on as security at the palace out of fear that their private lives could be used against them in a crisis. Me? His voice creaked out, several octaves higher than usual, and I bit back a grin. I'd obviously shaken him. It couldn't have been clearer that the answer was no. It was just as well, really. Parliament would have had a field day if we'd returned to Prilea engaged. I'm not really the marrying type, Your Highness. He backed away slowly, his hands in the air. We barely know each other. I'm your bodyguard. I don't want kids at all right now. I don't think— Calm down. I chuckled and walked past him into the well-lit hallway toward my father's room. It was just an idea, but you can help me find a suitable mate, yes? Screen them for me and dig into their backgrounds. The idea of marrying had taken hold in my head during our conversation. It was the only way I had left to prevent my cousin from taking the throne. The elevators dinged in the distance, and my father's physician walked out. I met Z's gaze. Think about it. I need to speak with the doctor now. Let me know what you decide later. Chapter 4. About your earlier request, Your Highness. I can't. I'm sorry, Z said. We were standing in the foyer of my DC townhome, and it was well past midnight. The news from the doctors had been just as dismal as I'd expected. We'd be lucky to get my father home to Prilea alive, let alone keep him on the throne for any length of time. I'm sorry, too. I shrugged out of his tux jacket and handed it back to him, my spirits slumping along with my shoulders. I wasn't a quitter, though, and I forced myself to rally. Forgive me, Your Highness, Z's tone grew concerned. But as your bodyguard, I have to say it really isn't safe for someone of your position to randomly date men to try and find a proper mate. Tell me something I don't know. I balanced a hand against the wall to slip off my sandals. The cool hardwood was a blessed relief against my aching toes. But what else am I supposed to do? Sit by and watch while my cousin takes over the country? I don't think so. With my designer shoes dangling from my fingers, I marched down the hall toward the kitchen. The silk of my gown whispered softly in my wake. If I could, I'd pop into a clinic for a quick IVF or see about adoption, but Prilea's antiquated laws don't allow for that. I have to conceive the child, and I have to be married when he's born. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if I had a son. He wouldn't be considered legitimate. Pardon my French, but I'm royally screwed. Z trailed behind me, leaning one shoulder against the wall of the large, open-style chef's kitchen while I plopped down on a stool at the center granite island. Somewhere on the way back to the townhouse, he'd loosened his bow tie, which now hung undone around his neck. The top few buttons of his white shirt were open too, revealing a tantalizing hint of tanned throat, and he'd rolled up his cuffs, revealing sinewy, strong forearms, sprinkled lightly with golden hair. Gah, even the man's arms were sexy. It wasn't fair. I sighed. I mean, I'm no supermodel, but come on. I'm not a total toad either, right? I'm clean and smart and relatively attractive. Surely there's someone out there who'd want to be with me, help me out, and then quietly walk away without trying to take over everything. Your Highness? Z pushed away from the wall and started toward me, but I held up a hand, cutting him off. No, hear me out, please, and stop calling me Your Highness every time you disagree with me. It makes me feel weird, especially when it's just the two of us. Call me Esme like you did before. Or S. That was my nickname at school. Please. I exhaled slowly and crossed my arms, determined not to let this setback stop me. My father's dying, sooner rather than later, and my options are dwindling. You said no to helping me conceive a child, and I respect that. But I do ask that you please reconsider helping me screen potential candidates. As the head of my personal security team, I'd think it would fall under other duties as assigned anyway. Besides, any man I choose will be intimately involved in my life, at least until the baby is born. I'd expect an enterprising guy like you, looking to get ahead in his chosen field, to be all over the opportunity to weed out the bad actors. I narrowed my gaze, not missing the flicker of interest in his blue eyes. So, since you refuse to marry and impregnate me, I'm thinking my next best option is to find a suitable candidate at the upcoming state dinner. I've already texted the organizer to send me a copy of the guest list. Z gave me a strange look. You're going to troll for a husband, sperm donor at an official state dinner? I snorted. I'd opened the door to candor with my royally screwed remark, so I could hardly blink at his frank words now. They were true after all. My poor mother, God rest her soul, would be rolling in her grave if she knew what her precious daughter was planning. Yes, that's exactly my intention. I can test the waters a bit, get a feel for who I have chemistry with and who I don't. I'm not as familiar with DC society as I am with the courtiers back home, so that's where you'll come in. You can screen the available men ahead of time, run background checks and all that. Help me select the baby daddy, so to speak. Sound acceptable? He was quiet for so long that I feared he might just run screaming from the townhouse. Finally, Z took a deep breath and joined me at the island, taking a seat on the next stool over from mine. His expression was deadly serious now, his blue eyes dark and wary. This sounds way too risky to me, He coughed to cover his mistake. Sorry, S. I mean, I understand the thinking behind it, but are you sure there's no other way? I just really don't want to have any part of arranging to match you with some complete stranger. No background check I could do between now and the dinner could make that safe. You'd be giving this guy power over you, and that's a dangerous position to be in. Dangerous for both of us if I'm taking part in putting you there. I've had troubles with favors like this coming back to bite me in the ass. I swore to never let that happen again. That's a risk I'll have to take. The risk to my country is far greater if I do nothing, I stated firmly. Z scrubbed a hand over his face, his jaw shadowed with dark stubble now. What about an ex-boyfriend? Someone you trust who might be willing to help you out? No. I stared down at my bare toes. I never really dated that much in college. I was too busy with my studies, and the few guys I did go out with only wanted to be with me for my political connections. That's not the kind of man I want fathering my child. Seriously? Z gave me a flat look. Because it sounds to me like that's the angle you're exploiting to get what you want now. You don't really think you'll find someone who doesn't care about politics at a state dinner, do you? Besides, what difference does it make if the guy has political goals? You can get him to sign a prenup saying that he won't have any authority over your kid or over the throne, right? I turned to face the island, elbows resting on the granite, and dropped my face into my hands. Z was right. There was no reason why my exes wouldn't be equally suitable as anyone I'd be likely to meet in DC. I just couldn't seem to warm to the idea of calling any of them. As long as I had the state dinner to look forward to, I could hope that maybe I'd meet someone there who'd be different, who'd feel right. But what were the odds of that? This was all a huge mess, and it was all my fault. Ugh, what am I doing? What am I going to do? All I've ever wanted was the right to lead my country? It's what I was raised for? What I've studied? I just always thought there'd be more time to get the laws changed. I guess I thought my father would live forever. Tears stung my eyes again, and this time I didn't hold them back. Swiping my hands across my wet cheeks, I sniffled and swiveled on my stool to face Z again. Listen, you must think I'm a horrible person for even suggesting any of this, but I swear I'm not. I'm heartsick over my father and stressed out completely. I certainly never intended to trade my body in exchange for political favors, but if I have any shot at all of keeping the throne of Prylia, I need to get pregnant while my father is still alive. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try. Does that make sense? He gave a slow nod. It does. What about your father, though? He's sick, but he's not an idiot. He'll have questions about all this. I know, but I can handle that. I straightened, forcing my emotions back into seclusion. Feelings had no place in important decisions. Another lesson I'd learned from my mother. Do what needs to be done for the good of all, even if it causes personal suffering. Besides, it's not as if the man, whoever he is, will be in my life permanently. Like you said, I'll have a prenup, and I'll raise my child on my own. I blinked over at him. How a man could be so rumpled and still look so damn hot, I had no idea. Still, it was no concern of mine, regardless of the way my nerve endings seemed to spark and sizzle whenever Z was around. He was my partner in this plan, my aide and protector. How he looked had no bearing on things, no matter how attractive he might be. So, will you help me then? Do I have a choice? Z gave a long-suffering sigh and mumbled something under his breath I didn't quite catch, then took my extended hand and gave it a firm shake. Fine. But I want it on record that I think this is a very bad idea. Very bad. I'm only participating to protect you from yourself, S. Noted. If it helps, consider this an official security detail duty. With a plan in place, my flagging spirits rallied, and a renewed energy burst through my system like fireworks. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my messages until I found the one I needed. Perfect. I just heard back from the organizer. Here's the list of attendees for the state dinner. I'll forward you a copy, and we can make a list of contenders.
Chapter 5. What's the matter, dude? You're moving like a 90-year-old lady this morning, my buddy Deacon said from the laptop screen. I was in the basement workout room of Esme's townhouse, trying to get my endorphin buzz on and forget about that stupid offer she'd made me the previous evening. Not once, but twice she'd asked me to father her child. Jesus. I picked up the pace of my Marine push-ups, knowing Deacon was right. I was moving slow this morning, and it had nothing to do with the early hour and everything to do with the fact I couldn't seem to shake my weird fascination with her request. Deacon, of course, was kicking my ass with the push-ups. We FaceTimed like this several times a week to keep each other on track. I was dedicated to remaining in fighting shape, because when I got the call to return to active duty, I wanted to be ready. Deacon was on medical leave recovering from a leg injury that would have sidelined most men permanently. But SEALs never quit until the job was done, and we both had years of fighting left in us. My biceps trembled under the strain of overexertion and stress. Before I knew it, the hardwood floor rushed up at me and I barely managed not to faceplant. Deacon snickered on screen and shook his head. Dude, either you turned into a major wuss overnight or something's up. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming it's the latter. Want to talk about it? No, I really didn't, but I would. Just because I knew if I didn't get it out, it would eat away at me. I'd always been hyper-observant, even before joining the SEALs. As I lay there now, panting and staring at the floor of the workout room, I found myself wishing I'd spent more time observing the situation with Esme, so I could have seen her bombshell of an offer coming. With a huge sigh, I sat up and rested my forearms on my knees, wiping the sweat from my face with a towel before hanging my head. You ever have something huge come out of the blue and blindside you, D? You mean besides the IED my caravan ran over? Deacon's words dripped with sarcasm. I cringed. Sorry. I just got thrown by something my new employer asked me last night, and I can't seem to get it off my mind. Deacon leaned closer to the computer screen on his end of the connection, frowning. You're working for some royal family, right, dude? What? Did they ask you to be their new king or something? Nah. I shrugged and pushed to my feet, walking over to take a seat on a stool at the bar, putting Deacon and me, or at least the computer screen and me, at eye level. Well, sort of. Indirectly. I don't know. What? You're not making sense. I know. I raked a hand through my damp hair and cracked open a sports drink. You can't share what I'm about to tell you with anyone. Got it? Got it. The current king of Prelia is dying. He's got maybe a month at most. Could be as little as a week. Their law states a woman can't inherit the throne. Princess Esme is the king's only child. Without a son, the crown will go to the king's nephew, who has been bragging right and left about all the horrible things he'll do once he's in power. Bummer for the princess. Deacon sat back, crossing his muscular arms. Still don't see what that's got to do with you, bro. I glanced over at the staircase leading to the first floor and listened closely for any footsteps to signal S might be awake. She was a notorious early riser, but considering it wasn't even 5 in the morning yet, I thought my privacy was secure. She asked me to marry her and get her pregnant. Deacon just blinked at me a second, his face blank. Say that again? Princess Esme asked me to marry her and make a baby with her. I had to force the words out of my constricted throat. It was wrong to have even considered such an insane idea, let alone talk about it with my seal buddy, yet I couldn't seem to help myself. If she's married and pregnant with a son when the king dies, the baby will be the heir to the throne. The princess will be his regent until he's 18. I said no, of course. Damn straight you did. Deacon shook his head and mumbled a curse, looking away. What the hell kind of assignment are you working there? I ask myself that question on a daily basis. I laughed. Seriously, though, I can kind of see her point, ridiculous as it is. Oh man, you've got to tell me everything now. Dee sat forward, listening intently as I explained all the politics and intrigue happening behind closed doors in the picturesque little country of Prylea. When I'd finished, Dee whistled and sat back again. Wow. Talk about a soap opera. And there's really no other way to stop this Sylvester guy, other than a temporary marriage and a new heir? Nope, not that I can see. Her either. And she spent months looking into this. I sighed. The king could have solved it all years ago by enacting new legislation, but that possibility's gone now. He's too sick to even travel at this point, and he doesn't have the political backing anymore to get it through their parliament. Sylvester's smart. He'd been quietly gathering supporters since he got out of college. Not sure what he's offered these people, but whatever it is, no one in parliament is willing to even consider changing the laws so that he won't inherit. They're all too focused on the favors he's promised them once he's in charge. Dude. Wow. Deacon rubbed his jaw, then narrowed his gaze on me. How do you feel about this Princess Esme? I shrugged. She's fine. Nice enough. Smart. Likes to talk too much, but other than that, she's okay. Are you attracted to her? Huh? I scrunched my nose. No. She's my boss. I mean, S isn't ugly. She's fine. Understatement on my part. In that red dress, she'd been way prettier than I'd had any business noticing. Brown hair, hazel eyes, creamy skin. And you're on a nickname basis with her too? Cool. What? No. I scowled. I hadn't meant for that to slip. Whatever. It doesn't matter what I call her or what she looks like. There's no way anything is happening between us. Right. Sure. Deacon gave me one of those looks we used to exchange on the battlefield, right before we did the exact opposite of what our enemy expected. His tone said he could see straight through my BS, and I didn't like it one bit. Okay. So, I guess my question is, do you agree with her? Is getting married and producing an heir the only way to keep her country safe? Hate to say it, bro, but it sounds like this Sylvester guy getting the throne does kind of pose an international threat. Priley's a huge supporter of the US military, and we've got that big base there. It's really the only place in the region where we can stage missions for the Middle East without the threat of attack or spies. Maybe you knocking her up could prevent an international incident? That's it. I'm ending this call now. I reached for the laptop to close the screen, laughing as Deacon leaned down as if to stop me. You going to stop being a smartass? Never. Dee flashed me a broad grin, all white teeth and snark. But you love me anyway. Seriously though, dude. Don't rush to judgment on this. Think it through. Have you ever thought of having a family of your own someday? No. A firm answer. Blood family only left you alone and broke your heart. Better to make your own family from trusted friends, at least in my opinion. No kids, Deacon scoffed. Come on, man. Kids are a blessing. Got two myself. Don't knock it till you try it. and friends are great, but family always comes first. Not for me. Hearing Deacon go on about his beautiful wife and daughters only reinforced my beliefs that having a family of my own was not for me. Not now. Not ever. Well, that's even better for this situation with the princess, according to your logic. Huh? Look, man. Deacon sat forward again. You said you like this Princess Esme, right? She's smart, talks a lot, which is good, because you hardly say a word in social situations. I flipped him off. Dee just grinned and continued. And she's not ugly, as you so eloquently put it. Do you think she'd make a good queen mother? From the time I'd spent around Esme, she seemed kind and warm and patient, all qualities I associated with my own mother, and she'd been excellent. Plus, I'd seen plenty of proof that she was intelligent and thoughtful, not to mention genuinely devoted to her people, the qualities a ruler would need. Yeah, she'll be a great queen and mother. There you go then. What the hell are you talking about? If you're so sure you don't want a child, then this is your perfect setup. You marry into royalty, sire a kid, then walk away. Whoa, wait a minute. That sounds so cold and calculated and logical? Damn. Deacon had me there. Before I'd started the FaceTime call with him, I had turned on the all-night news network and had caught the tail end of an interview with Sylvester. The king wasn't even dead and buried yet, and that bastard was already running his mouth on TV about his plans for when he took over the rule of Prelia. He was going to close the borders, isolate the country just when it was starting to make its mark on the global stage, and remove the US base from its lands. Yeah. All of those things were awful ideas. Much as I hated to admit it, perhaps Deacon had a point about the whole international incident aspect. Throughout history, marriage contracts had been made to secure countries. Why not now? It would keep S on the throne and would ensure the important military base would stay open. Looking at it that way, giving Esme what she wanted would make me a freaking patriot. A national hero. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Deacon said, giving me a knowing smile. You are, I can tell. Just be sure to let me know ahead of time what the gender is so I can send a baby shower gift, okay? This time I did close the laptop on my friend, but only after saying goodbye and promising to call again the next morning for another workout. As I made my way upstairs, I was deep in thought. Could I really do this? Marry S and have a kid with her, putting aside my past and the future I'd planned to save her throne and her country. It was a lot to agree to. Then again, so was taking the job in Prelia in the first place, and things had turned out all right there. As I passed Esme's door on my way to my own quarters on the 3rd floor, I stopped and stared. I wasn't ready to make a decision just yet, but I was further along than I'd been earlier.
Chapter 6. 2 days later, I sat by my father's bedside again in Georgetown Hospital, knitting up a storm. Usually my hobbies helped calm me, but that day I doubted there was an Afghan big enough to quell the tsunami of tension inside me. My father's worsening condition was foremost on my mind. He had seemed to weather the trip to the States well enough, napping beneath his blankets or perusing his favorite financial newspapers while sipping sherry on our private jet. Yes, he had looked more pale and drawn than usual, but considering the disease he had battled so bravely for the last few years, I took courage from the fact he could still laugh and joke with me. Now, though, he had been in and out of consciousness since his arrival in the ICU. In order to provide more security, the hospital had moved my father into a private wing earlier that morning. The Prilian security team had cordoned off the entire floor, allowing only the medical staff near the king. As I sat in the quiet room with only the hum, whir, and hiss of the monitors and machines attached to my father to keep me company, I felt more isolated than I had in my entire life. Which was saying something, considering I lived in a virtual royal bubble as it was. I sighed and finished my overhand seam, then sat back and stared out the glass wall to the hallway beyond. In the distance, I caught sight of Z speaking with one of his men. We'd had little to no contact these past 48 hours, and I couldn't say I blamed him for avoiding me. God, what an idiot I'd been, blurting out my offer like that to him. But hindsight was 20/20, and it was too late to change things now. Looking back, if I hadn't rushed into things that night in the shadows and fumbled my delivery, I might have stood a better shot with him. He would have been perfect, too. He met all of my requirements and was one of the few people I trusted these days. Going through the list from the state dinner had certainly been an exercise in futility. Not one single acceptable candidate in the bunch. Most were too old or too sordid or just too blech. At least compared to Zachary Rayborn. And yes, I knew that holding most ordinary men up to the lofty standards of a handsome, young, robust ex-Navy SEAL was ridiculous, but still, if I was truthful with myself, and I always tried to be, no matter how difficult it was, then I'd have to admit that I had never seriously looked for anyone else to fill the job except Z. I groaned and rubbed my tired eyes. Ugh. In my haste to save my future and the turmoil of my emotions over the looming demise of my father, I had forgotten the #1 rule of any successful negotiation: what's in it for me. A baby would certainly solve all of my problems, but to a man like Z, it would only be a burden. I should have emphasized the fact that he would only need to be present for the first year, that afterward I would raise the baby myself. It would be me fighting to have the laws of my country amended so that women could rule equally alongside men. Me who would change the diapers and handle the late-night feedings. Me who would deal with all the mundane and miraculous moments that went into raising a child successfully. All he needed to provide would be his signature on a marriage contract, his sperm, and 1 year of his life. That was it. I exhaled slowly and picked up my needles again, the steady clack-clack wonderfully comforting. I had been so sure of my powers of persuasion that I had even gone so far as to have my most trusted advisors back home draw up contracts and all the necessary paperwork for whoever became my chosen candidate. Good thing I hadn't had them put Zachary's name on them, which had been my inclination at the time. Instead, there were blanks where the name of my baby daddy would go. My shoulders slumped at the reality that I might never be able to fill those empty slots now. A figure passed by the glass doors and I glanced up to find Z outside, now speaking with my father's doctor. God, he was so gorgeous, even in these dreary conditions, where the fluorescent lights above normally washed out even the best of complexions and cast everything in a yellowish glow. He only seemed tanner, healthier, sexier. I shook off those thoughts. If, and that was a huge if, I somehow could still convince Z to get on board with my plan, any intimacy between us would be for the sole purpose of procreation, no emotions involved. This was a strategic move, a necessary involvement, not a grand romance. Ours would be a private affair, filled with non-disclosure forms and prenuptial agreements. 2 people coming together to achieve their goals. Nothing more, nothing less. No matter how my stupid pulse quickened at the thought of sleeping with Z. From the graceful way he moved to his easy confidence, I could tell he would be an excellent lover. He was always so kind and attentive and conscientious, all traits that would translate well in bed. Not that I had that much experience or any concrete evidence that Zachary Rayborn was a sex god, nothing except my feminine instincts, and those instincts said he would be very good indeed. Now, if I could just somehow convince him to say yes, I would be all set and could move on to the next phase of my plans. Conception. Z glanced into the room, a mix of wariness and concern in his blue eyes. He finished speaking to the doctor, then poked his head through the doorway and gave me a tentative smile. "Doing okay?" I nodded, swallowing hard around the sudden constriction in my throat, part sadness, part apprehension. I could use a bit of a break, actually. Would you walk with me down to the kitchenette to get some tea? Of course, Z said, standing still and stoic just outside the door as I set my knitting aside, then leaned down to kiss my father's cheek. My father didn't stir at all, but the nurses said he could still hear me. "Wish me luck, Daddy," I whispered in his ear before straightening. Once out in the hall, Z and I walked silently down the bright, shiny corridor to the small, empty waiting room at the end of the hall. It would have been too difficult to fully secure the hospital's cafeteria, so the security team had set up a sort of temporary snack station there, with protein bars and energy drinks and, of course, a teapot and coffee maker. "So, the doctor said there's no change in your father's condition," Z said at last, closing the door behind us for some privacy. Yes, but he did move his fingers earlier. The nurses said that was a positive sign he might regain consciousness soon. Are you still planning on going to the state dinner tonight? Z sank down into one of the chairs at the small, round table to one side of the room. I'm sure they'd understand if you canceled, under the circumstances. I fixed myself a mug of hot water, then chose a nice, calming chamomile tea from the basket. Ripping open the tiny packet, I unfurled the tea bag into the steaming mug. I'm not sure there's much point now. I'll admit I'm not really in a sociable mood at present, and with us not finding any viable candidates for— My voice trailed off as Z's gaze locked with mine again. Well, you know. Listen, Your Highness, about that. Z straightened as I took a seat across from him and gave him a pointed stare. Sorry, Esme, I know Wait, I interrupted, holding up a hand to stop him. Before you say anything, please let me speak first. I wasn't very articulate about my plans the other night, and for that I apologize. Not articulate? He raised a brow. Not sure how you could have said what you wanted any more plainly, but okay. Heat prickled my cheeks, but I forced myself to continue. No. I meant I wasn't clear about what exactly I would and wouldn't require of you. His eyes darted from mine, down to his crotch, then back again. He wasn't going to make this easy. I probably deserved that, given how blindsided he'd seemed the other night, but I wasn't one to give up without a fight either. Look, the more I think about this, the more my producing the next heir of Prylia seems to be the most expedient and effective solution to this problem. My loyal staff back home have been sending me regular updates on Sylvester's activities, and with my father currently out of commission, he's been even more blatant about his awful plans for when he claims the throne. I have to do something now rather than later. My only regret is that I didn't act sooner. I've been thinking about this a lot too, S, and there's one major issue I don't think you've considered yet. What's that? Say you do go through with this and get pregnant. There's a 50-50 chance it'll be a girl. Z glanced over at the door, then leaned closer. A female child won't put you any closer to the throne than you are now. True, but Sylvester can't claim the throne until we know I'm not carrying a boy. That gives me 9 months to try and get the laws changed. A lot of Sylvester's power comes from promises he's made of what he'll do once he's on the throne. If there's even a chance I'm carrying a son, I think there are a number of members of Parliament who will cooperate with me so they can stay in my good graces if I end up in charge. It's not a certainty that I'd be able to get the Constitution amended, but I think there's a decent chance. I dunked my tea bag rhythmically into my cup rapidly to keep my shaking fingers occupied. Would you really have enough time, though? It wouldn't be a whole 9 months, right? People usually know what they're having long before the baby is born. It's possible to learn the gender in advance, but some people choose to be surprised. Parliament can't force me to find out my unborn child's gender. There's no law stating that, thank goodness. This is still my best option at this point. I exhaled slowly and sat back, choosing my next words carefully. I'm sorry if I upset you the other night with my forward offer. You just seemed like such a perfect candidate. And I apologize for not making it clear that I would hold you to no obligations where this child is concerned. I realize now what a burden that would be for a man such as yourself, dedicated to your career and your service in the SEALs. I would never want to hold you back from returning to the lifestyle you love, nor would I seek anything beyond your original help with conception and your continued cooperation until the child is born. I really want to help you. I just never expected for you to ask for something like this. Would it help sweeten my offer if I told you I might be able to get you back on your SEAL team right away after the year of our marriage is up? Technically, he'd committed to a 3-year attachment to Prylia, but I could work around that. I had made major contacts with our allies over the last year. I'd provided many favors for the United States diplomats and politicians, all in the hopes of forging stronger bonds between our countries. If calling in repayment of a few of those favors now meant I could keep my throne, then I wasn't above doing that. I've got several contacts within the Pentagon. I could make some calls. Are you trying to bribe me, S? Z asked, his tone quiet. Depends, I said, watching him through my lashes. Is it working? A small muscle ticked near his tense jaw, and he swore under his breath, raking a hand through his hair. Tiny bubbles of hope fizzed inside me. I'd seen my father and his advisors wearing the same expression of resigned acceptance during difficult negotiations right before they conceded. It was the look of a man with his back to the wall and only one avenue of escape. I want it all in writing, every detail explained and documented. Of course. I bit back a smile and pulled my phone from my pocket. I'll text them now. He looked at me then, his blue eyes warm and bright with determination. You had this planned all along? No, not exactly. I had my staff draw up paperwork just in case. All the personal details were left blank. I thumbed in a quick message for my senior staffer to fax the contracts over to the townhouse. Should be waiting for us when we get home. Z's broad shoulders sagged slightly, and he blinked at me. I've never been a fill-in-the-blank kind of guy before. I set my phone on the table, my hands trembling so badly that I didn't dare attempt to drink my tea. It would slosh everywhere. If it's any consolation, this is my first time doing anything like this, too. His eyes widened slightly. You're a virgin? To political intrigue? Yes, otherwise no. I laughed, genuine this time. Despite the awkward circumstances, it felt like a huge weight had been lifted off of me. To think such a tiny concession on my part had been the deciding factor for him. Getting back to the seals must be an all-consuming drive for him. I'd do well to remember that in the future, especially when those pesky emotions of mine threatened to get involved again. This was a business deal between us, nothing more, nothing less. So, I guess we're partners now? Guess so. He chuckled and sat back. When do we get started? With the marriage? That'll have to wait until we're back home. But as for the baby making, I gripped my cup tight and blew on the top to cool the tea, not missing the way his gaze tracked my movement, the blue of his eyes darkening slightly. The same tingle of sensual awareness zinged through me, making me bold. How about we get started tonight? Z looked about as stunned as I felt by my words. I wasn't a forward sort of girl, but damn if he didn't seem to bring it out in me. After you sign your contracts, of course. Of course. His full lips curved into a slow smile and my insides quivered. Maybe keeping things all business with him wouldn't be so easy after all.
Chapter 7. How about we get started tonight? I walked through my bedroom in the townhouse later that evening, unable to get S's earlier question out of my mind. Now, as I stood before my closet, post-shower, clad in only the damp towel slung around my waist, I had no idea what to do. Not with the baby-making stuff. I was well versed in those techniques. No, it was the lead-up to the sex that had me stumped. I'd never been in this situation before. Contracts signed and the woman waiting for me somewhere in the townhouse. It all seemed very cut and dried. And in all honesty, it should be. This was a business deal. A tit for tat. Literally. And yet, I couldn't seem to shake the niggle deep inside me that it wasn't. Frustrated and unsure, I grabbed a clean pair of jeans and a black t-shirt from the closet and tugged them on before pulling on a pair of socks and my sneakers. It was still surprisingly early yet, not quite 9 p.m., though the day had seemed endless. Hospitals did that to a person. I remembered sitting in waiting rooms as a kid while the adults sorted the mess left after the terrorist attack that had killed my parents. I'd been too young then to understand a lot of what was happening. But I did remember the weird time warp feeling of sitting in that sterile environment, the air smelling of antiseptic, and the floors squeaking loudly under my shoes. To this day, my gut still tightened each time I walked into a medical setting in remembrance of those old pains and sorrows. This past week, guarding S hadn't been easy on either of us once the king had landed in the ICU. But at least I had my work to keep me busy. Poor S had knitting and, well, more knitting. I'd tried to check on her when I could, bringing her snacks or tea just because I knew how easy it was to forget to eat or stay hydrated with a loved one's life in jeopardy, but otherwise, she had no one for support. That knowledge, as much as what loomed ahead of me this evening, made me restless. Needing some fresh air and space to clear my head before I did my duty, I jogged downstairs and outside to take a quick walk around the block before finding Esme to consummate our deal. The night was cooler, and the sky above was clear, stars twinkling down. My mind returned to what waited for me back at the townhouse. I'd been sexually active since I was 16, and I found Esme attractive, though not my usual type. Usually, I went with casual flings with women who weren't looking for attachments. My life as a SEAL facilitated that well. Traveling all over the world gave me lots of opportunities to meet women, and less risk of growing attached afterward. Honestly, even with Esme's promise to shorten it, this stint with the security team in Prelea would still be my longest mission to date. I rounded the corner and began humming under my breath. An old lullaby that my mom used to sing to me when I was little. The tune was sweet and simple, and I knew it so well, it was almost an unconscious thing with me. Whenever I got stressed, I found myself humming to relax myself. My footsteps echoed off the pavement in time to the lullaby, and the knot of tension between my shoulder blades eased. So, tonight. I suppose sex to make a baby was pretty much the same as sex for pleasure, but I wasn't sure about seduction. If we were going to go through with this, we might as well make it enjoyable. But did S expect the usual accompaniments? Flowers, wine, whipped cream? No, she couldn't, right? It wasn't really a date. We both knew the score here and the purpose of tonight's events. I rounded another corner and exhaled slowly. Late summer was already starting to give way to autumn, and the homes reflected that. Gone were the bright, beachy colors and decor. In their place were wreaths made of pine cones and colorful leaves and pumpkins. By the time I turned the fourth corner and reached the front door of the townhome, I felt about as unsure as when I'd left. Should I just walk in, find S, and sweep her off to bed, or should I knock? I wasn't a nervous guy by nature. Nerves got a man killed in combat. But this situation had me all discombobulated. Deciding that knocking would be best, it would announce my presence and also bring S out into the open, I raised my hand to grab the fancy gold lion-shaped knocker. But before I had a chance to strike it against the red wood, the door opened. S stood there in a white button-down and faded jeans, her feet bare. The smile she gave me looked as nervous as I felt. "Hey," she said, pretty pink color staining her cheeks. And once again, I was struck by her simple beauty. She wasn't one of those women who wore flashy clothes and tons of makeup to get attention. She was classy, elegant, her breeding evident in every graceful move and word she uttered. In her hand was a glass of red wine. Guess that answered my question. She stepped aside to let me in, then raised her glass in my direction. "Want some?" Sure." I followed her into a small study, the walls lined from floor to ceiling with books. I had never been much of a reader myself, preferring action instead, but I imagined S in here spending hours poring over all these dusty old tomes. She poured me a glass of ruby red wine, then took a seat on one end of the only settee in the room. It was an antique, and much wider and longer than furniture nowadays. Perfectly big enough to accommodate two adults sitting, or lying down, or whatever. I gulped down a large swallow of my drink, then sat on the opposite end of the dark brown leather. Yep. This was awkward as hell right now. Neither of us said much for a while. The huge gorilla in the room huddled between us, making the air taut. S sipped her wine, then shifted slightly to face me, one bare foot tucked up beneath her. Her toenails were now painted the same light pink as her fingernails. I hadn't noticed that before now. A familiar warmth coiled low in my belly, quickening my pulse. Before the night was over, I intended to make those cute little toes of hers curl with ecstasy. As if sensing the direction of my thoughts, S stared down into her wine glass, the color in her cheeks deepening. So, I said, stretching one arm out across the back of the settee, not quite touching her but close enough to feel her heat through the thin cotton of her shirt. My fingertips itched to stroke her skin and see if she felt as soft as she looked. I stopped those thoughts short. This was business, and while I wanted it to be good for us both, I'd do well to keep my libido in check. Calling on my well-trained leadership skills, I did my best to maintain control. I gulped down the rest of my wine, then set my empty glass on the coffee table in front of us, before taking a deep breath and plunging in head first. What are the logistics of... S apparently had the same take charge idea. She leaned forward and blurted out at the same time. Do we just go for it, or what? Unfortunately, her movements and mine didn't quite sync, and my shoulder bumped her arm, sending a spray of red wine down the front of her pristine white shirt. Damn. I'm so sorry, I said, getting up to fetch a gob of tissues from the box on the desk. I'm not usually this clumsy. Me neither, S said, brushing off her front as best she could, then setting her glass aside. Hopefully this isn't a harbinger of how the rest of the night will go. Without thinking, I knelt beside her and dabbed the front of her shirt with the tissues while she sat still and silent before me. This close, the sweet floral scent of her perfume surrounded me, honeysuckle and roses. The backs of my fingers accidentally brushed her bare skin through the open V of her shirt, and sparks of awareness sizzled through my blood like wildfire. I purposely didn't look up at her, afraid she'd see the enormous struggle I was having to keep from tackling her to the settee and taking her right there in the study. It was crazy. It was totally not like me. It was the hottest experience I'd ever had with all my clothes on. Tonight might be a lot of things, but a problem wasn't one of them. Yeah, things between us would be just fine tonight. Better than fine. Spectacular. As the air cooled around us, I started to move off of her, concerned I was too heavy. But she held me in place. No, don't go yet. Her words rumbled through her chest beneath my ear as I stilled atop her once more, our bodies still connected intimately. I've heard it's good to wait a bit, afterward. The vulnerability in her tone made my chest ache, and I slid my arms beneath her to hold her closer. I justified it to myself by thinking that we were making a baby together, and if this was the best way, then so be it. It was only natural to want to handle this business properly, right? A job well done indeed. Are you okay, Princess? I asked after a while. She'd asked me not to call her by her title in public, but in here, with just the two of us, it felt like a special endearment. Yeah, she said, her voice sleepy now. I'm beyond okay, actually, thank you. I raised my head slightly to look up at her, grinning. My pleasure, Princess. Believe me. Mine too, she said, then giggled. I lay back down, scooting slightly to the side to spoon her instead, sharing body heat as we both drifted off to sleep. Hopefully, we'd created a new life tonight. If not, there was always tomorrow. And the day after that, and the day after, and... After all, SEAL motto number 1 was never ever quit until the job was done.
Chapter 8. Don't you look chipper this morning, Taylor said. She was my stylist in D.C. and an old friend from college. Tall, auburn-haired, and lovely, she could have been a fashion model. She chose instead to do what she loved, overseeing fashion and makeup for other people. Her southern drawl was oddly comforting after the heated night I had spent with Z. What's your secret? I did my best to stem the tide of heat creeping into my cheeks and failed. No secret. Uh-huh. Sure. Taylor shook her head and grinned, moving around my chair as she fluffed and primped and curled my hair to within an inch of its life. I'll get his name out of you eventually, you know. How do you know there's a man involved? I continued flipping through the preview designer catalog on my lap, avoiding Taylor's gaze entirely. We were doing a trial run on hair and makeup before the state dinner at the White House later on in the trip, and also choosing attire for the upcoming events on my busy holiday schedule. I cleared my throat and did my best to sound flippant. Maybe there's no man involved. Taylor gave a dramatic eye roll in the mirror. Seriously? There's always a man involved? True enough. I exhaled slowly and placed a hand on my stomach for the umpteenth time, which was ridiculous. It had been one night, less than 24 hours since Z and I had slept together. Even if by some miracle I was with child, it would be impossible for me to know this early on. And yet, a silly smile formed on my lips, and I glanced up to see Taylor watching me with interest. You know I'll just bug you to death until you tell me what's happening. Taylor stood, hands on hips, a wicked pair of trimming shears dangling from her fingers. Come on, fess up. I hadn't planned on sharing my secret with anyone, but it was so hard and lonely not having anyone close by to talk to and share with. Most girls, I imagined, would share things like this with their mothers, but mine was gone. Taylor had been a friend for years, and I trusted her completely. And it would be so nice to have someone to confess my deepest fears and hopes to. If I tell you, you must swear not to share this information with anyone. Taylor placed her hand over her heart to show her sincerity. Promise. I'm trying to have a baby. At first, Taylor just blinked at me, absorbing that information. Then a small frown appeared. Say that again. I'm trying to have a baby. I've always wanted children, and now, with the way things are with my father and Sylvester, it would be an opportune time and— So, you're trying to have a kid to save Prylia? Taylor gave up any pretense of working and plopped down in the swiveling chair beside mine. Is that a wise move? Kids are a lot of work, believe me. Taylor was happily married and had 3 small children at home. If anyone would know about the work involved, it would be her. I know. I clasped my hands in my lap atop the catalog. But I've been over all the available options and this seems to be the most viable solution. Taylor sat back and crossed her arms. And who's the lucky sperm donor? Hey! The heat level in my cheeks turned scorching. It's not like that. In fact, it was exactly like that. On paper anyway. But each time I remembered the feel of Z in my arms, in my body, his gorgeous face flushed and his strong muscles trembling with release, my heart fluttered anew and my chest squeezed with tenderness. It took a lot of effort to shove those unwanted emotions aside and remind myself that this had nothing to do with intimacy and tenderness and everything to do with securing the safety and future prosperity of Prylia. Fine. Whatever. Taylor gave a dismissive wave, clearly not believing me at all. So, what's his name? Do I know him? Maybe, I don't know, I shouldn't say anything. It's against our agreement. Agreement? Taylor's frown deepened, and she leaned forward, voice lowered. This really is a business deal, then? Of course it is. I scowled back. I'm not an idiot. He signed contracts drawn up by my lawyers and everything. Wow, how romantic. Not. Taylor sat back and fiddled with the scissors in her hand. Your cousin's a real piece of work. I've seen him on TV just about every day since you've been here in the U.S., touting some new initiative he wants to put in place once he's in charge. Something about immigration and closing the borders. Oh, and removing the military base. And that's exactly why I need this baby. Sylvester is awful. There's no way I can let him run my country. He'll destroy all the progress my father has made and have us bankrupt with no valuable alliances left within a year. He's a narcissistic, attention-seeking idiot. I forced my tense shoulders to relax. I'll be a good mother too. I will. I know you will, sweetie. Taylor sighed. The best. That's not what I'm worried about. Although if you do get knocked up, we may have to adjust your wardrobe choices accordingly. Grateful for the distraction, we began going through the catalog of designer fashions for my upcoming events. My stipend for clothing and styling was part of my annual salary from the palace since I represented my people and country. We picked out several gowns, day-wear suits and dresses, even a couple of cocktail frocks that would be flattering even if I put on a bit of baby weight during the holiday season. Once we'd finished, Taylor took the catalog from me and set it aside so she could finish my hair. Does your cousin know what you're up to while you're here in the States? Taylor asked as she snipped some longer layers around my face. Can't imagine what a nightmare it must be for you having him hold down the fort at home while you're gone. It's not pleasant, that's true. I exhaled slowly and closed my eyes as Taylor trimmed my bangs. We're here until my father's well enough to fly home, though, so there's not much I can do. His physicians are telling me they hope he'll be ready within the next few weeks, but it all depends. He's so sick, Taylor, and it's so hard. I bit back a sob, and my friend gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze in support. I know he's not immortal, but he's my last living parent. I know, sweetie. Taylor set her shears aside and sprayed some styling cream into her hands, rubbing them together before raking her fingers through my damp hair. I'm so sorry you're going through all of this, but you know I'm here for you. Whatever you need whenever you need it. You just call and I'm there. Husband and kids in tow if need be. Understand? I nodded, not trusting my voice. Thank you. No need to thank me. That's what friends do for each other. We exchanged a look in the mirror, years of friendship and trust conveyed in our locked gazes. Taylor smiled and reached over to grab her hairdryer and a round brush. Okay, so before I start your blowout, tell me who it is. The information ricocheted inside me like a pinball, and I needed to get it out, at least to someone. I crooked my finger for the stylist to lean closer, then whispered Z's name in her ear. Right. Taylor clicked on the hairdryer, and its loud white noise whir filled the air. She worked fast, smoothing my damp locks into shiny perfection. By the time she was done, her Cheshire Cat grin was huge. Good job. I knew she wasn't talking about the hairstyle. What? On your choice of partners. He's handsome as hell. You guys will make beautiful babies together. That's not the point. Though I had to admit I'd thought of little else since last night, I couldn't help wondering if our child would have Z's blonde hair and my hazel eyes, or my chestnut brown curls and Z's bright blue gaze. The point is, he's smart and healthy and should be able to give me the heir I so desperately need. I checked his files, and all his pre-employment physical results came back excellent. He's also someone I can trust to hold up his end of the deal and not try for a power grab. Well, aren't you just Little Miss Efficient? Close your eyes again for a sec. Taylor spritzed around my head with an herbal-smelling spray, then stepped back to admire her work. When it comes to my country, I can't afford to leave anything to chance. What about love? What about it? I took the mirror Taylor handed to me, then checked my new do from all angles as Taylor slowly turned the chair for me. This looks great. Thank you. You're welcome. Taylor gave me an assessing look. I know you'll love your kid. But what about his or her father? I know you, and it will be hard for you to keep your heart out of the equation. Sex is more than just two bodies coming together, or at least it should be. This time it's not. I pushed to my feet and brushed a hand down the front of my slacks and pink long-sleeved sweater. The weather outside was still warm, but the breeze was crisp and cool, a harbinger of things to come. Like I said, we signed a contract, dotted all the I's and crossed the T's, no hearts or emotions involved. This is strictly to save my throne and get him back on his SEAL team where he belongs. Nothing more. When it's all over, we'll part ways and happily go back to our separate lives. Okay, sure. Taylor walked with me to the front door where Z waited outside the salon's entrance. Through the glass, I caught sight of Z's broad back, and my stupid knees wobbled again, remembering not just the sex we'd had, but how he'd spooned me afterward and made me feel safe and secure, even though the rest of my world was falling apart. I'd fallen asleep that way. When I'd opened my eyes this morning, I'd been in my bed and he'd been gone. I had no idea when he'd left. This was the first time I'd seen him post-sex, and the effect was far more potent than I'd expected. Despite my wishes and words to the contrary, a bond had formed between us, however tenuous and tiny. I touched my stomach again without thinking, and as if sensing my presence, Z glanced over his shoulder at me. His blue gaze warmed slightly, dropping to where my hand lay on my abdomen before returning to my eyes. He looked away fast, but not before I caught the flickering emotions in his expression: wariness, want, and a hint of wonder. All the same things I felt. I kissed my friend goodbye, with a promise to meet up for coffee later, then held the door while she walked outside to the taxi waiting near the curb. Z avoided all eye contact with me as he stepped back inside the townhouse, and I began to worry that perhaps I'd disappointed him somehow. Maybe he didn't like the way I looked after my appointment. Maybe he'd somehow guessed that I'd shared my plans with Taylor. Maybe he'd found me bad in bed. My other boyfriends certainly had never raved about my sexual prowess. All of these doubts stewed in my head as I walked behind him down the hall, doing my best to ignore his taut, perfect backside in those suit pants and the delectable, spicy citrus smell of his cologne. Then, just as I was about to duck back into the safety of the study, Z stopped and faced me, leaning in to whisper closer to my ear, Smile. You look beautiful, princess. His warm words made me shiver with awareness, and as I took my seat on the leather sofa to prepare for my upcoming meetings, I couldn't wipe the besotted grin off my face. I also couldn't ignore the niggling concern that perhaps not falling for Z might be more difficult than I'd anticipated.
Chapter 9. After a busy day of escorting S around to various press junkets and interviews in DC, I was feeling a bit more confident in my situation, but just a bit. In truth, the previous night with S had shaken me. I'd gone into this thinking it would be easy to keep my emotions separate from the physical act, to do my duty, so to speak, and move on, to hit it and quit it. Unfortunately, that wasn't as easy as I'd expected. I'd tried to brush my lingering feelings off as going too long between bed partners, but honestly, the part that had knocked me off kilter the most was afterward, lying together, still intimately connected. S had claimed it was for the sake of conception, and yeah, okay, I supposed I could go with that. Biologically speaking, it probably did make sense to keep still for a while to give my swimmers the best chance of crossing the finish line. But emotionally, the intensity of that moment lingered. Nothing I'd done today had lessened my emotions either. Not work. Not focusing on the upcoming state dinner at the White House. Not even taking matters into my own hands by planning a nice, quiet meal for us at the townhouse to try and get a read on how S was feeling about it all. If I was honest with myself, I'd allowed my libido to get out of control the previous night. Allowed my senses to be overrun with her taste, her scent, the feel of her soft curves pressed against me. And sure, the sex had been good. Incredible, even. But that was no reason to go overboard and get all mushy. I'd done that once. Let my heart become involved in a relationship where it should have been strictly physical, and it had landed me in a world of heartache. Since then, I'd done the sensible thing and kept my feelings out of the bedroom. Not that I didn't love sex. I did. I just went for the casual flings instead of anything more. That's why this gig should have been perfect. So, why did it feel anything but at present? The limo pulled up in front of the colonial-style townhouse, and I climbed out first, scanning the area for any suspicious parties before opening the door to help S from the rear of the vehicle. There were a few paparazzi nearby, snapping photos, and I did my best to shield her with my body as we climbed the front steps. Through my Bluetooth headset, I ordered the rest of my team to their usual stations around the perimeter, to guard the townhouse, then followed S inside. Some of the glow and energy she'd had earlier had dissipated, and her normally creamy complexion had gone a bit gray with fatigue. I felt the unaccountable urge to carry her into the library, where we'd made love the night before, and lay her down on that huge leather sofa. To slip off those sexy stilettos of hers, and massage her feet until she went all limp and relaxed beneath my hands. What is that delectable smell? S sniffed the air, her eyes closing and her expression going dreamy with delight. Did you call ahead for dinner? I shook away my erotic thoughts and forced a smile. I did. It's been a long day, and I thought it might be nice to stay in and relax tonight. She toed off her shoes and sighed. The sound zinged straight to my groin before I tamped it down. There'd be time enough for that later if she wanted me again. But first, we needed to eat. She was too thin as it was, and I was starving. My stomach growled in confirmation that she'd been right. The food smelled amazing. I led her into the formal dining room, where the food had been laid out at one end, making things a bit homier since it was just the two of us. "Ah, this is lovely," S said, taking a seat while I held the chair for her. "Thank you for thinking of this. It was very kind. Ladies gotta eat." I removed my suit jacket and loosened my tie, then took the chair beside her, grinning. "Help yourself. It's nothing fancy, just citrus shrimp with sugar snap peas over organic brown rice, a spinach salad with eggs and mandarin orange slices, and coconut water to drink." She dug into the food, making the cutest little sounds of approval as she ate. After swallowing a large bite of salad, she smiled at me. "Delicious. But no wine tonight, huh?" "Nope." I gave her a little wink, feeling some of my earlier tension ease. "All of this is healthy stuff. Chef approved for the baby." "I'm impressed. You've done your homework." "Of course. I devoured several mouthfuls of sweet and tangy shrimp and rice, the snap peas the perfect crunchy accompaniment. Between check-ins with my team, I did some internet research. I take my work seriously. The minute those last words were out of my mouth, I regretted them. Her sweet smile fell slightly, and she looked away, but not before I spotted the flicker of hurt in her eyes. Yeah, we had a contract, and yes, this was essentially a job. That didn't mean I needed to rub that in her face, though. That knot of stress between my shoulder blades tightened once more. Smooth move, idiot. The situation was awkward enough without me adding to it. I chewed without tasting my food, then swallowed a large gulp of coconut water to wash it down. To break the stifling silence, I said, "So, your meetings today went well?" "As well as expected." She toyed with the food on her plate with her fork. "They originally planned on my father being there, but we muddled through. It wasn't anything formal anyway. What about you? Things with your team going well?" "Yep." I rolled my tense shoulders and winced slightly. I'd missed my usual workout with my seal bud and could tell the difference. "Everything okay?" She looked up at me through her lashes. "Fine. I'm used to my daily workouts and didn't have time to get one in today yet, so I'm stiff as all. I've heard you talking to someone down in the basement sometimes. Do you FaceTime?" "Yeah. With one of the guys from my old SEAL team. He keeps me in line." "I bet." She smiled, and her posture sagged a bit as she sat back, some of her color returning. I was glad. She looked so delicate and vulnerable sometimes that it brought out the alpha protector in me. I watched her eat a few more bites of food before sipping on the straw in her coconut water, and damn if that visual didn't give me all sorts of naughty ideas. She tilted her head, her pretty hazel eyes narrowed. "Thank you for considering all these foods for me. I've done my own research on conception, and these are all superfoods for fertility. But you don't have to make the same dietary sacrifices I do. Have a burger and a beer if you want." "Nah, I'm good." At her dubious look, I chuckled. "Seriously, I love seafood and salads." "Sure." She shook her head, her tone skeptical. "You're not a very good liar, you know." I sat back and folded my hands across my stomach. My appetite for food sated while my other cravings were growing stronger. Emotions were out of the question, but that didn't mean we couldn't flirt shamelessly. "I always tell the truth." She straightened, her eyes glittering with heat now. "Is that so?" I turned to her and nodded, my gaze flicking from her eyes to her lips to her chest. My fingertips itched to peel away that silky sweater of hers and cup the firm breasts beneath. My blood pounded through my veins, and my breath grew deeper, slower. "Oh yeah. Want to know what I'm thinking right now, princess?" She swallowed hard, the air between us sizzling with sexual tension. She put her fork down and wiped her mouth, then sat back, toying with the pearls around her neck, drawing my attention to the thudding pulse point at the base of her throat. "Tell me." "I'm thinking that I'd like to pick you up and carry you to the bedroom." Lips parted, she stared at me. Silent. Then she leaned closer, and I realized that maybe she was just as turned on as I was at the moment. Stopping a few inches in front of me, she extended her hand. "Come on. Your wish is my command, princess." "Stay. Please for a minute," S murmured in the aftermath, sighing against the pillow beneath her head. "The joining helps, remember?" "Right." I inhaled, my lungs filling with much-needed oxygen and the sweet smell of her hair. I could stay here forever and die a happy man, which made this the most dangerous place in the world, even more than the deadliest battlefield. Because if I felt that way after just 2 nights together, I was in for a world of pain and rejection when she tossed me aside as soon as our contract was fulfilled. Not that I wanted to stay. I wanted to get back to my SEAL team, get back to my old life. Didn't I? We stayed connected intimately for about 20 minutes until the air cooled and things became uncomfortable, in more ways than one. "So, I guess I should start ring shopping, huh?" I said, staring at the wall opposite the bed. The fact we needed to be legally wed to make this binding according to the Prylian laws had kind of fallen by the wayside in favor of our more carnal pursuits, but we still needed to discuss it, and now seemed as good a time as any. For our engagement. I'd been told that it was fine if the baby was conceived before we were married, but we had to be husband and wife before the birth, in order for the child to be a legitimate heir. S sighed, the movement causing her back to rub against my chest. Yes, we'll need a ring. At last, she shifted slightly to look back at me. That should be long enough. I nodded and climbed off of her, pulling on my boxer briefs without meeting her gaze. She had that right. Long enough for me to make an ass out of myself by allowing my emotions to spill over into my work. In the SEALs, behavior like that could get a man killed. In this bedroom, opening my heart to a woman who had been clear from the start that all she wanted from me was my sperm would only end with my already battered heart destroyed, and that might be the worst death of all. I'm, going to go have a shower, then go to bed. Long day tomorrow. Good night. I gathered up the rest of my clothes, then opened the door a crack, checking the hallway before slipping out without a backward glance in S's direction. It was rude, I knew, and made me feel like even more of an idiot than I already did. But I had to get out of there before I did something even stupider, like ask to spend the night with her. I needed some time and space to myself to get my head screwed on straight again before I blew this whole deal sky high. Chapter 10. I walked into Georgetown Hospital the next morning, feeling more confused than ever. I'd gone for a run early that morning to clear my head and prepare for the day. While I'd been jogging through the picturesque, peaceful streets of the area, with lush trees lining the cobblestone streets and the historic buildings and taverns, I'd gotten an unexpected call from another SEAL buddy of mine, Justin. Justin had phoned to share the exciting news that he and his longtime girlfriend were having a kid. Seemed everyone and their brother was having babies, including me, or trying to anyway. Justin had been so thrilled that I couldn't bring myself to rain on my buddy's parade. The road to conception with S wasn't what I'd expected at all. The sex? Sure, that was great, even better than I'd imagined. The rest of it, the closeness, the connection, the conflicting feelings of accomplishment and apprehension, all mingled together had me in a bad way. Of course, I'd not mentioned that. Both because of the agreement I had with S, and also because our situation was different from Justin's. It was a transaction, a business deal, no matter how incredible the sex was. It was all for show, all to reach the goal. So why then were my doubts about it all growing exponentially each day? As I strode through the brightly lit hospital lobby and over to the bank of elevators, I barked orders to my team into my Bluetooth headset. I was being unusually short today, I knew, but insomnia did that to a guy. I hadn't slept well since S and I had started this whole baby-making process. The elevator to my left dinged, and I stepped on board, holding the doors for an elderly couple who followed me inside, then pushed the button for their floor as well as the one for the private area of the hospital that was housing the king. The damnedest thing had happened in the wee hours. After days in a coma, the king had awakened. According to the hospital staff, he'd had a burst of energy, was talking and laughing and even working, making and receiving phone calls from his trusted advisors and staff back in Prelea. S had been cautiously optimistic when I'd left her at her stylist's salon again this morning, with a full security entourage in tow. Normally, I would have stayed myself to guard her. But the king had requested my presence at the hospital, alone. Swallowing hard around the gathering lump of dread in my throat, I forced a smile and held the doors open for the elderly couple again, once the elevator stopped on their floor, and the doors swished open. Alone with my stress, I rode the rest of the way up to the king's area. I had no idea what the man wanted to speak with me about, only that it was extremely important, according to the aide who'd called me during my run. I'd sprinted back to the townhouse and hurried through a shower before pulling on my usual black suit and tie, then rushed up here. From the somber tone of the aide's voice, it didn't sound good, whatever it was. Now, as the elevator jerked to a stop and the doors slid open, I felt like a naughty schoolboy on the way to the principal's office. Which was ridiculous. I'd done nothing wrong. The king probably wanted to talk about how security was going here in Washington. Still, I couldn't seem to shake the weird feeling that everything was about to change. The aide who'd called me earlier was waiting by the elevators to walk me to the king's rooms. His Majesty's awake now, huh? That's a good sign. I knew the king's cancer was terminal, But with all the money he had to spend, maybe one of the experimental treatments could extend his time. I hoped so. For S's sake, anyway. Yes and no, the aide said, staring straight ahead down the corridor. She was maybe 50, and about as bland as the plain white walls on either side of us. His prognosis is not good, Mr. Rayborn. Nothing has changed there. The doctors fear this might be a last burst of energy, a final hurrah, as it were, before the end. Apparently, that's not uncommon for patients in their final stages of a terminal disease. No one knows how long it may last, but we can only do our best to keep him comfortable and see to his wishes while he is here with us. I gave the woman a sideways glance. Why did he want to see me? You'll have to ask His Majesty that, Mr. Rayborn. The aide stopped outside the king's door, then gestured for me to go in by myself. He's waiting for you. Walking into the private suite, the first thing I noticed was how much S looked like her father. Same dark hair, even though the king was in his late 60s. Same intelligent hazel eyes. But where S's complexion was creamy and pink with health, the king's had a decided yellowish tinge to it, most likely because the cancer had metastasized to his liver. Otherwise, the king seemed his usual jovial self. I had never spent any time one-on-one with the king or his personal advisors prior to this trip, but in general, the palace in Prylia had been very welcoming toward me when I'd taken the security assignment. I knew the king was the one responsible for that warm environment. Ah, Mr. Rayborn, please have a seat. The king gestured toward the chair beside his hospital bed, then gave a quick head tilt toward the two other people in the room to clear the area, leaving me alone with the king. A matter has been brought to my attention that we need to discuss. My heart lodged somewhere in my esophagus. The deal with S aside, I really couldn't afford to lose this job. I had been sent to Prylia officially as a symbol of the friendship and support of the American military for Prylia. How would it look to my commanding officer if I was sent back? My mind raced, trying to think of where and when I might have screwed something up during this trip to Washington, D.C., but nothing surfaced. Well, not in terms of my job performance anyways. I know you're sleeping with my daughter. The king's gravelly voice, likely due to the various tubes he'd had shoved down his throat for the past week, echoed in the otherwise quiet room, the words hanging between us like an executioner's axe. I opened my mouth to respond, then realized I had no clue how to navigate this minefield. Sir, How could he have found out? We'd been careful. As if reading my thoughts, the king said, A member of my trusted staff back home told me about the contract. Felt I should know what my only child has been up to while I was in a coma. My chest squeezed tight with adrenaline. I battled the urge to escape the room and run as far and fast as I could, and instead stood my ground. I was a sailor, a trained warfare expert, a SEAL. I didn't back down from a fight. I strategized. I conquered. I won. Your Highness, I believe. The king gave a dismissive wave. Save it. And please call me Reno, or Ren for short. The time is long past for formalities. Besides, if my daughter's scheme works, I may be calling you son before you know it, eh? I blinked at him, stunned. Your High... I cleared my throat to cover my gaffe. Ren, this isn't what you think. S came up with this idea after a lot of thought and research. Yes, I'm sure she did. The king coughed, and I rushed to pour him some water. Ren took a few sips, then leaned back against his pillows once more. My daughter is an overthinker, just like me. Her mother was always the one to act. I'm praying she got more than a little of my queen's drive as well. Her decision to take you to bed gives me hope. Speechless now, I sat back and shook my head. You've been put in an awkward position here, the king said, narrowing his gaze on me. I completely understand why my daughter chose this route. In fact, I 100% support it. A baby, an heir, will keep that buffoon Sylvester off my throne and help preserve all the work I've done to bring the country of Prylia into the 21st century. He looked me up and down. Yes, you two will make fine-looking, healthy offspring. But I want to make sure that you're okay with all of this, son. He coughed again, but held up a hand when I went to pour him more water. Damned cancers spread everywhere now. Lungs, brain, bones, even my voice box. No amount of liquid will help that. He took a deep breath. I do hope you don't mind me calling you son. Figured you'd grant me some latitude since I won't be around much longer. Sir. Ren. The fact you're awake now is a good sign. I sat forward, doing my best to shine a positive light on the situation. I actually didn't mind the king calling me son. It was kinda nice, truth be told, with my own parents being gone. Felt good to be part of a family again, even if it was only temporary. Don't count yourself out too soon. You either, the king said, turning my words back on me. What I mean is, let all this settle in for a bit. Making a baby isn't easy, especially under your circumstances. And my Esme can be a handful, just like her mother was. Strong, smart, opinionated, and fiercely loyal. I'm glad she'll have a strong young man such as yourself by her side at the end of all this. He waved a hand over his prone form. She'll need all the support she can get when she gets back to Prylia. The king gave me a rueful little smile. I called you here, son, to let you know that if you need to talk about anything, I'm here for you. This was never common knowledge, but the queen and I struggled for years to have Esme. With the stress of running a country and other health issues, it took us a long time. I know how hard those trials and tensions can be. It can help to have a supportive friend in your corner to bolster your spirits. Oh. Well, thank you, sir. I was touched by the offer. I'd come here, scared I was going to get fired. Or worse, get the, if you hurt my daughter in any way, I'll kill you speech. I'd never expected warmth and support and acceptance. Honestly, I could really use some advice right about now. If you don't mind my asking, sir, I do have some questions about... My question was severed by the hospital door opening and S running over to hug her father, looking as lovely and luscious as I remembered from the night before. My heart ached at the sight of her hugging her father, their close relationship obvious. I'm just going to step outside for a minute and give you two some privacy. I stood and made my way over to the door, but I might as well have been invisible for all the attention S and her father paid me. It was just as well. Given the chaos raging inside me after the conversation I'd just had with the king, I could use all the space I could get to recalibrate.
Chapter 11. Papa, I said, bending down to kiss my father's cheek once Z had left. Happy as I was to see him awake and alert again, I kept reminding myself that this was only temporary. The doctors had sat me down after I'd first arrived that morning and told me the cold, hard facts. My father's renewed energy today wasn't a sign of recovery or improving health. It was a final burst of life before the inevitable end. This made my deal with Z that much more imperative to fulfill. The idea of going back to Prylia without my father was unthinkable. I couldn't even bring myself to accept that he might not last until Christmas, only a few short months away. Still, I wanted to spend what little time left with my father in joy, not sorrow. I cupped his flushed cheeks and rested my forehead against his. How are you feeling? Very well, my darling girl. Very well indeed. He kissed my forehead and pulled me in for another embrace. It was a little awkward given our positions, but I clung on until he released me. You look beautiful as always, the spitting image of your dear mother. God rest her soul. God rest her soul, I repeated, taking a seat in the chair near his bedside. The leather was still warm from Z's body, and I savored that heat for a moment before placing my bag on the floor and pulling my knitting out for later. I planned to stay here for the long haul and get as much quality time in with my father as possible. I've been busy during our stay here, Papa. I went over all the meetings and luncheons and galas I'd attended in his place, carefully avoiding any mention of the mess awaiting us back home because of my cousin. I also avoided any mention of my plans with Z. No need to worry my father unnecessarily in his weakened condition. But what had Z been doing alone with my father when I arrived? Did he already know about my arrangement with Z? Of course he did. He'd have spoken with his aides. I was hedging, trying to decide how to bring it up when he spoke. I just had a conversation with the young man you've chosen to mate with. my father said without any preamble. I stared at him. How exactly did one respond to that? There weren't any etiquette classes for dealing with the scenario Z and I found ourselves in, that was for sure. He held up a hand to stop me from speaking. It's fine, my darling. More than fine. My only regret is that you have to handle this yourself. I should have done more to get the laws of Pralia changed when I had the chance. But there never seemed to be a right time. Then your mother was ill and my concentration was elsewhere. By the time I realized how serious the situation was, I'd lost the control I once had over Parliament and I reached out and covered my father's hand with mine, amazed that he was taking this in stride. I don't blame you, Papa. Really, I think it will all turn out for the best. Z is a good man, and he's signed the appropriate contracts, so it's all legally binding and above board. He watched me for a moment, his eyes narrowed. Yes, he is a good man. I had him checked out myself after the staff told me you had shown an interest in him. At my shocked look, he chuckled. They were my staff before they were yours, my darling, and they only have your best interests at heart. Don't judge them too harshly, eh? Listen, before we get into that, I've received word that Sylvester has held a meeting with the Arms Committee in the Prailian Parliament. My guess is he's trying to consolidate power and put some kind of transition plan in place. If things go his way and we lose the goodwill and guardianship of the U.S. military, he'll need contingencies. He sighed. My hope was to fight this battle myself, but with the doctors prescribing hospice care for me from here on out, I'm not sure that will be possible. I know, Papa. My heart ached at the thought of what was to come, of losing my last surviving parent, but I had to be strong for my country, for the child that would hopefully be conceived soon through my efforts with Z. I'm prepared to handle Sylvester. Don't worry. You're such a treasure, my darling, so smart, so kind, so generous with your time and love. He stroked my hair. Your Zachary is lucky to have you. Oh, Papa, I said, kissing his palm before sitting back in my seat. It's not like that, and you know it. This is a business deal. Nothing more. My father adjusted his blankets, the dark circles under his eyes more pronounced now as fatigue set in. The doctors had said his stamina would lessen as the cancer overcame him. We'll see. He's a good man, tragic background, but that builds character, I believe. Intrigued, I sat forward again. The most I'd been able to find out about his past was that his parents were deceased and that he'd been removed from his SEAL unit due to insubordination, but there'd been no other explanation of either incident. Perhaps my father, with his power and influence, had been able to uncover more about Z's mysterious past. Tell me. My father gave me a small, knowing smile. Your Zachary's father worked for the World Health Organization, traveling all over the world to prevent future outbreaks of deadly diseases. He took his wife and young son with him on a trip to Egypt. While there, a street bomber killed his mother and father. Your Zachary was only 6 at the time and went into foster care after that. No extended family to speak of. Perhaps that's why he's a bit of a loner now. I stared down at the floor, my thoughts swirling. That would certainly explain some of his odd mannerisms I'd noticed, like how he always stood with his back against a wall whenever possible, most likely because he felt protected that way. Also, his reticence to discuss anything personal about himself. It also explained why he was so keen to return to his SEAL team. They were probably a replacement for the family he'd lost. Finding out about all this from my father felt a bit like an invasion of Z's well-guarded privacy, but I needed to know. Especially since we were planning to have a child together. I resolved to ask Z myself about these things later when the opportunity arose. Why was he pulled from his SEAL team? I asked, my voice quiet amidst the hum and beep of the monitors in the room. He rarely talks about himself and avoids my questions. I'm assuming it wasn't anything too awful or he wouldn't have been allowed to work on my security team in the first place. That, my darling, you'll have to ask him yourself. All I was able to find out was that he was on a Black Ops mission and things went south. He was injured rescuing a fellow SEAL team member and put on administrative leave pending an investigation into the matter. My father yawned, then snuggled down in his bed. Now forgive me, my darling, but I need to sleep for a bit." With that, he closed his eyes. I sat there for several long moments, considering the new information I'd learned. The minutes stretched and I picked up my knitting, working on finishing a small blanket for the NICU here at the hospital. Knitting always relaxed me and helped clear my mind and organize my thoughts, which I badly needed since my life was so chaotic right now. Soon I lost myself in my work, the sound of my needles clacking filling the air. By the time my father stirred again, I glanced over at the clock on the wall to find 2 hours had passed. My butt was numb from sitting so long in one spot. I shifted my weight and glanced out into the hallway to see the guard still posted there and Z walking by. He looked in and caught my eye, raising a hand in greeting as he passed. I nodded, then turned my attention back to my ailing father. "You're awake," I said, carefully removing the pretty pastel green blanket, now complete, from my needles, then folding it and setting it aside to give to the nurses later. "Can I get you anything, water, food?" My father rubbed his eyes, then pushed himself up into a seated position on his bed. "How about telling me where you are in your plans with this Zachary fellow?" Heat prickled my cheeks, but I glossed over the more torrid sections of our tryst, instead focusing on the more political aspects. I'm researching the exact rules of succession and terms needed for a regency. It's been slow-going and difficult, doing it all in secret, given the sensitive nature of what we're planning. Plus, being an ocean away from home and the ancient documents I need to see doesn't help either. I really need to get together with our University of Prylia and the museums when I get home to make sure they update their online library databases and archives. My staff will provide you with anything you need, my darling. You know that, right? You can trust them. The advisors, however, I would steer clear of until this is all settled. They can be more easily swayed by the promise of power and position, and Sylvester will use any means necessary to get what he wants. I know, Papa, and I haven't told anyone about this, but you and... I shrugged. The staffers who had the contracts for Z drawn up for me. Obviously they leaked the information to you, though. My father gave a rueful snort. Being king has some perks, daughter. True, I smiled. Do you like this Zachary? He asked, far too perceptive for my comfort. He's very nice, and he's suitable for my purposes. And gorgeous and great in bed and tender and... I cut off the images of us entwined together before my face ignited from embarrassment. My father did not need to know about that. Suffice it to say that the contract between us is in full effect. Yes, I can see that. He reached out a trembling hand to me and I took it. But are you happy, my darling? I exhaled and realized I was happy. As happy as I could be under the circumstance. I nodded. Yes, Papa. Good. That's all I really care about. His hazel eyes sparkled with a bit of their old fire. And if you and your Zachary make a good team, in and out of bed, then I say go for it. Make it a real deal. Monarchies have been made on much less, and you will be a better leader for the people of Prylia than I ever was, daughter. I opened my mouth to protest, but he continued, I never had your tenacity or foresight. I snorted and shook my head. I don't know about that, Papa. All of this with Z is strictly a Hail Mary pass. We've only been together a few days. Besides, I doubt Z would choose to stay married to me over returning to his SEAL team at the end of all this. My father gave me a cryptic smile before yawning again, his words drifting off as his eyes closed again. Wait and see, my darling. Just wait and see. Life has a way of giving you what you need exactly when you need it. Chapter 12. Wow, I'm amazed at all the things I'm not allowed to do while I'm pregnant, I said later that night. I was dutifully lying with my hips raised on a plump pillow beneath the covers after another round of baby-making sex with Z. Surprisingly, he hadn't bailed right afterward this time. Instead, he was kicking back in his boxer briefs in a chair near the bed. He glanced up at me from the security reports he was going over. Seriously? It's a bit soon to be reading that, don't you think? I flipped the book over to stare at the cover of What to Expect When You're Expecting. Just like to know what I'm in for, I suppose. Z grunted, then went back to his reading. Anything interesting in there? I asked him a short time later, surprisingly grateful for his company. Anything I should be worried about? Nah. He gave a non-committal shrug. Just your run-of-the-mill death threats and stalkers. I reached one leg over and poked him hard with my toe. Not funny. Wasn't meant to be. You need to take all of this stuff even more seriously now that you're going to have a baby. Though no, I don't think there's anything overly concerning here, even if a couple of these whack jobs seem to have quite a bit of intel on you. That's unsettling. I shimmied a tad further under the covers, Z's scent surrounding me. I'd pulled on his t-shirt tonight after sex because one of the websites I'd been researching had suggested that having his pheromones close by would make my body more receptive and thus increase my chances of conception. And yes, I realized it was most likely a bunch of malarkey, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Besides, Z had said I looked cute in it, so there was that. The thought that he found me attractive sent shivers of happiness through me despite my determination to keep this all strictly business. Right, Z said, setting his reports aside, then stretching, showing off all his muscled limbs and tanned torso to perfection. So, tell me what's on this no-no list. No-no list? I narrowed my gaze on him, my smile wry. Well, let's see. No deli meat, no soft cheese, no motorcycle riding. No sushi, limited caffeine. Ugh, that's no fun at all. Agreed, though surprisingly there are no restrictions on getting a tattoo. Really? Z stretched out on the bed beside me and peeked at the page. His heat made the entire right side of my body tingle in the best way. Huh? Who knew? Guess it makes sense, though. As long as it's a reputable shop where they clean and sterilize everything properly, usually Hep B and HIV are the biggest concerns when needles are involved. Learned that from the guys when we were overseas. Some of those places weren't careful at all. Yikes. I shuddered. Is that why you don't have any ink? Nah, not really. He covered his eyes with one arm. My philosophy is if you're going to get something permanent on your body, you'd best make sure you'll want it around forever. So far, I've not found anything or anyone to put my forever faith in. Good point. I closed my book and set it aside, then rubbed a hand over my flat stomach. Maybe I'll get a tattoo once I get pregnant, to commemorate the struggle. That's a bad idea, Princess. Confused, I frowned over at him. Why? Lots of people do it, and you just said yourself it's safe, if done right. Why shouldn't I get one? A baby is an important time in a girl's life. Might be nice to have a physical memento of that. No, too many things could go wrong, that's why. Z rolled on his side to face me, his blonde hair tousled and sparkling golden in the light from the bedside lamp. It was close to midnight now, and the world was silent around us, making it all seem very cozy and intimate. Think about it, Princess. When he called me that, it made my insides quiver, which was silly. It was my official title. Thousands of people called me Princess Esme every day, but none of them said it with that hint of sexy growl and fierce alpha protectiveness that Z did. Heady stuff, that. Z continued, unaware of the riot of need his deep voice caused inside me. If you get one, it has to be something you'll want to wear forever, like I said. Something you have forever faith in. What if something goes wrong with all this? He waved a hand over my body. Or what if you don't end up getting pregnant at all? Worse, what if you do get pregnant, have the baby, and end up losing your throne anyway? That's still a very real possibility, much as I hate to say it, Princess. Is that a memory you'd want to wear around with you forever? I looked away, arms crossed. There are never any guarantees in life. Sometimes you have to take a leap of faith or do things that don't make sense at the time because they just make you feel good in the moment. Don't you ever just want to break free, have some fun? Z snorted. Fun's overrated. Says who? Says me. My mind wandered back to the conversation I'd had with my father earlier that day about Z's past. Things between us seemed more relaxed now, more open, and I took a shot. Tell me about your time in the SEALs. Surely you had enough faith in them to get some kind of tattoo, right? A lot of the guys did. I didn't. He sat up and turned away, throwing his legs over the side of the bed and putting his back to me. He hunched over and raked his hands through his hair. Suffice it to say, I don't really have that kind of faith in anyone these days. I wanted to reach out and touch him, to erase that hint of melancholy in his voice, but from his body language, he was shutting me out again. The air around me turned colder, and I snuggled down farther beneath the duvet. "Could you, though? Someday? Maybe if we have a baby together and—" He stood, pacing over to pick his jeans up off the floor and tug them on. "I don't know, Princess. Sorry. Families can be ripped apart in an instant, and from what I've seen, nothing lasts forever." He zipped up his pants and padded over to the door. "I'm going back to my room now. We both need a good night's sleep. See you in the morning, Princess." For a long time after he left, I lay there staring at the door, imagining the pain he must carry every day and mourning for the lost little boy still grieving inside him. I fell asleep with my hand on my stomach, vowing never to let something like that happen to my baby.
Chapter 13. "Where are we going?" S asked me the next evening. We'd spent another day going to endless interviews and press junkets, followed by hours at the hospital. I was worried about the toll on her from all of it. My research indicated that stress wasn't good for conception. It had gotten me thinking about the way she'd asked about fun. At the time, I'd shot the idea down, but during the long day, I rethought my response. Maybe a little fun was just what we both needed. With that in mind, I'd planned a surprise evening for my princess. At the sound of her question, I looked over at her in the back of the darkened limo and grinned. "Sorry, Princess. Can't tell you that. If I did, I'd have to kill you." S rolled her eyes, looking exceptionally adorable tonight in her faded jeans and a fuzzy sweater. Her hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail, and her cheeks were rosy. She looked good enough to eat. Probably best we'd gotten out of the townhouse when we did, because I had a feeling I wouldn't have been able to keep my hands off her much longer, and getting distracted by falling into bed would have ruined my plans. Moments later, we pulled up to the curb on a quiet side street, and I got out, looking up at the brightly painted sign for the Bottle and Bottega. I reached back into the limo for S's hand and helped her out to stand on the rain-soaked sidewalk. The showers had let up at last, leaving the night cool and damp. She shivered, and without thinking, I put my arm around her shoulders to pull her in to share my body heat. S cuddled against me, her minty warm breath fanning my neck. "Thanks." "My pleasure, Princess." I gave the limo driver instructions on when to pick us up, then led S over to the door. I'd rented out the entire place for the evening and invited S's stylist friend to join us. The rest of my security team was already in place around the neighborhood, keeping the paparazzi at bay. Tonight was just for us, just to relax and unwind and enjoy before we started the chaos all over again the next day. I'd figured since she loved crafting so much, with all her knitting and stuff, painting might be right up her alley as well. "What the—" S's voice trailed off as we walked inside the shop. Gray cement floors and distressed brick walls complemented the industrial-esque vibe of the renovated warehouse. Long tables were set up, laden with various tapas dishes I'd ordered ahead of time. All mama-to-be friendly, of course, and between them were 2 easels and a myriad of art supplies at the ready. The air smelled of acrylic paints and possibilities. "Oh my gosh, Z." S turned back to face me, the happiness and gratitude shining in her pretty hazel eyes, more than enough thanks for me. "This is fantastic. I've always wanted to try one of these places, but never had the chance. Thank you." "My pleasure." I gave her a quick wink before surveying the space. Everything was perfect, except for one thing. S's stylist friend was missing. The owner rushed over as if sensing my confusion. "I'm so sorry, sir. She called right before you arrived and said she couldn't make it. Some sort of mistake with her schedule at the salon. She said you two should go ahead and enjoy the night without her. I was going to call or text you, but you'd already pulled up outside." S glanced at me over her shoulder and grinned. "Guess you'll be painting along with me then, huh?" "Oh, that's not a good idea. I'm not good at any of this stuff." I stepped back, hands up. "Really, no one needs to see that. Come on, please?" S gave me a dazzling smile and my heart sank. "It's no fun painting alone." "There's no skill needed, sir," the owner chimed in. "We specialize in beginner artists. All you have to do is be willing to learn and follow the instructor. Oh, and have fun." Much as I wanted to run screaming from the building, I sighed and gave a resigned nod. This was Issa's night, after all, and maybe my heinous art skills would be good for a few laughs, especially once I got some wine into me. Just because S was avoiding the booze didn't mean I had to. Besides, I'd made sure they had some nice sparkling apple juice on hand for her so she wouldn't feel left out. I took off my black suit jacket and rolled up the sleeves of my white dress shirt before loosening my tie. Fine, let's get this party started. Leonardo da Vinci, eat your heart out. We soon settled into a lovely evening of snacking, snarking, and snuggles. Each time S would come over to peek at my work, a neon-bright monstrosity of tropical beaches and palm trees, she'd find some reason to touch me. A hand on my arm or shoulder, a brush of her breast against the side of my chest, as she leaned in to peer closer at my interpretation of a surfer in the ocean, which ended up looking more like the poor guy had been half-eaten by sharks. It was nice. And surprisingly relaxing, too. I hadn't spent any time in this kind of art studio setting since before my mother died. I remembered as a little kid running around amongst my mother's cast-off canvases while she worked on her next masterpiece. She'd always encouraged me to follow my heart and do whatever came naturally with the paint. My art had sucked back then, too, but my mom had never been anything but supportive. Well, S said, standing beside me again. Her gaze narrowed on my dubious artwork. You certainly have a unique perspective on the world. Thanks, I chuckled. My mom used to say the same thing. She was always kind and encouraging, like you. She was a painter? S asked, moving back to her own canvas. Her artwork looked amazing, a delicate beach scene that would have made any of the Impressionist masters proud. She really was creatively gifted, even if those talents weren't necessary for her royal duties. I put down my brush and stood behind her, feeling a need to open up about my past for once. Talking about my parents brought back all that old grief and loneliness, even all these years later. But I wanted S to know about them so maybe I would feel a bit less alone. Yeah, she was good too, like you. She did mainly abstract stuff and a few landscapes. We moved around a lot with my dad's job, so there was no shortage of inspiration. I bet she was a lovely woman. S watched me from over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. And what a great mother, keeping you involved in what she was doing while still pursuing her passions. Yeah. I shrugged. Don't really remember her having any other passions, though, besides painting. She was always just a great wife and mother. She must have had other hopes and dreams, too. Everyone does, even if she didn't talk about them much. S concentrated on her painting again, and I walked back over to my own easel, my mind whirling with that insight. I'd never really thought about my mother as anything more than that. A mom, married to my dad, a housewife, a cook, a caretaker. That was all a 6-year-old noticed. And it's not as if I ever had the chance to know her as an adult. But now that S had mentioned the fact she'd been a person too, with her own wants and needs and foibles, I wondered if my mother had given up her own ambitions to marry my father and raise me. And if she had she been happy to do it? I had always thought so. But now as I stared at my ugly beach and remembered those long-ago days of my childhood, traveling the world, never settling in one place long enough to put down any sort of roots, I couldn't help wondering if maybe she hadn't been as carefree and untroubled as she'd seemed.
Chapter 14. Who are you going as? Oscar the Grouch? I asked, looking Z up and down. Several weeks had passed since our night at the Paint and Sip, and now Halloween was upon us. Not that we were wearing costumes, per se. Well, if you didn't count Z's disapproving scowl. He didn't even crack a smile, just shook his head and turned away to check his weapons yet again. I don't like this idea. You have that on record. It's a haunted house, not an executioner's chamber. I cocked my head, considering. Though I suppose they might have one of those there too. Besides, it's a little late for you to object. You're the one who secured the invite to begin with. That was before, he grumbled, jamming his gun into the holster at his side, then rebuttoning his ever-present black suit jacket. If I gave him a pair of black sunglasses, he could go as one of the men in black. Things are different now. And that was the problem. I needed tonight to get my mind off the baby making. All of the pregnancy tests I'd found stated you had to wait for one missed period before the test could be considered accurate, and I was already experiencing my usual bloat and lower back cramps. Most likely my next period would start any day now, and we'd be looking at another month of trying to conceive. Not that the sex with Z was a chore, but pleasure wasn't exactly my end goal here. Nope. I was going to this haunted house, and I was going to have fun even if it killed me. I crossed my arms and dug in my heels. I'll be just as safe there as I would be here, and you know it. Heck, you've all but insured it, right? It'll just be you and me going through it, and you vetted all the staff and actors involved. No worries, right? What about the fear part? What about it? Someone in your condition shouldn't be frightened like that. All the books say so. My condition? My cheeks heated with anger. My condition is currently stressed out, and stress is just as bad as anything else for conception. To prove my point, I stalked back to the bedroom and grabbed my favorite manual, flipping to the page of dos and don'ts. I held it up in front of his face. See? Nowhere on here does it say anything about not going to a haunted house. I closed the book with a resounding thwap, nearly catching the end of his nose in it, before setting it aside and grabbing my jacket and bag on the way to the door. Now, I'm going out tonight. I'm going to have fun. Are you going to be there with me or not? Z looked as grim as a reaper as he followed me outside the townhouse, then into the waiting limo. About 20 minutes later, we pulled up outside another townhouse, this one in much worse condition than the one we'd left. It was in the suburbs of the city with a huge stone edifice and a spooky goth waiting on the crumbling stoop to greet us. 2 huge glass light fixtures attached to the cement railing on either side of the front door cast the area in a dim, yellowish glow. Z started out of the back of the limo, grimacing as death metal music and the occasional screech of a bat echoed from the sidewalk outside. He stopped and turned back to me. "You sure about this, princess?" I swallowed hard and nodded. I'd always had a love-hate relationship with scary things, but tonight I just wanted to forget. Forget about the possibility of pregnancy, forget my father still lying in the hospital, no worse but no better either. Forget about my cousin back in Prelia, working day and night to destroy my country. Yes, I'm sure. I took Z's hand so he could help me out of the car. It was surprisingly warm for late October. Then again, that could just be my wacky hormones giving me hot flashes. Let's do this. I smiled at the goth who bowed, then creaked open the massive doors to the dilapidated townhouse. Z scanned both directions and said something into his Bluetooth headset to his security team, then led me inside. At first it looked like a typical horror film set, blue lights beaming down on a damp and murky hallway. The walls were a mess of crumbling plaster and jagged wood with the occasional metal bar piercing through. We made our way down the corridor, Z tense beside me, dodging puddles as we went. I wondered where the water had come from, but then we emerged into the room at the end, and I wondered no more. They'd certainly made the gore realistic. I'd give them that. The room was set up like a mock autopsy suite, complete with a sliced open cadaver on the table. Not one to be overly squeamish about blood and guts, I was surprised to find my stomach churning at the sight. Internal organs and various parts were strewn about like limp pasta noodles, and the smell. God, whatever they'd used to recreate that chemical mixed with rotted meat stench was... Yep. I barely had time to race to the corner before I lost the meager contents of my stomach. I was mortified. Z was perfectly composed and capable as always, rubbing my back and holding my hair out of my face for me. He didn't even bat an eye when I was finished, all flushed and flustered, just handed me a handkerchief from his pocket to clean myself up and a breath mint. "I'm sorry," I managed to say, my voice trembling. "We shouldn't have come here." "You were right." "I usually am," he said, but his tone was nothing but kind. "Come on, princess. Let's get you back outside and into some fresh air. It's definitely rank in here." "Please don't talk about it," I said, leaning heavily on him for support as we made our way back down the blue hallway. Out of nowhere, a guy in a hazmat suit pounced on us, and Z nearly ripped the guy's head off before I stopped him. Talk about a jump scare. By the time we made it back to the limo, I felt cold and tired and unaccountably close to tears. This whole thing was getting out of hand. I needed to step it up and find out if we were having a baby or not. Z helped me back into the limo, then radioed his team again, telling them we were on our way back home. Can we make a stop on the way?" I asked as he slid onto the black leather seat beside me. "At the drugstore?" He gave me a weird look at first, but then I patted my stomach, and realization dawned in his blue eyes. "Right, sure, princess."
Chapter 15. I waited outside the bathroom door in the townhouse while S took care of business. It was early, I knew that, but given the way she'd reacted so violently to those putrid butcher's leftovers in the haunted house earlier, maybe she really was pregnant. The sound of a toilet flushing was followed by running water as S washed her hands, then opened the door. In her hand was the test. "It's probably not going to show anything," she said, her fingers still trembling a bit. "It hasn't even been a full week yet since my period was supposed to start." "Shouldn't matter," I said. "I talked to the pharmacist in the store. He said that even this soon, if you're pregnant, there's a 90% chance this test will show it. That's why I got this one." I shrugged. "And if it's negative tonight, and you still don't start your period by the end of the week, then we'll do a second one. That's why I got 2. S sighed and leaned against the door jamb. "I just don't want to be disappointed." "I know, princess." I leaned against the wall beside her, our shoulders touching as we waited the longest 3 minutes of my life. "It'll be okay." "But what if it isn't?" S chattered on, unable to stop talking. It was one of the things she did when she was stressed, I'd noticed, rambling on about all the questions swirling in her head. I should have started preparing earlier. I should have taken those books more seriously. I should have... The ding of the timer in the bathroom echoed around us like a clarion call. "Oh, God," S said, eyes closed and face pale. "I can't look." "Yes, you can, princess." I held her wrist gently, my thumb rubbing over her soft skin until she opened her eyes and met my gaze. "Whatever that thing shows, we'll handle it together. We're partners in this, remember?" S gave a slight nod, then turned slowly back into the bathroom where the box with the results chart sat on the counter. I followed her inside, peering over her shoulder at the box, then the test in her hand, doing a double take. One bright fuchsia line showed in the tiny window on the stick. I exhaled slowly. According to the box, that was a negative. Okay. Fine. We'd keep trying. A tiny pang of disappointment stabbed my heart. I hadn't realized until this moment how much I'd wanted the test to be positive. Then she gasped, and I looked again. A second line, faint at first, but growing darker by the second, appeared to the right of the first. According to the box. "We're..." S said, meeting my gaze in the mirror, a sheen of tears sparkling in hers. "Oh my God, Z, we're pregnant!" Stunned, I looked from the test in her hand to her eyes, then back again. We were having a baby. My baby. Our baby. The conversation I'd had with my buddy a few weeks ago came back to my mind. Friends are great, but family always comes first. As of tonight, S and I were starting a family together. And yes, at the end of all this, I'd be leaving them behind to return to my SEAL team, because that's what I wanted. But the ties of blood would always be there, no matter what. My baby. S sniffled and set the test aside. I don't know what to do. Carefully, as if she was made of the most fragile glass, I pulled her stiff form into my arms, still a bit in shock myself. "I meant what I said, princess. We're partners in this. Our kid. We'll face all of this together." Slowly, I led her out of the bathroom and down the hall toward the comfy living room. There, I settled her on the sofa, then sat beside her, unsure of myself for once. I wanted to pull her onto my lap and hold her close. I wanted to sweep her off to bed and make love to her all night. I wanted to shout from the rooftops that I'd made a baby. Instead, I slid my arm around her shoulders. She rested her cheek against my chest, and I pressed my chin to the top of her head. All was peaceful until my cell phone started buzzing in my pocket. I'd taken my Bluetooth headset off as soon as we'd gotten back to the townhouse. Z, I said, answering. My second-in-command on the security team rattled off the last words I expected to hear that night. There's been a fire, sir, at the haunted house. 2 of the actors inside were taken to the hospital with smoke inhalation. Thought you'd want to know. Any word on the cause? I asked, my mind immediately running through the most recent death threats against the royal family. Had one of those nut jobs finally made a move? If that wasn't the case, it was a hell of a coincidence. None yet, sir. The fire marshal is here now, inspecting the damage. When did the fire start? The 911 call was 12 minutes after you and the princess left. In other words, too damn close. Keep me posted. Will do. What's wrong? S asked once I had ended the call. Nothing, princess. I stroked her hair until she closed her eyes again and her breath evened out. Nothing at all. Long afterward, I sat in the quiet room while S slept tucked against my side. I couldn't seem to let her go. We'd just been at that place a few hours earlier. And yeah, it was a hellhole. But it was meant to be. Despite the rundown appearances, we'd had it inspected, and it had checked out as safe. I'd been sure of that before I'd ever let my princess in there. My protective instincts went into overdrive, not that they hadn't been there before where she was concerned. Except I'd always been able to tell myself it was because of the job. Now, though, it was because of our unborn child. Chapter 16. Okay, princess? I asked, glancing over at S in the back of the limo. We were on our way to the first official doctor's appointment post-positive pregnancy test. Hard to believe it had been almost 10 days already since the night we'd found out about the pregnancy, and about the suspicious fire at that haunted house. Yes, S said, staring out the window beside her at the overcast, blustery day. It's nice to get outside for a change. I had to admit I felt the same. For security reasons, we'd both kept a low profile since Halloween. It gave me a lot of time to think, lots of time to worry, too, which was stupid when I really thought about it. I was in this to get back to my SEAL team, no more, no less. Now, if someone would just let my heart in on that secret, I'd be all set. I wasn't cut out to be a father. Not in the real sense, anyway. My job was too time-consuming, too dangerous. And if anyone knew firsthand the pain and trauma a child suffered when his father didn't come home from work, it was me. If I closed my eyes, I could still feel that hollow grief, the gaping wound in my soul that had never healed from the day I'd been told my parents were dead. No child should ever have to go through that. Nope. The fact I'd be out of both S and the baby's lives after 1 year was best for everyone. So why didn't I feel better about that? Getting back to work, real work, with my team was what I wanted, right? S sighed and rubbed her stomach, a slight frown on her pretty face. I reached into my pocket for the ever-ready packet of saltine crackers I kept handy. Need something to munch on? She took one, giving me a wan smile. At 6 weeks, the morning sickness had struck hard, except it wasn't just in the morning. With S, it seemed to be 24/7 nausea with a hefty side of upchuck. I did my best to stay alert and attentive to the signs, bringing juice or crackers or water or whatever she needed whenever she needed it. As a result, neither of us had gotten a solid 8 hours sleep in a while. Honestly, I had felt less on edge in active shooter situations. At least then, I knew what I was dealing with, and I could be proactive instead of reactive. As the mom-to-be nibbled away on her saltine, I found myself filling the silence in the back of the car, something I'd been doing a lot more of lately. For a guy who normally didn't say much, I was becoming a regular chatterbox. Hopefully, you'll feel better after we see the doctor today, I said, staring out the window at the snarled traffic ahead. When I was a kid, I used to hate going to the doctor. Didn't help we were always traveling to a different part of the world. Hard to find English-speaking docs sometimes, so you took what you got. That must have been fun for you, though, S said, her voice quiet and her eyes closed as she leaned her head back against the plush leather seat. Seeing all those different cultures. Sure, yeah. It was fun until you got sick. I snorted and shook my head. I was a pretty healthy kid most of the time, but, man. I remember about a month after we arrived in Istanbul, I had strep throat. I was 4, maybe, and scared to death of the man my mother took me to. He wore this red fez and a white robe, and I tensed and put a protective hand on S when the limo braked hard as a black SUV cut us off, pulling in front of us. I glanced at Esme, glad to see she was fine, even though she looked a little startled. I was just starting to relax when the black SUV brake-checked us. "What's going on?" I growled into my headset to the driver. "Don't know. Maybe just an asshole," he responded, dropping back a bit. But a red light put us right behind the SUV again at the next intersection. "Change lanes," I ordered, "and take a quick left." I switched to talking to one of the escort vehicles that stayed near us. "Hilton Stebbs, stay with the SUV. Give me a status report in 5. It might be nothing, just a jerk driver, but I wasn't taking that chance. Not after the fire in the haunted house. The fire inspector's report showed the cause was oil-soaked rags that had been torched. They had been contained in a metal bucket, which had kept the fire from spreading throughout the structure. But the smoke had been intense. If we'd still been there, the smoke would have created the perfect screen to conceal a kidnapping or worse. It was an old trick, but an effective one. "Boss," Hilt spoke in my ear. "SUV turned into a parking garage. Do you want us to stay on him?" "Likely nothing, then." "No. Park on the street in front of the doctor's office as planned." Next to me, Esme had dozed off. Something that had started happening a lot when we were in the car. It wasn't really a surprise, given how poorly she'd been sleeping at night. In slumber, her face was relaxed, the small lines between her dark brows smooth. She was beautiful, but she looked thinner and more fragile than she had before. Watching over her triggered my already strong protective urges where she was concerned, as well as my need to take control. If anyone was coming after S, they'd have to get through me first. A few minutes later, I gently woke her as we pulled up in an alley adjacent to the OB/GYN's office. I got out first to survey the area and make sure my security team was in place before ushering S quickly into the rear entrance of the building. Once inside the waiting room, I did a perimeter check of the otherwise empty space. We'd booked out the doctor's entire afternoon schedule for S's appointment, not wanting to take a chance that S would be recognized. News of the king's failing health had been leaked to the press, creating a media circus every time Esme went out. We didn't want the world getting word of her pregnancy too, not yet. Fortunately, everything inside checked out. We had the place to ourselves. In one corner of the room was a small play area for kids. On top of a white, plastic table sat a racetrack with several cars. I remembered wanting that same setup badly when I'd been younger. We'd been in Croatia then, and the supply of American toys had been thin. I remembered my dad searching high and low for the track set, and finally coming home late one night with the box under his arm. I had thought my dad was a superhero right about then. "What are you smiling about?" S asked, her too perceptive gaze locked on me. "See that car racing set on the table there? I had the same one as a kid." I chuckled. My dad worked a miracle to get it for me. Still don't know how he managed it. "You must have been a lucky little boy," she said, smiling. My happiness deflated. Sure, if becoming an orphan 6 months later is lucky. S reached over and laid her hand over mine. "I'm so sorry. I didn't—" "Your Highness," the nurse said, dropping into an awkward curtsy before S. "The doctor's ready for you now." "I can wait out here," I said, standing to help S up. "Don't be silly. I want you back there with me," she said, tugging me forward with her hand on my arm. "You know how scattered my concentration is these days. I need you to take notes for me." I did my best to stay on the periphery of the examination, not wanting to intrude or invade her privacy any more than I already had. They did all the usual stuff from what I could see. Height, weight, blood pressure, medical history. Then the physical. All normal. Once S was dressed again and sitting on the end of the exam table, the doctor went over what she should expect. "I'll write you a prescription for something to help with the nausea too," the physician said. "We'll also need to get some blood work before you leave to check your iron levels, glucose, etc., and check your urine." She handed S a plastic bag with cartoon baby toys emblazoned on the side. "There's a script in there for prenatal vitamins as well. You'll want to start on those right away, though be sure to take them with food. If you don't, they can make the nausea worse. Since you've booked out the entire afternoon, We'll go ahead and do a preliminary sonogram today as well. S gave me an excited look, but then turned back to the doctor. We want to be surprised about the gender. There won't be anything in the sonogram that'll give that away yet, will there? No, the doctor said, wheeling over the portable sonogram machine. It's far too early for that. But with luck, we should be able to pick up the heartbeat today. Wonderful. S leaned back on the table and gestured for me to move closer. He wants to see too. The doctor smiled at me, and heat prickled up from beneath the collar of my white dress shirt. You two make a nice couple. How long have you been together? Oh no, I started to say, then stopped and scowled as S pinched me hard on the arm. Ow. Thank you, S said, giving me a shut-up look. We've been together about a while, but didn't get serious until recently. Babies will do that. The doctor snapped on a pair of gloves, then had S raise the hem of her black sweater and lower the waistband of her jeans slightly to expose her lower abdomen. The doctor squirted a small mound of gel onto S's skin. Cold, if the way she flinched was any indication, then pressed the sensor in place with one hand while fiddling with the computer keyboard and monitor with the other. Move up your timeline, I mean. Same thing happened to my husband and me. We'd planned on starting a family one day, just not when we did. But love and children have their own schedule, don't they? On screen, all I could see was a white circle filled with endless black. The doctor said that was the interior of S's uterus, but you couldn't tell it by me. Now, the baby's barely the size of a peanut swimming around in there at this point. We'll only be able to pick up the heartbeat if he or she happens to swim close to this area of the surface where the sensor is located. Fingers crossed. The doctor moved the sensor around from left to right, searching for nearly 5 minutes. My hopes dwindled. No luck today, apparently. I was grabbing some tissues to help S clean up from all that gel when the doctor held up a hand, stopping me. There, see it? She clicked a few keys on the computer to zoom in, and then there it was. The baby. My baby. With a tiny flickering light near its center. The doctor cranked up the sound, and soon a rhythmic pulse beat echoed through the room. We have a heartbeat. Congratulations, Your Highness. S clutched my fingers so tightly I thought they might snap off, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Tears shone in her eyes, and I felt an unexpected prickle at the back of my eyes too, as pride swelled up inside me. I'd made that. We'd made that. Our baby. It felt like getting hit with a warm, fuzzy sledgehammer.
Chapter 17. I puttered around the townhouse that evening, feeling restless and bored. Being pregnant was so different from what I'd expected. There was the sickness, sure, but then there were all the hormone fluctuations that made me giddy one second, weepy the next, and everything in between. Right then, I felt like I wanted companionship. The doctor's appointment earlier had been a big deal. At last, I finally had medical confirmation that there was indeed a baby growing inside me, and that all was well, for the moment anyway. And when the doctor had brought up that tiny ultrasound image of our baby's beating heart, I sighed, hugging my hands over my heart. So precious. Though not usually one to be overly sappy about things, I felt truly moved that Z and I had done it. We'd made a baby together. We'd given me a shot at keeping my throne and my country safe. We'd just done it a bit sooner than I'd expected. Now we had 7.5 months to get ready. 7.5 months to figure out how to make this awkward situation work between us without the baby-making sex to take up our time and attention. A weird pang of longing squeezed through my chest. Truth be told, I'd missed that baby-making sex. No, not the sex so much as the connection I'd found with Z. He'd been surprisingly tender and attentive with me, even though this had been nothing more than a way for him to get back to the SEAL team he loved. And, yeah, okay. The sex had been pretty great, too. My cell phone buzzed with more incoming messages from my father's Prylian advisors. They wanted me to make a formal announcement about my father's condition. They also wanted me to know that my plan would only work if the baby was a boy. They reminded me that my child would only inherit the crown if Z and I were legally wed before the birth. All of those things were important, but none of them were what was foremost on my mind at the moment. Through the open door in the hall, the one that led down to the basement where Z was currently working out, I heard the clank of his metal weights and the occasional grunt or groan from the man himself. My traitorous mind immediately flashed images of other times he'd made those same noises, when we'd been in bed together. The yearning in my heart intensified, along with the simmering want in my blood. It was the hormones. Had to be. I was not usually so sex-obsessed, even around men I desired. But there was something about Z. So strong, so alpha, so damned gorgeous. I was setting aside my nightly bedtime snack of apple slices and crackers and was on my feet before I realized what I was doing. Surely one little peek at the man downstairs, all sweaty and buff from his exertions, wouldn't hurt anything, right? No one ever had to know. I could hide behind the stair railing and watch him a moment as he exercised, but as I tiptoed down the steps, I heard a second male voice that stopped me in my tracks. Would Z's friend spot me if I went the rest of the way? I couldn't be sure, and I paused on the middle stairs and crouched to look through the railing. Z's open laptop was perched on the counter in front of the weight machine. On it was a bald-headed African-American man with a Navy SEAL tattoo. I wondered if Z had shared the happy news with him yet. My smile fell slightly at that. No, he wouldn't, would he? Since this was nothing more than a job for him, a means to an end. Though I'd swear he'd looked just as dazzled as I'd felt about seeing our bean-sized baby for the first time today. Rather than eavesdrop on the conversation, however, I was more interested in the sexy hunk of man flesh laid out before me on the workbench. His bare torso was roped with muscles, toned and tanned and gleaming with sweat beneath the overhead recessed lighting. The sprinkling of hair on his pecs trailed downward to disappear beneath the waistband of his blue basketball shorts. His legs, long and firm and sprinkled with the same dark golden hair, were braced on either side of the bench, his bare feet planted firmly on the hardwood floor, his powerful thighs spread slightly to accommodate his position. My brain short-circuited with lust as my hormones went haywire once more. All I could seem to think about now was continuing down the stairs and climbing on top of him. The fact that his friend might witness it all didn't deter my pregnancy-fueled libido. Before I could move, though, Z was up and over at the computer, saying goodbye to his friend before shutting the laptop. He grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his neck before cracking open a bottle of water and downing half the contents in one long gulp. I watched the muscles of his throat work as he swallowed, the tips of his blonde hair dark with sweat, and wished I could walk over there and lick his skin, tasting the salt there. Quietly as I could, I stood and made my way slowly to the bottom of the stairs. If I'd been my normal self, I would have returned upstairs and forgotten all about this crazy seduction plan. But as it was, the hormones had gotten the better of me. That's the excuse I was going with anyway. One of the floorboards creaked under my feet, and Z spun fast to look at me. For a moment he didn't say anything, his warm blue gaze trailing over me from head to toe. I felt that glance like a physical touch, driving my already powerful desire over the edge. He barely had a chance to set his water aside before I was on him, tackling him back against the bar, my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist, literally jumping him. At first, Z seemed too stunned to respond to my kisses, but then he relaxed into them, his tongue parting my lips to slip inside. His mouth tasted cool from the water and slightly salty from his sweat. I couldn't get enough. He tangled his fingers in my hair, holding me closer as he deepened the kiss. Finally, he pulled away, his hands cupping my rear and his breath panting. "Hey, Princess S." I tried to kiss him again, not wanting to think, only wanting to feel, but he pulled away, resting his forehead against mine. "Hey, hang on. Is everything okay? You never come down here." I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, taking comfort in the scent of citrus and sweat and warm mail. The last thing I wanted to do was rehash all of our problems tonight. I knew all too well what we were up against outside the sheltered walls of this townhouse. What I wanted instead was just to feel good, to feel desired, to feel anything but the fear and sorrow of knowing my father would soon be gone and I'd be left alone to deal with the aftermath. "Please," I said, holding Z tighter, my guardian against the world. Please just hold me. I want you to make love to me, Z. Not because we're making a baby, but just because you're so good at it and I need to feel good right now. Please?" His eyes warmed, then he cursed under his breath, apparently losing some battle with himself. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor, and it was so perfect. All of it, all the tension and stress I'd been carrying seemed to melt away. When it was over, my eyes soon closed and I drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep, aware of nothing but the feel of Z's arms slipping beneath me to carry me up to our bed.
Chapter 18. I had always considered Thanksgiving a time to kick back and relax, enjoy some turkey and all the fixings and watch sports on TV. I'd never considered the media firestorm currently whirling around the townhouse as something even in the realm of possibilities. "How did they find out?" S asked, her gaze locked on the TV screen in front of us. "We haven't told anyone. No one knew except my father and the physician. Even the people who knew we'd be trying, like my dad's staff, didn't know about the positive test." "I don't know." I shook my head and raked a hand through my hair. "The paparazzi must have been following us around and put two and two together." That was the only rational explanation I could come up with for the fact that S and I had our pictures plastered all over every network tabloid show across the country. The headlines read everything from "An early Christmas present for the princess" to "The poor boy and the princess make a baby." If that wasn't bad enough, the phones had been ringing off the hook with news outlets calling for a statement from the expecting mom and dad. I might be comfortable behind a weapon, but I sure as hell had no desire to get in front of the camera. S's PR team was buzzing around the place, reconfirming my worst fears. There was no way to get out in front of this situation now. The best we could hope for was to ride the wave to a positive conclusion. For her part, S adjusted to the situation quickly. Then again, she'd been born to life in the public eye. I hadn't. She chuckled and placed her hand on my arm. "Don't look so grim. This is actually perfect timing. We can announce our engagement before the holidays and get it out of the way. We'll say it was a whirlwind romance." I wasn't so sure. "I don't know. I'm not really ready for all this yet." S shook her head at me. "What did you expect would happen when you agreed to marry a royal? This is nothing compared to how hyped up things will get for our wedding. Don't be so naive." "I'm not naive," I said, feeling oddly defensive. "I guess I just thought I'd be able to stay in the background and let you and the baby take the spotlight. I'm not really cut out to be a public figure. I've got too many skeletons in my closet." One of the PR guys said, giving a derisive snort. "Well, if your past is anything like your wardrobe, we're all in trouble, honey." "Hey," I scowled down at my casual black t-shirt and jeans. I wasn't expecting to be seen in public today. "What's wrong with my outfit? It's clean and it's comfortable." "It's also boring and hardly befitting for the future husband of a princess." The guy walked around me, assessing me from all sides. "Body's not bad. Hair's a bit scruffy. Face is good if we can get you to stop glowering at everyone. It'll be a challenge, but I can work with it. What time's the interview again?" A woman behind the guy called. 7 o'clock tonight." "Interview?" I took a step back. I never agreed to any interview. "Good thing, too. We can't have you mucking it all up even worse than it already is, now can we?" The guy said, his thumbs flying across his phone screen as he typed. "I need to get on this if I'm going to get you ready in time." "Get me ready? You're here for S, not me." My frown darkened. "And I won't muck anything up. This team is here for the royal family of which you will soon be a part, big boy. Best get used to it now." The guy clicked off his phone and walked away before I could respond. Grumbling under my breath, I moved in closer to S's side where she sat in a stylist's chair, while she was primped to within an inch of her life. She looked paler than before, and I didn't like it one little bit. I leaned closer to whisper, "Are you okay?" S flashed a wan smile. "Yeah, just a tad nauseous again." I walked over to the credenza and pulled out a fresh baggie of saltines from my store of snacks I kept stashed around the townhouse, then carried them back to S. "When was the last time you ate?" "I don't know. Breakfast, I suppose." "That was over 5 hours ago." I checked my watch. The doctor said you should eat every 2 hours. What about your pills? I'm fine, she said, nibbling on a saltine. And I don't need a pill. I don't like taking them during the day. They make me sleepy. Quit fussing. It's my job to fuss, I muttered. By the way, I told these people I don't want to be the spokesperson tonight. Fine. S took a sip from the cup of tea her assistant handed to her, then nodded, a bit of color returning to her cheeks. You can stand by my side and play the strong, silent type. You'll be okay, don't worry. What if this all goes to hell? We won't let it. Sylvester might have his supporters, but I've got a lot of people on my side too. The PR team won't let you make a fool of yourself, because that would reflect badly on me, and they love me. S winked. Just do what they say, and wear what they tell you to, and everything will work out, I promise. 3 hours later, I felt even more unsure than I had earlier that afternoon. I'd been groomed and combed and styled and felt incredibly uncomfortable in a gray wool double-breasted Armani suit. I longed for my traditional black and white but had the sickening feeling those days were long gone. The guy from earlier walked by and gave a loud wolf whistle before shoving a small blue velvet box into my hand. Confused, I opened it to see a delicate diamond and ruby ring, with a large, deep red center stone surrounded by shimmering white diamonds on a gold band. Where did this come from? I asked. The king, the guy said. It belonged to Princess Esme's mother. After she passed away, the king wore it on a chain around his neck in remembrance of his beloved wife. Isn't that the sweetest story you've ever heard? I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to tug my tie loose and undo a button or two. The reality of the situation settled upon me, heavy as a boulder. This was really happening. Not just the interview, but the proposal, the future marriage, the future kid. Yes, I'd signed the contract and agreed to the deal. And yes, I'd gotten S pregnant. But until just now, the gravity of it all hadn't really registered. Our situation had been private, just ours. Now, we were going to share it with the rest of the world. And the rest of the world demanded a level of glitz and glamour I just wasn't sure I could provide. As I stared down into that small blue box with the glittering ring inside, it became clear that this was more than a simple wedding. I was no gem expert, but I'd hazard to guess this ring was worth more than everything I owned. It had to be really old, too, maybe centuries old. I wondered how many previous Prylan princesses might have worn it and under what circumstances they'd married. Love matches were the exception in royal circles, at least from what I'd read, so S's choice to marry for practicality rather than love wasn't that unusual in her circles, no matter how odd it felt to me sometimes. Then again, most days I still felt like an outsider looking in at all the political intrigue and publicity that S seemed to take in stride. I might be her bodyguard and protector, but when it came to this stuff, she was definitely my guardian. I took a deep breath and squared my shoulders before heading to the room they'd set up for the interview. S was already in there, her stylist buzzing around her, doing last-minute touch-ups. I didn't want to disappoint her, not now, not tonight. So I raised my chin and put on a brave smile. "You look lovely, princess," I said, leaning in to sneak a kiss on her cheek while the stylist was working on the other side of S's face. "A bit pale, though. Do you need anything? I've got mints and crackers and even a few chocolates in my pocket. I can run upstairs and get your pills too if you need them." "I'm good." She patted my hand. "What's that in your hand?" "Oh." I opened the box, showing her what the king had sent. "They told me it belonged to your mother." She sniffled and blinked hard. It did. Wow. I've dreamed of this moment since I was a little girl, but I never expected it to happen quite like this. A pang of disappointment shot through me at the sad note in her voice. "I'm sorry, princess. You probably pictured yourself with some tall, dark, diplomatic guy who would know all the right things to say and do in these situations." S placed a finger against my lips, and my whole body tingled with awareness. The warmth in her pretty hazel eyes made my chest squeeze with affection. No. I pictured myself with a man who was smart and loyal and trustworthy. "You're perfect for the job." She held out her left hand to me, waiting. With more confidence than I felt, I slipped the ring on her finger. Her eyes met mine, and we had just a second to share the experience of being truly engaged. "Okay," the production manager said. "Places, everyone. We go live in 60 seconds. S and I were escorted over to a beige silk divan and seated side by side, her hand clenched in mine and her smile serene as she stared directly ahead into the camera. I tried to mimic her serenity, at least on the outside. The production manager held up his hand and counted down with his fingers. "Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, go!" During the interview, the reporter rattled on, and S answered question after question. I nodded when it seemed appropriate, did my best to respond to questions put to me, and kept my smile plastered in place. Later, I couldn't have told anyone what was said, or even what I did. By the time we were finished, people patted me on the back, and even the guy who'd dressed me seemed impressed with how I'd done. My attention, however, was focused solely on S. She'd been my rock throughout the whole interview, my anchor in a sea of uncertainty. That thought should have unsettled me, but for some reason, it only made me feel closer to her. Sure, none of this was real, but the sense of security I felt in her presence was no joke. It reminded me a bit of how I'd felt with my mom. It was a welcome memory. "I think I learned more about you in those 60 minutes than you've told me the entire time we've been together," she said afterward, as she toed off her shoes, then sighed in relief. "We'll talk more later, after I change out of these things. I'm eager to know more."
Chapter 19. Later that night, after the production crews had moved out of the townhouse and things were quiet again, I sat snuggled in my favorite flannel PJs on the love seat in the living room. Z had changed out of his fancy suit as well, into gray sweatpants and a worn t-shirt with the Navy logo across the front. "You did a good job tonight," I said as he returned from the kitchen with 2 mugs of hot cocoa and a big bowl of popcorn. He handed me a mug, then took the seat beside me, placing the bowl of popcorn between us. As lusty as I'd been the previous evening, tonight I was just too tired to have sex. Another side effect of the hormones. They seemed to zap my energy. I placed a protective hand on the slight bulge of my abdomen. Still, it would all be worth it to hold my healthy baby in my arms. I picked up the remote from the table beside me and handed it to Z. "Here, pick us out something good to watch on Netflix." Z clicked on the TV, then scrolled through the selections. He'd voiced no objections about our abstinence tonight, for which I was beyond grateful. We'd never explicitly said exactly how often we'd be having sex in our faux relationship, but it had been implied after I'd jumped him in the basement last night that our trysts would still continue even though I'd successfully conceived. "You want something funny or sad or scary?" he asked around a mouth of popcorn. "Let's try funny. Don't think my stomach can handle gore tonight." "Are you all right, princess?" he asked, glancing sideways at me. "I can run and get your pills if you want." No, I'm fine." At his dubious look, I smiled. "Really? I just want to spend a quiet night in and relax with you." His slow grin made my heart squeeze with joy. "Sounds divine, princess." We settled on a new made-for-Netflix rom-com about kids in a California high school running a kissing contest. It was light and sweet and just the thing I needed to get my mind off everything else going on. One of the deeper themes of the film was hidden scars, things people hid from one another due to shame or embarrassment or out of some desire to protect another person. As I moved the now empty popcorn bowl aside and snuggled against Z to share his body warmth, I couldn't help wondering about all the things I still didn't know about him. I'd heard the stories about how his parents had died and how he'd grown up in foster care, but I'd still never heard much from him about his days with his SEAL team, nor had he told me exactly what had happened to get him suspended. But there was one thing above all others that I really wanted to know more about, something I'd noticed during sex: the scars on his back. I wanted to know how he'd gotten them and if they had anything to do with why he'd been forced to leave his beloved SEAL team. With the harsh media spotlight that was bound to shine our way now that the king's condition and my pregnancy were public, I felt it would be best to learn as many of Z's secrets as I could now, rather than hear about them on the 6 o'clock news. "Can I ask you something?" I said, my cheek resting on his shoulder and his arm heavy and warm around my shoulders. I took a deep breath, reveling in his scent of soap and spice and warm, clean male. Something personal? He shifted his weight a bit, clearing his throat. Talking about himself wasn't his strong suit, I knew. But if we were going to weather the coming paparazzi storm together, there were things I needed to know. His gaze remained focused on the TV ahead. Okay. How did you get the scars on your back? I felt him tense and resisted the urge to recant my question. Instead, I gave him time, hoping that eventually he'd see it was safe to open up to me. My hand rested on his taut abdomen, and I stroked my thumb over the ridges of his muscles, hoping to soothe him. Do they hurt? No. The word sounded choked out and he coughed again. Not anymore. Z frowned down at me. Are you sure you want to hear about that? You said gore wasn't your thing tonight. Give me the abbreviated version then. I dropped a kiss on his peck through the cotton of his shirt. Z sighed and closed his eyes, silent for a moment, as if coming to a decision. When he opened them again, both sadness and resignation lurked in their blue depths. Rocks. Jagged, sharp rocks. That's what caused them. I scowled. Were you tortured? No. It might have been easier if I was. He gave a dismal chuckle. I got them during a mission gone wrong. My friend Deacon had been shot. It was bad. We'd been given the wrong coordinates by the higher-ups and walked right into a trap, a deadly trap. 8 of our security support team members were injured or killed. Luckily, all of my SEAL team survived, barely. You were injured saving your friend. You really are a hero. Yeah? Z shook his head and looked away. Well, the U.S. government didn't see it that way. They didn't appreciate me asking a bunch of questions after the mission. Things like who screwed up our orders and why we were sent into hostile territory and all but set up to die. He flinched and cursed under his breath. When Deacon was shot, we were in a remote area of the Central American jungle on a Black Ops mission. It was beyond top secret, and if we were caught, we were to deny any knowledge of U.S. involvement. Deacon and I were stationed on the rocky banks of a river, running surveillance. Easy picking for the enemy snipers. They took Deacon down with a bullet to the shoulder and another to the leg, then tried to end him with a shot to the head. I managed to duck behind some supplies, but they still nailed me in the right leg. They jammed our communications so I couldn't call for help or reinforcements. The longer we were stuck out there, the worse our situation looked. I had to get him out myself. I held him tighter, hating the pain and distance in his expression as he lost himself in the horrific memories. I really thought we were both goners that day. There were so many bullets, so much gunfire, so much blood and death. My injured leg was useless, so I couldn't stand, couldn't walk. I had to drag myself and Deacon to safety in the cover of the jungle, scooting backwards on the ground. Those rocks were so sharp, they sliced right through my flak jacket. Deacon was out cold, so it was easier to carry his weight atop me, but the added pressure only made those rocks cut deeper. All I remember is just praying to God to get us out of there, to keep us safe, to not let us die like animals. Tears stung my eyes, and I snuggled closer to him, hoping to provide what comfort I could, though it all seemed useless at the moment. I'm so sorry, Z. That's terrible. How did you end up getting out? I didn't find out until later, actually. He exhaled slow. Once Deacon and I reached the cover of the tree line, I passed out from the blood loss and the pain. Next time I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital room at Walter Reed. Deacon was in the bed next to mine. We'd survived, thanks to the rest of our team. They heard the gunfire and came to help us, orders be damned. Without them, I wouldn't be here now. I rested my forehead against his chin. You should have been given a medal. You were a hero that day. How did you end up suspended instead? Like I said, the brass didn't appreciate me asking a bunch of questions they didn't want to answer, but I couldn't just let it go, even though my commander said I should. He said we could look into it ourselves later, after all the attention died down. I wasn't about to drop it, though. I wanted answers. I still do. So they suspended me, made up some trumped-up charges about dereliction of duty and whatnot. My commander had to pull God knows how many strings to get me tagged for this assignment, so I could earn an income until he could bring me back. He shook his head. I'd still rejoin the team in a heartbeat, though. Those guys are the closest thing I have to family now. They're my brothers. I'd die for each and every one of them without question. Then there's the guilt. Guilt? I looked up at him, confused. What in the world do you have to feel guilty about? I just keep thinking that if I'd just paid more attention, just looked at things more closely that day, then maybe we would have discovered the trap ahead of time, and Deacon and I would not have been injured. Stop. No. You did everything you could. I cupped his cheeks to force him to meet my gaze, determination pulsing through every nerve in my body. You were a hero. None of that was your fault. None. Understand? He sighed. The world's a dangerous place, Princess, full of violence and scars. What happens when our baby is born and has to face all of that? I sniffled. There's nothing we can do about that. The world is dangerous, yes, and people get scars. It's true. All we can do is help our child heal when they're hurting, give them the skills to cope. When my mother died, I wanted to die too. I didn't know how to go on without her. My father felt the same way. We still carry those scars even if they're invisible. But you know what? Sometimes it's those scars that make you stronger, that make you appreciate life and beauty and goodness. The pain makes you appreciate the pleasure even more. Our child will be fine because we'll make sure of it. Z hugged me tight, his breath warm on the top of my head. I hope so, Princess. I hope so. And I hope one day I'll get to where you are, seeing the good in scars, because right now, all I have to show for mine is the pain. Chapter 20. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the royal family's private jet at Dulles International Airport, readying for takeoff to Pralia. My father had finally been pronounced well enough to travel by his physicians, and in short order, he had demanded to return home to his beloved country. Packing up the townhouse had taken a few days, as had filing the required paperwork and manifests for the flight, but at last we were all boarded and ready to go. I was seated near the front of the cabin with Z beside me while my father and the rest of his medical convoy were taking up the back portion of the plane. I glanced over at my husband-to-be, picking up immediately on his worried vibes. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing," he said, not looking up from the stack of papers he was sorting through. "Just the usual security threats." The ones he'd followed up on were flagged with little red post-its. I had learned that much over the past few weeks we'd spent together. I'd also learned that while I'd been dealing with my lingering morning sickness and other adjustments of the first trimester of pregnancy, he and his team had been contacting local authorities about the letters they'd received from weirdos who seemed to know too much about the royal schedule or who'd mentioned the Halloween fire at the haunted house specifically. Our own personal bodyguard stood poised across the space, stance ready in case of any problems. I bit back a smile at Z's grouchy attitude toward that development. I'd explained that as my fiancé, he would now have a security guard of his own. Z hadn't liked that, insisting it was a waste of money and that the guard shouldn't be guarded. Still, watching him page through all those threats and nasty letters, I couldn't help feeling grateful that there were people looking out for us. Couldn't help feeling a bit paranoid, too. When he wasn't working, Z watched me constantly, and it made me feel like a fish in a bowl. Growing up, my tutors had done that too, always watching me, though they had always been judging me, always criticizing behavior in one way or another. I stared out the window as our plane slowly taxied toward the runway. Was Z judging me too? Did he question my choices? Like when I'd chosen the Danish over the fruit cup at breakfast that morning. Yes, the fruit would have been healthier, but those carbs were irresistible. What about my flagging energy? Sure, I tended to nap far more often these days than go for walks around the block, but then I was growing a new human inside me. I glanced down at my feet, at the cute stiletto heels I'd worn today with my new wool slacks and cashmere turtleneck. Z hadn't liked those one bit, saying they were a walking hazard. He'd wanted me to wear a boring pair of flats instead. I'd ignored him, of course. Fashion was one of the few things I still felt excited about, and I wanted to wear my nice things before it became too difficult. Since we'd had our little spat about my wardrobe, though, he'd been very quiet. Too quiet. I'd never done well with silence. As the pilot came over the PA system, telling us to ready for takeoff, I was unable to stand it any longer. "What's wrong?" I asked again. "And don't say it's nothing, or I'll poke you." Z gave me a side glance, one brow raised, entirely too handsome for his own good in a black turtleneck to match my own, and soft wool trousers I'd helped pick out from the tailor. "Poke me? Seriously? What are you, 12? "No," I huffed, gripping the armrests of my chair tight as we zoomed down the runway. I'd never been a huge fan of flying, and takeoffs were the worst. Plummeting through space, being forced back into my seat by the pressure, the sickening drop of my stomach as we broke our earthly bounds and soared heavenward. The pregnancy only made it worse, and I swallowed hard against the rising bile in my throat, eyes squeezed shut. "Hey, princess," Z whispered, his arm warm and strong pressed against mine. "Breathe." I did, exhaling all my pent-up stress and anxiety, and then inhaling cool cabin air. After several minutes, my ears popped and my stomach settled, and I felt much better. I opened my eyes again to find Z watching me, his head cocked and his blue eyes warm. "You good?" he asked. "Got pills and crackers in my briefcase if you need them." "No, I'm better now. Thanks, though." I shifted in my seat as he started flipping through his papers again. "I can tell something's bothering you. You might as well tell me because you know I won't let it go until I find out the truth." He snorted. "Yeah, I know. Fine. I think there's a leak somewhere in our entourage." "A leak?" "An informant." He restacked his papers, then sat back. "I think someone here has been in contact with Sylvester's people in Prylia, tipping them off to where we're going and what we're doing, maybe even tipping off the press, too. That's the only reason I can come up with for how they found out about your pregnancy and the king's condition. Everyone at the doctor's office and at the hospital was fully screened beforehand, so I know it wasn't them. All the people around us have been with us for years." I blinked several times, shocked. "We trust them." "Maybe you shouldn't." He reached over and placed his hand over mine on the armrest. "Unfortunately, there's more, Princess. I didn't want to tell you, but I will, now that we're headed back to Prylia. The fire at the haunted house on Halloween wasn't an accident. It was deliberately set. I have to assume you were being targeted." I opened my mouth to respond, then closed it, unsure of what to say. So now not only were the people I trusted betraying my family, someone was trying to kill me as well. Without thinking, I placed my free hand over my abdomen, over my unborn child, knowing I'd do anything to protect my baby. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, Princess, but I'm pretty sure we've got a mole. Well, not a mole exactly, more of a hacker on the technical side, feeding information through social media or emails. But as of yet, I haven't been able to find the weak link. There's no common denominator." He squeezed my icy fingers in his warm ones. "I've asked my security team to step up the guard around you." The weight of the world suddenly fell upon my shoulders. Between the pregnancy and coping with my father's illness and impending demise, I hadn't really given much thought to my own safety. But now it was staring me in the face and requiring me to take action. Tears stung the backs of my eyes again, but I blinked them away. I would not cry, no matter how badly I wanted to. If only my mother were there, she'd know what to do, how to handle all of this. I sighed and rested my head on his shoulder. Puffy white clouds drifted past the windows of the plane. "Okay, Princess?" Z asked, his lips resting on the top of my head. "Yes. No, I don't know." My voice trembled, and I closed my eyes. I'm just so worried about everything now. What about my father? What about our baby? What about the future? It feels like no matter what I do, it's the wrong move. But I have to do something, and Z bent and kissed me, effectively ending the avalanche of doubts and fears cascading from my lips. By the time he pulled away, we were both a bit distracted, our breathing hitched. He rested his forehead against mine and smiled. "Whatever happens, Princess, we'll deal with it. Together. We're partners in this, remember?" His words sounded so sweet and steadfast, and I wanted so much to believe him, to believe that everything would work out for the best, no matter how dire things seemed now. But the niggle of doubt inside me refused to die. I knew Z would stand by my side until the baby was born, no matter what. I also knew that his ultimate goal was to get back to his SEAL team, and I couldn't stand in the way of that. Over the past few weeks, I'd grown not only to like Zachary Rayborn very much, I'd grown to respect him as well. He was a man of integrity and loyalty and moral fortitude. Someday he'd make one special woman very lucky. But it was getting harder and harder to remind myself that that woman wouldn't be me. He was only here because of our deal, and while I had no doubt he'd honor our contract, I couldn't be fooled into thinking his friendly affections were anything more than that. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to sit up straight and square my shoulders. I was Princess Esme of the Royal House of Prylia, and I would handle this because I'd been trained to do anything that the world required of me, alone if necessary, to save my country and to secure the throne for my child. I stared out the window again, my dread increasing as we traveled farther away from the States and closer to the danger zone ahead. "Princess?" Z asked again. "Yes, I'm fine," I said, thankful my voice was no longer shaking, despite my quivering inside. "We'll handle whatever lies ahead. Together." Z nudged me to get me to look at him, his smile inviting. I nodded. Together.
Chapter 21. Returning to Prylia felt stranger than I had expected. It wasn't because of the weather. It was a sunny, brisk winter's day when we landed. Nor was it the woman at my side. I'd grown to really like S, perhaps more than was wise. No. It was the fact that I'd left a bodyguard and was now coming back a soon-to-be prince consort. The title sat oddly on my shoulders, like a suit that didn't quite fit. I was used to being the security, not having guards of my own tracking my every move. Felix, the man they'd assigned to me, was competent enough. Hell, I had interviewed him for his job on the team myself when the guy had first hired in. We'd even hung out and shared a couple of beers with the rest of the guys. Now Felix was my assigned protector, ready to lay down his life to protect the newest member of Prylia's royal family. It was both humbling and more than a tad humiliating. Still, I was glad to be back in Prylia, where some of the burden of keeping S and our unborn child safe would be shouldered by the military. I knew the workings of the Prylian Army and Air Force intimately, having worked with them on task forces when I'd been a SEAL. That was part of the argument my commander had used to get me the security detail assignment here in the first place. But as the plane touched down, then slowly taxied to our gate, I couldn't shake the feeling that with all the upheaval caused by Sylvester's grab for power, the Prylian military defenses might now be lacking. Divided loyalties were dangerous things. Keeping S and my child safe was still my top priority, personally and professionally. I was glad to see that the military had kept the media away from the airport, at least. The last thing I wanted was a bunch more cameras shoved in my face today. "Where is everyone?" S asked, scowling out the window. "There should be a crowd of press. I'd hoped for a holiday-themed homecoming or something. I even texted ahead to my staff to take care of it." The relief I'd felt evaporated at the disappointment in her tone. I motioned Felix closer. "Do you know why there's no one here to greet Her Royal Highness?" Felix communicated to the team inside the airport through his Bluetooth earpiece, then cleared his throat, his expression a bit embarrassed. It seems that the royal cousin took it upon himself to make the arrangements for the royal family's arrival today. He's waiting for you just inside the gate." The bulky guard bowed slightly and stepped back into his position against the cabin wall. "Sylvester did this?" S swiveled in her seat to face me, looking lovely in her forest green cashmere coat and matching pillbox hat. I'd seen her get up and go back to the rear of the cabin earlier to change and fix her hair and makeup. She'd also spent some time with her father, who'd slept for most of the journey, his hospital bed taking up a large part of the back of the plane. S's pretty hazel eyes glittered with anger, and her cheeks were flushed, and if there weren't so many people around, I would have pulled her off her seat and into my lap to kiss her, until neither one of us cared about anything anymore except being together. I doubted S would appreciate my advances at this moment, though, what with her pink lipstick perfectly applied and her fancy outfit smoothed to perfection. So, instead, I got up to peer out the window myself. "He can't do that." S all but growled the words. It's not in my cousin's power to override royal orders. I snorted and shook my head. I doubt Sylvester cares at all about what is and isn't in his job description. As our plane neared the airport terminal, I spotted our limo and the man in question waiting for us, just as Felix had said. There was also an ambulance to transport the king back to the palace. Looks like you can take it up with him yourself soon enough. The pilot pulled to a stop, and the crew lowered a set of metal stairs down to the tarmac. A red carpet was rolled out from the plane to the limo, and I helped S up then out of the plane. The cold, crisp air was like a slap in the face, waking me up and putting all my senses on high alert. I didn't trust Sylvester any farther than I could throw him, which, granted, would have been fairly far, given that the man was skinny as a fence post, but still. S wasted no time charging straight up to her cousin and giving him what for. What the hell do you think you're doing? You have no right to interfere with my orders for the homecoming, nor were you invited to be here to greet us. Go away! Always a pleasure seeing you too, cousin, Sylvester said, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he bent to give her a totally fake air kiss on each cheek. Based on how furious my princess was, I was surprised S didn't take the opportunity to deck the guy then and there. She kept her decorum though, her hands fisted at her sides so tightly her knuckles had turned white. Sylvester went about his business as if usurping his royal cousin's authority was all in a day's work for him. Please, don't stress yourself, my dear. You've got a little one to worry about, from what I've heard. The guy glanced at me then, his black eyes beady and cold. I suppose congratulations are in order. This was said with the same level of contempt that usually accompanied finding something foul on the bottom of your shoe. I stepped forward to help S into the back of the limo, hating every second in this douchebag's condescending presence. If he was riding with us, and it certainly seemed like he would be, it was going to be a long trip back to the palace. Once the king had been situated in the ambulance and we were all loaded into the limo, we began the slow procession back to the royal palace of Prylia. The landscape here really was beautiful, I noted, as we weaved through the mountainous backcountry toward the capital city of Benham. So, a baby, Sylvester said into the taut silence between us all. How resourceful of you, cousin. And a husband-to-be, too. Didn't imagine you'd stoop to bedding the staff. S gripped my fingers so hard I feared they'd snap off and flashed me a sharp smile. We're in love, aren't we, darling? Very much, I replied, kissing her hand, watching Sylvester over the top of it, wondering how hard it would be to chuck the guy's body out of a moving vehicle. Seems you've been busy while we've been gone, too. Sylvester settled back in his seat, his long black overcoat reminding me of a cape like the old-time villains used to wear. Except this wasn't some B-grade movie, and the threat posed by this guy was all too real. Oh, don't be paranoid. I haven't done that much, really. Just trying to be prepared for the inevitable. I am sorry about your father, dear cousin. I know you two were especially close after your mother died. S looked away. Sylvester blinked slowly and, if I wasn't mistaken, seemed to be biting back a smile. Bastard. Ah, my dear. I don't mean to upset you, but our laws clearly state that you must be male to rule, and unfortunately, you were born with the wrong anatomy. I kept my fingers entwined with S's in a show of solidarity, even though they'd long since gone numb from lack of blood supply. The two royal cousins stared each other down across the expanse of the back of the limo, a silent standoff without the guns. Finally, Sylvester exhaled and clasped his black leather-gloved hands in his lap. You are not feeling yourself right now, dear cousin, so I will put your silence down to that. I've ordered the staff at the palace to prepare your royal sweets for you and your... He gave me a derisive look. Fiancé. I was only trying to think of you in your delicate condition. I didn't want you swarmed by the press at the airport, not knowing how you'd be feeling after all that travel. Nor was I sure about the king's wellness at this point. I thought it better to keep your arrival secret and give you all time to center yourselves in privacy before facing the media onslaught. If I didn't know better, I almost would have believed the guy, but I hadn't missed the slightly malicious gleam in his eyes, nor the way he kept tapping the toe of one shiny leather boot against the floor of the car, like a military cadence or a death march. We pulled up to the front of the palace a short time later, and Sylvester was quick to exit the back of the limo, thank goodness. If he had given us any more trouble, I was fully prepared to punch first and ask questions later. "I must be off," Sylvester said, poking his head back into the limo after climbing out. "I'm attending a luncheon. A royal's work is never done. See you both soon." Once he was gone, S relaxed back into the plush leather seat, eyes closed and looking far too pale for my liking. I shouldn't have stayed in America so long. I see that now. All it did was give my cousin time to plot and plan and scheme. I was just thinking about my poor father, all alone in the hospital. I only wanted to stay by his side. "As you should have, Princess," I said, kissing her hand again, warming her icy fingers with my own warm ones. "That guy's an ass." "True," she replied, rolling her head slightly to meet my gaze. "But while I've been away, he's been the official public face of the monarchy here in Prilea. I've still been doing all the governing, in my father's stead, but Sylvester's been front and center in people's faces. Pregnancy or not, convincing people to back me instead of him might be harder than I thought." With a sigh, S exited the limo. Once we were climbing the steps to the palace, she pulled out her phone and began thumbing a text. "Problem?" I asked, following her into the ornate, gilded main foyer of the palace. With 30-foot-high ceilings and priceless paintings and mosaics covering the walls, it was quite a sight to behold, and one that never failed to take my breath away. "Anything I can help with?" "I want to know exactly what kind of luncheon my cousin's going to, and who's going to be there," S said. I slid my arm around her waist for support, while sending a text to my security to find out about the upcoming meeting with my free hand. My phone buzzed a few seconds later, and I scowled. "Not sure you're going to like the answer, Princess." "What did they say?" she asked. "It's not a luncheon at all. It's a state affair, with all the country's top business leaders and parliament members in attendance," I told her. S sighed and her expression darkened. "Just like Sylvester to bring in a bunch of heavy hitters." We walked into our suite, and S towed off her pumps and shrugged out of her coat immediately. As she unpinned her hat from her head, she looked as exhausted as I felt. Ugh. He's farther along in cementing his alliances than I'd anticipated. "Listen, Princess," I said, walking up behind her and placing my hands on her stiff shoulders, kneading the knotted muscles gently. I didn't like to see her so upset. It wasn't good for her or for our baby. "Why don't you relax and get out of those clothes while I run you a nice hot bath? Then we'll both sleep. There's nothing more we can do right now anyway. Let's rest and recharge, then we can come at this whole thing fresh. Sound good?" She gave a reluctant nod and sank down on the sofa. I started into the bathroom only to stop and turn back when S's phone rang with an incoming call. We'd had some blood work taken at the hospital before leaving DC, on the recommendation of the OB there. S was far enough along now for them to determine the sex. We'd made the decision to find out after all, with the plan to keep the gender secret for now, if the baby turned out to be a girl. My pulse raced a bit as adrenaline flooded my system. I started slowly back toward S, watching her face closely for any clues. "Yes, I understand. Thank you so much for calling," she said, before ending the call. All those years of etiquette training paid off because I couldn't read anything from her placid expression. S looked up at me. "My iron levels are normal." "That's good," I said, waiting impatiently for news that could change everything, good or bad. "What else?" Her smile started small and grew wider and brighter by the second. "We're having a boy!" Chapter 22. The next morning, I woke up feeling restless and wary. The same feeling I got during a mission when everything was about to go to shit. Despite being bone-tired the night before, I'd ended up tossing and turning to the point where I'd gotten up and gone to sit at the computer for a while, checking emails and futzing around on various research sites. There wasn't any one thing I could point to that bothered me. There was just an underlying insidious fear bubbling through my system ever since we'd landed in Prilea. Of course, the abrupt announcement last night that S and I were having a boy didn't help. It was the answer to her prayers, obviously, and would hopefully solve the ascension problem. But I also couldn't shake the fact I'd lost my own father so young, and my plans to return to my SEAL team meant I'd put my own boy in that same situation. At least S had gotten some much-needed rest. She was currently buzzing around our suite as she dressed, chattering non-stop about her plans. "I'm ready," she said. I turned to find her wearing form-fitting pants on the bottom and nothing but a bra on top. It was a look I loved, sure, but not exactly proper attire for a future queen mother. I raised a brow at her in response. "No, no," she said, giving me a dismissive wave before turning back to her closet again. "I mean, now that we know for certain we're having a boy, I'm ready to go on the attack. There's no way Sylvester can get his hands on my father's throne now. I hate to say this, Princess, but that's not true." I scrubbed a hand over my face and winced at the stubble there. I hadn't had a chance to shower and shave yet. Hell, technically I hadn't even gotten out of bed yet this morning, seeing as how I was sitting with my back against the headboard, propped up on a couple pillows, the sheet across my lap. Listen, I had trouble falling asleep last night, so I was up doing some research on the internet. You're a few weeks away from the 20-week mark. I hate to say it, but until then, miscarriage is still a risk. And we haven't gotten a full ultrasound yet either. God forbid our child might have some issue that could put his survival at risk. I'm just saying it's probably not a good idea to go off half-cocked yet. S turned and stared pointedly at my crotch area before grinning at me. "You, sir, aren't half anything in that department." I couldn't stop the rush of heat that raced up from my chest to my cheeks. Never shy about my body or my sexuality, I still was both shocked and satisfied that she approved of me in all areas. Then she pulled out a crisp white button-down shirt from her closet and turned to slip into it. Her profile was to me, and it was the first time I noticed her baby bump. Yes, we'd known she was pregnant for a while now, but until today, she'd never really shown any physical signs, unless you counted the morning sickness and the slight, perpetual flush to her cheeks. Today, I suddenly saw S in a new light. She looked every bit the mother-to-be, and damn if my body didn't respond to that. Knock, knock, knock. "Good morning, Your Highness. Mr. Rayborn. Your cousin has requested your presence in the main dining room downstairs for breakfast," a servant said, their upper-crust, snooty accent like nails on the chalkboard of my desire, as called through the door. "Please tell him we'll be down shortly. Thank you." So much for any hopes of an erotic interlude. I took several deep breaths to get my breathing and body back under control before tossing aside the sheets and heading for the bathroom to get myself ready. Give me a few minutes. Half an hour later, clean and dressed and frustrated beyond all measure, I stood beside S at the sideboard in the huge dining hall downstairs. It seemed ridiculous to me that they'd make all this food and serve it in such an enormous space for just 3 people. Still, as I filled my plate to brimming with bacon and eggs and potatoes and toast, I couldn't complain about the fare. We joined Sylvester at the table, S and I sitting on one side of the long, carved mahogany table while Sylvester sat alone across from us. He wore a self-satisfied smirk as he sipped his tea, and I couldn't help imagining what a pleasure it would be to punch that condescending look right off the prick's face. One day, maybe I'd get the chance. "Still looking a bit tired, my dear," Sylvester said, narrowing his gaze on S. "I do hope the pregnancy isn't too taxing for you. Such a burden with everything that's happening with the king." Sylvester glanced at me with a disapproving stare. "That's what you get, screwing riffraff though. It's fun in the moment, but they have no control over their baser desires." I nearly choked on a mouthful of bacon at the unexpected slur, but S merely smiled peacefully at her cousin as she nibbled on a triangle of toast. "Yes," she said, "Z is very fun, and kind and thoughtful and smart and hard-working, and most of all trustworthy, which is more than I can say for the other male in this room." She set her toast down, then dusted the crumbs from her hands. "Oh, I suppose I should clarify, since there's actually 3 males in here now." Sylvester halted mid-sip and looked around the cavernous dining room. "The servants are gone, my dear cousin. You must be seeing things now, in addition to all your other problems. Oh no. I do hope insanity doesn't run on your mother's side of the family." S laughed, the joyous sound tinkling through the space like chimes. "Not at all, cousin. I'm referring to our precious unborn child." She reached over and took my hand while I was still trying to calm down after that crappy remark about my heritage. You see, we received a call last night from our physician in the States. It's now official. We're having a boy. I had doubted that pasty white Sylvester could have gotten any paler. But damn if the guy didn't go positively corpse-like at S's announcement. I almost felt sorry for the man. Almost. Then, an unattractive shade of purple mottled up under the sharp features of his face as he cursed under his breath and tossed down his napkin. He leaned across the table toward S, and I was on my feet in a second, my seal-honed protective skills on overdrive. If this asshole laid one finger on S or our baby, I'd murder him with my bare hands. A muscle twitched in Sylvester's pallid cheek, his eyes glaring with hatred. This is not over. I will not be usurped by some bastard inferior child of a common soldier. He's no better than the help around here. You'd better watch your back, cousin, because the next time you see me, I will be prepared. Bank on it. With that, he stormed out, leaving S and me to stare after him in stunned silence. Well, S said at last, pushing her plate away. He took that better than I expected. Seriously? I slumped back in my seat. I'd always known I was different from S and her father and their rarefied aristocracy, but having it thrown in my face like that stung quite a bit. Not that I really cared what Sylvester thought of me. I was proud to be an American. Proud to have worked for everything I had. Proud to be a self-made man and not some pretentious prick like Sylvester. For some reason, the situation suddenly caught me funny, and I started to laugh. Unable to stop, soon I was on a jag, and man, did it feel good to release all those weeks and weeks of built-up stress and tension. S joined me too, giggling until she had tears rolling down her cheeks, one hand on our precious tiny baby bump. Finally, after a few minutes, we both quieted. We'll have to keep a much closer eye on him now. Don't take that threat he made idly, I said, pushing my empty plate aside. And I'm afraid simply having a baby boy won't stop him from trying to use those new alliances of his to find some way to take the throne. He'll keep coming at you until he gets what he wants.
Chapter 23. The next day, I was determined to stay on schedule and away from Z, not because I didn't enjoy his company, but because I did. Too much. Our weeks together in the townhouse back in D.C. had forged strong bonds between us, despite the nature of our deal, and now I feared I was becoming far too dependent on his support. It was just so damn easy to lean on his strength while my reserves were depleted by pregnancy. But I had to learn to stand on my own, to be my own protector, and my child's as well. After Sylvester's reaction to my news yesterday, satisfying as it had been to stick it to the guy, I had to remain vigilant. My son might hold the future of the kingdom in his tiny little hands, but for him to keep it, I needed to take charge and focus on ruling in his stead, putting Z and all the delicious things he made me feel out of my mind for now. To that end, I strode down the hall of the administrative wing toward Greaves's office. I'd not spoken to my father's top intelligence advisor since the day he'd reluctantly appointed Z to head my security team in D.C. That morning, I'd asked him for a private meeting to go over the state of things in Prilea following my absence. I knocked on the thick oak door before entering. Greaves sat behind his massive desk, looking far too blob-like for my comfort. He rose and gave a slight bow, his jowls quivering with the effort. "Your Highness? Always a pleasure to see you again, Princess Esme. I was over to see your father earlier today. Such a shame. Such a fine, fine man to be laid so low by that awful disease." "Yes, thank you." I took a seat before his desk and crossed my legs at the ankle, glad I'd worn black pants and a sweater that day to fend off the chilly air in his office. "I'd like an update on the state of affairs here in the country. With the holidays approaching, I'm sure the staff has been busy." Greaves sat back and clasped his hands atop his bulbous stomach. He was dressed, as always, in a tailor-made three-piece gray suit. Tailor-made, I guessed, because it would be difficult to find clothing to fit his bulk in regular stores. "I'm afraid, Your Highness, that the news isn't good." Greaves cleared his throat, frowning. "You see, we've received a number of threats regarding the Christmas markets. So far, we've been able to keep the threats quiet and out of the hands of the media, but the reports have been alarming enough for Parliament to seriously consider canceling the markets for the remainder of this season. What? No. The Christmas markets are a Prylian tradition. I leaned forward slightly. They can't be canceled. Tourists love them. People travel from all over the world to shop the booths. I shook my head. No, we can't cancel them. That will only let whoever's making these threats feel more powerful. We need to keep the Christmas markets open, especially this year, with the king so ill. Pull extra security from the palace, but they must remain open and on schedule. But Your Highness, I'm not sure that's wise. We don't want to compromise your safety either, with you carrying the royal child. I'm fine. I crossed my arms. Seriously, don't worry about me. I have Z to guard me. Z? Greaves raised an interested brow. Yes, I suppose congratulations are in order on your upcoming nuptials, though I must say it was never my expectation that things should go beyond the professional with you two when I assigned him as head of your security team in the States. Yes, well, I gave a dismissive wave. The last thing I wanted to discuss right now was my complicated relationship with my fiancé. Like I said, don't worry about protecting me. Worry about keeping this country functioning. I'll handle the rest. Our people have been through enough with the king's sickness and the threat of Sylvester taking over everything. We need to boost morale, and the Christmas markets are the way to do it. Now, what else do I need to know about? 3 hours later, I left with a head full of facts and figures and a stomach growling for lunch. I'd been so engrossed in talking to Greaves, I'd missed my usual mid-morning snack and was now starving. I made my way past the empty formal dining room and down the hall to the kitchens. When I'd been little, I'd eaten lunch in here with the servants while my parents tended to their royal duties. It had been fun to spend time with the household staff who treated me more like a regular person and less like a princess. I stood on the threshold of the large stone kitchen. The cook, a portly woman in her mid-60s named Annie, clapped when she saw me in the doorway. "Esme!" Annie rushed over and pulled me into a bear hug. "How are you, my girl? We missed you while you were gone. How's your father? So sad what he's going through. Lost my dear husband to cancer a year ago, so I know how hard it is to go through." Annie pulled back and looked me up and down. "And I saw on TV you've got a bun in the oven, too. Congratulations." "Thank you." I greeted the other staff milling about, then took a seat at the sturdy butcher block table to one side of the room. I was hoping maybe to get a bite to eat. "Anything for you, my dear?" Annie smiled. "How about some nice soup and a couple slices of homemade bread?" "Sounds divine." "S?" a familiar deep voice said from across the room. It was Z. "I've been looking all over for you. You missed your mid-morning snack, and you went off without any crackers or ginger candy, and I know how you get and—" He stopped halfway across the kitchen as he realized all the staff were listening in. Z halted, a hint of color flushing his tanned cheeks. Sorry, am I not supposed to be in here?" Annie walked over to him, wiping her hands on a dish towel as she went, surveying him up and down. "So you're the man who's going to marry our princess, eh?" Z's gaze darted from Annie to me, then back again, his expression wary. "Yes." "Do you love her?" Annie asked, forward as always. Well?" The flush deepened in his handsome face, and he seemed flustered for the first time I could remember. Damn if it didn't make him even more adorable and endearing. He cleared his throat nervously, then nodded. "Of course. How could you not love S?" Annie narrowed her gaze on him, silent for a long moment, then broke into a wide grin. "How indeed? I'm Annie. Pleasure to meet you, my boy. Have a seat. I was just getting our princess some lunch. Would you like soup and bread, too?" Z seemed shocked by the offer for a moment, then smiled back at her. "I'd love some, thanks." "Sure thing." Annie patted him on the back. "Have a seat." He settled in across from me, looking far too gorgeous for my own good in a pale blue turtleneck sweater that set off his beautiful eyes and a pair of camel-colored trousers that cupped his taut butt to perfection. I shook off my heated thoughts and focused on the tabletop instead. "How'd your meeting with Greaves go?" Z asked. He said Parliament was considering canceling the Christmas markets this year due to security threats. I told him no, not under any circumstances. I'm not surprised they wanted to cancel them. Z sat back, his tone annoyed. You should have let them. What? Why? Now it was my turn to feel annoyed. Those markets are a huge draw for tourism here in Prilea, not to mention they bolster the national morale. Giving into threats will play right into the fears Sylvester has been manipulating all over the country. Yes, but you have no idea how dismal the current state of national security is here, Princess. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and lowering his voice. While you spent your morning with Greaves, I spent mine in the security offices going over all the stuff I missed while we were gone. Seriously, S, the military here is spread way too thin, no thanks to your cousin, who has spent the last 2 months working with Parliament to slowly dismantle everything your father tried to build up. When you left to go to the States, along with your father, that left Sylvester as the highest-ranking member of the royal family in residence in Prilea. Most of the power and authority stayed in your hands, but he could still take certain limited actions that directly relate to national security as long as he got approval from the Parliament. Ugh. And he's got enough allies in the government to back him up. He's also smart and good at PR. All my energy and enthusiasm from earlier deflated, leaving me feeling vulnerable and exhausted. I slumped in my seat. What else is he cooking up, I wonder? I don't know, but I do know what I plan to do. With your permission, Princess. He looked at me, his blue eyes warm and earnest. I nodded. Good. First, I want to freeze the current security measures and up the protection for you and your father. The baby coming will only invite more death threats. My eyes widened, and he reached over to take my hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. Don't worry. I've got it covered. But I do worry. That's the problem, I said, pulling free. I worry that I've become too dependent on you. I realize it's your job to protect me, but what do I do afterward? Annie carried over a tray with our food and placed it down. Both Z and I thanked her, staying silent until she'd walked away. I'm only trying to help here, Z said, placing his napkin in his lap before slathering fresh butter onto his bread. I know, but I need to be strong myself. I told Greaves to pull security from the palace to use if needed at the Christmas markets. That order stands. We cannot cancel the markets, not this year. Too much is at stake. Exactly, Z said, before lowering his voice again. Too much at stake. That's exactly why we need to cancel them, or at least cut them in half. Listen, we need more time, more information, before you make any final decisions here. No, I don't. The Christmas markets are a Prilean tradition. The country needs them, and it's my responsibility to act in the nation's best interests. We'll do it my way. Even if your way leaves your father at risk? Z asked, his lips compressed. Please don't make me do this. I don't want us to fight about this. We need to display a united front now more than ever. But if it means keeping you and your father safe, I will do whatever it takes. He sighed and hung his head. Even if it means going over your head to Greaves to make it happen, I know the rules. If the head of security has reason to believe a monarch's life is in danger, they can petition to have even the ruler's orders changed. You wouldn't, I said, stopping mid-bite of bread, my eyes narrowed and my tone accusatory. I liked Z far more than was wise, but I would not put up with being pushed around. Not by him, not by anyone. Don't cross me. Then don't make me do it, Z countered, standing firm. Just think about what I said. I love a good Christmas market myself, but not at the expense of you and our baby or the king's safety. Hungry as I was, I couldn't take another bite of the delicious soup until I dealt with this mess. I tamped down my anger and did my best to respond calmly. Look, I appreciate the difficult position this puts you in, but I will not give up on this. Prilea does not have a history of violence or attacks. The threats are an attempt to create anxiety and discord to destabilize our country, and that's something I can't allow. Canceling the markets would only give credence to Sylvester's narrow-minded, nationalistic cause in the eyes of the people. He's trying to rally everyone to his side through fear, But I'm going to counter that with authority and tradition. I'm the daughter of the king, and I'm carrying our next ruler. I intend to make an announcement tomorrow to the public about our son. That, along with the festivities surrounding the Christmas markets, should put an end to his machinations once and for all." Z gave a derisive snort and shook his head, his expression peeved. "Well, it will put an end to some things all right, quite possibly including you. Don't be so dramatic." I glanced over to see Annie and the kitchen staff doing their level best to ignore the fight raging between Z and me, though I'd lay money they were all eavesdropping shamelessly. Still, I wasn't giving up this battle now. What can he do? Sylvester's greedy, but he's not stupid. If he tried to pull something now, he'd be caught. "Not necessarily." Z's tone was ice cold. "The guy's pissed. He's not thinking rationally about any of this at this point. And what if he's already laid the groundwork for a coup, huh? Maybe he already got it all in place before we returned and he's just waiting to spring it on us. A chaotic Christmas market seems like it'd be the perfect place, at least to me. But then, what do I know, right? After all, I'm not a native Prylian. I don't understand your traditions." I barely avoided a wince at him throwing my words back in my face. "That isn't what I meant, and if he does have something planned, you'll discover it. That's your job and you're the best at what you do. That's why you're here, isn't it?" A muscle ticked near his tight jaw. "You're not thinking clearly, princess. Perhaps your hormones have— Yep, that did it." An audible gasp came from the kitchen staff as I tossed down my napkin and rose to my feet, spine straight and shoulders squared. "Excuse me? My hormones have nothing to do with this. I am Princess Esme, Her Royal Highness of Prelea. You are my fiancé and the head of my security team. But you have no power here to make judgments about me or my decisions. If you'd care to continue in either of those roles, I'd suggest you remember that." My stomach cramped as another thought occurred, sending what I thought I knew about the man before me careening down a different path. Gaze narrowed, I stared into his chilly blue eyes. "Is that why you agreed to marry me? Did you think that by becoming my prince consort, that you'd gain political power here? I sincerely hope not, because I can guarantee you that won't happen. The papers you signed guarantee that. How dare you come in here and deign to think you control me? I thought this was an equal partnership between us, one with respect, but it appears I was mistaken. Consider yourself hereby removed from your position as head of my security team." "Wait a damn minute!" Z rose to his feet as well, dots of crimson lining his high cheekbones. "I meant no disrespect and you know it. We've both talked about all the changes you're going through with this pregnancy, and I've never once doubted or questioned your abilities. You can't fire me. You'll never find anyone more passionate about protecting you or our baby, or this country. No one. Please. Sir?" A guard stopped in the doorway to the kitchen, out of breath. "I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch, sir, but I thought you'd want to know right away. There's been a bomb scare at the Christmas markets." I gripped the edge of the table tightly as my world tipped on its axis. Z immediately rushed to my side and eased me back down into my seat, kneeling beside me as I took several deep breaths to regain my equilibrium. "Was anyone hurt?" I demanded. "No, Your Highness," the guard said. "Luckily, the military bomb squad was able to defuse it without incident." "Thank goodness." The blood pounded in my ears and heat prickled my cheeks. Z had his hand on the nape of my neck, stroking gently as if settling a spooked horse. His whispered words offered soothing comfort, and that was the problem. I'd become too dependent on the comfort he offered, to the point where I'd allowed him to cloud my judgment when it came to ruling my country. That was unacceptable. Slowly, I pulled free of his touch and forced myself to stand once more, ignoring the weight of his stare burning through me. I concentrated on the guard instead. "Can you take me to the security offices? I'd like to be briefed on the latest developments, please." The guard's gaze darted from me to Z, then back again. "Of course, Your Highness. Allow me to escort you." Hard as it was, I left Z behind in the kitchens and followed the guard to the busy command center of palace security, not looking behind me to see if he accompanied us. Inside the briefing room, the walls were lined with computers and monitors and men talking on Bluetooth headsets to various law enforcement officials. Over here, Your Highness, the guard said, directing me to an open station where I could sit and watch everything happening on the monitors in front of me. The line of security men bowed as I passed them. At last, I was able to concentrate on the images flickering on the screen before me while the guard explained what was happening. There, he said, pointing toward a spot in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. They found a homemade incendiary device in that trash can near the train station. As I said, the squad was able to defuse it without incident. From what we've been told, it was crudely made and most likely wouldn't have detonated anyway, but better safe than sorry. Yes, I murmured, still staring at the screen. This was exactly why we needed more manpower at the markets, and this gave me the perfect argument to all but ensure my father would agree to pulling guards from the palace to accommodate my wishes. A sense of vindication swelled inside my chest, along with confidence. I could do this on my own. Rule the country, raise my child. If this was any indication, my instincts were exactly on target. I could only hope that signaled that I would get the job done and do it in style. I swiveled in my chair to face the guard. I'd like to schedule a press conference for later this afternoon. We can reassure people about what happened here with this bomb scare, and then I have a few personal announcements to make. Can you coordinate the security arrangements for me with the staff, please? The guard's eyes widened slightly. I can, Your Highness, but shouldn't Mr. Rayborn? I held up a hand, my chin raised. No, Mr. Rayborn has been relieved of his duties as head of my security team. For the time being, all security questions will be directed to me personally. Understand? Yes, Your Highness, the guard said, looking wary. I'll get with the PR staff now. Thank you. I left the briefing room and headed back toward the kitchens, only to find Z gone. When I questioned Annie about his whereabouts, all she said was that someone else had come in with a message for him and he'd stormed out shortly after I'd left. No notice of where he was going. It was just as well, I supposed. I'd need to get used to dealing with matters without his support. I turned and headed for my father's rooms instead, eager to tell him about what had happened at the markets and get his agreement to pull guards from the palace. But when I walked into his private suite, the king was nowhere to be found. The room was empty except for Z standing by his bedside. "What are you doing here?" I asked, fear tightening my chest. "What's happened to my father?" Z looked slowly from the rumpled sheets on the empty bed to me. "He's taken a turn for the worse. They've rushed him to the hospital." I placed my hand against the wall, the lack of food and the mounting stress taking its toll on my wobbly knees. Z was at my side once more, slipping his arm around my waist to keep me from falling. "We need to go to the hospital now. I want to be with my father." "Of course." Z helped me toward the door. "I'll have the car brought around now."
Chapter 24. By the time I arrived at the hospital, the king was heavily sedated. I was worried about S. Not only because of the argument we just had back at the palace, but also because of the added stress of her father's condition. Based on the reports I'd gotten from the doctors and staff, I didn't think the man had much time left on Earth. "Papa," S said, rushing to his bedside while I held back, wanting to give them some privacy. I'd directed the rest of the security to watch the halls and elevators and had taken over guarding the king myself for now. It wasn't protocol, but I didn't care at that point. The most important thing at this moment was making sure S got the closure she needed. "Are you comfortable?" she said, fussing with the king's sheets and pillows, a slight catch in her voice betraying her sadness. "They said they gave you medicine for pain." "Yes, my dear. I'm as well as can be expected." He grabbed her hand and held it. "Listen to me. There isn't much time left." "Don't say that, please." S sniffled. "They'll get you fixed up, and you'll come back to the palace, and we'll celebrate a nice holiday together." "No, my dear, that's not going to happen." He patted her hand, and I looked away, not wanting to intrude on their time together. I was engaged to S, yes, but I wasn't really a part of their family. The king coughed before continuing, while S's quiet sobs filled the room. "Listen to me, my darling girl. It's okay. It's going to be all right. I had a vision, you see." S pulled back slightly, frowning. "I'm sorry?" "Yes." Back at the palace before the paramedics arrived, I slipped out of consciousness, traveled to a different place. The king's smile was so beatific that even I had to wonder if the guy had actually seen something beyond just some anxiety-induced fantasy. I saw you, Esme. I saw you and your Zachary, and you were so very happy together. It filled me with such joy to know that you'll be taken care of once I'm gone. I inhaled sharply at the words, not missing S's slight flinch. Our relationship wasn't destined for a happily ever after, no matter how close we became because of this baby deal. She was on the path to ruling her country, while I was on a fast track straight back to my SEAL team. Still, I didn't have the heart to tell that to a dying man. Neither, it seemed, did S. She bent and kissed her father's cheek, tears streaming down her face. Oh, that sounds so lovely. But there's no hurry for any of that. You need to focus on getting better. The king's expression sobered, and he narrowed his gaze on his daughter. Esme, I'm not going to get any better. We both know that. Now it's time for you to stop living in a fairy tale. I want you and your child secure. I need to know that you will be taken care of before I die. They have a chaplain here at the hospital, an ordained minister. I took the liberty of ordering a special license for you, and I want to see you and your Zachary married before the day is done. What? S and I said at the same time. Oh, Papa, I don't think that's necessary. I rushed over to the other side of the bed. Sir, with all due respect, we've had no time to plan anything, and with the situation currently, perhaps it's best if we wait a bit before making any rash decisions. No. The king pushed himself up higher in his bed, then slipped into another coughing jag. S and I exchanged anxious looks over the hospital bed. I did not like the grayish pallor to her cheeks, nor the trembling in her hands. My first instinct was to pull her into my arms and carry her away from all this pain and pressure and keep her safe until all of this was over. But it was doubtful her father would live through the night, and she'd never forgive herself if she wasn't there by his side until the end. You wouldn't deny a dying man his last wish, would you? Papa, S started, but the king held up his hand, silencing her. Please, my dear, give me and Zachary a moment alone, will you? I caught S's eyes and gave a slight nod. She sighed and turned away reluctantly. Waiting until we were alone, I looked down at the king again. Sir, I want you to know that I'll do everything in my power to protect your daughter and our baby. I know that, son. The king's use of the endearment made my chest ache. I've been watching you two together since we were back in Washington. You have a special bond, same as my beloved queen and I had before her passing. I opened my mouth to deny it, but the king continued. Now, I know that perhaps things haven't exactly followed a traditional path between the two of you, but none of that matters in the end. What matters is in your hearts. And I can see from looking at you, Mr. Zachary Rayborn, that you have an excellent heart, strong and brave and true. You are exactly what my daughter needs to support her through the tough times ahead. Whether you know it or not, you've given my family a gift, the chance to continue on the throne of Prelea for another generation, and for that, I'll always be grateful. Both humbled and terrified by the king's speech, I wasn't quite sure what to say, only that I needed to say something. You know that Esme and I have a contract. I give her a baby to keep the line of succession going, and she gets me back on my SEAL team. Ours isn't a love match, it's a business transaction. Even as I said the words, they tasted bitter on my tongue. Okay, maybe things had moved beyond a mere business transaction the minute S and I had decided to continue sleeping together, even after we'd conceived. But still, I liked her. I liked her a lot. I had no idea where she stood on things with me, though, and I wasn't about to push her into more anyway. We had our deal, and we both got out of it exactly what we wanted, right? If my words fazed King Renaud at all, he didn't show it. In fact, he grinned up at me like he was privy to some great cosmic joke that no one else knew. My son, the best relationships often start on shaky ground. I'm not here to cast blame or heap upon either of you a bunch of harsh expectations. But I know what I saw in my vision. And what I saw was you and my daughter, very much in love and very much ruling this country together in my new grandson's stead. The king patted my arm. That's really all you need to be a good father, you know, or a good husband. Just love and support. and you and my daughter have that in spades, even if you're both too stubborn to admit it right now. That's why I have no qualms about going through with this marriage today. I want to make sure that bond stays strong, even after I'm gone. S and I were scheduled to marry in Priley's Cathedral the week before Christmas anyway, with all the bells and whistles required of a royal wedding. Having a short civil ceremony here today for the king wouldn't hurt anything. The king raised an imperious brow at me, and the last of my resistance caved. The king had said I had given his family a gift. Well, they'd given me one as well. A purpose, a new direction in life when I desperately needed one, and if I could repay that debt now, even in some small part, I'd do it. I'll go see if I can find this chaplain of yours. Thank you, my son. And send my daughter back in, will you? I'll need to convince her about all this, too. I walked out of the room to find S leaning against the wall not far away. She brushed the backs of her hands across her damp cheeks and straightened as I approached. Well? What did he say? She asked. He explained why he wants us to get married today, and I told him we'll do it. But what about the ceremony we have planned? Ys asked, her face flushed and her movements wild. I'm not prepared at all. I don't have my dress or my stylist or the vows I'd written. You wrote vows? I asked, placing my hands on her shoulders to calm her. I wasn't surprised that S would compose her own vows for her wedding. That was her to a T, unique and adorable and unforgettable. But I was surprised she'd gone to the trouble for me, considering this was all just a business arrangement, wasn't it? Instead of answering directly, she gave a small nod and looked away. I thought it would help create the illusion we were really in love. I pondered that while a monitor beeped in the king's room, and several members of the medical staff ran to check on him. We needed to get a move on if we hoped to get this wedding accomplished before the king passed. Things were going downhill fast. Don't worry about any of that. We can have a ceremony here with the chaplain, to please your father, then do the regular ceremony later if we want. I'm going to find the minister now. Your father asked to see you again. S exhaled slowly, then looked up at me, her hazel eyes sparkling with unshed tears. He's dying. I know, and I'm so sorry, Princess. I pulled her into my arms and kissed the top of her head. But we'll get through this, I promise. I'm right here by your side and I'm not going anywhere. I'm sorry about our fight. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Me neither. I smiled into the top of her hair, inhaling her sweet, flowery scent. Now go in there and spend time with your father while I find this chaplain, so we can get this going, okay? Okay. S released me and I backed away slowly, watching her square her shoulder before walking back into her father's room. She was so much stronger than she gave herself credit for, and I loved her for it, even if I'd never tell her so. Chapter 25. Do you, Zachary Rayborn, take this woman, Esme Hollycombe, to be your lawfully wedded wife? The chaplain asked me. The king's hospital room was eerily quiet, except for the monotonous beeps of the monitors and the occasional whir of the heating vents in the ceiling. Not exactly how I'd pictured my wedding day. In fact, I couldn't really remember ever thinking about marriage much at all, at least until I'd met S and we'd struck our deal. Still, here I was, and we were doing this, all to make the dying king happy, and maybe because I wanted to make S happy too. I do, I said, the words oddly rough in the small room. She gave me a watery smile as she slid a simple gold band onto my ring finger, her hands trembling. I held her icy hand in mine, giving it a gentle squeeze for support. She'd put on such a brave face through all this, handling all the arrangements, making the necessary statements to the media, even graciously dealing with the well-wishers and mourners who'd shown up to fill the street outside. And do you, Esme Hollycombe, take this man, Zachary Rayborn, to be your lawfully wedded husband? I was still bemused by the fact she'd written vows for me. We weren't using them today, of course. Those would come later at our grand spectacle of a royal wedding for the people of Prilea and the press. Today was just for her father. S bit her lip and glanced at the medical team who were serving as our witnesses. I wanted to pull her into my arms and hold her until that glitter of sadness left her eyes, but that wasn't allowed. Per S's insistence, We were public figures now and needed to present a united and stoic front to the world during this difficult time. "I do," she said, blinking fast as I slid the diamond and gold wedding ring that had belonged to her mother, a matched set with the ruby engagement ring, onto S's finger. From his hospital bed, her father smiled and gave a small nod. "Then, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife." The chaplain closed the small Bible in his hands. "You may kiss your bride." Finally, something I had no hesitancy about. I leaned in slightly and brushed my lips across S's, keeping things chaste with all the onlookers watching. A smattering of applause rang through the small crowd. "Thank you," the king said. "You've made me a very happy man." I accepted the congratulations of the medical staff and the chaplain, and received backslaps and handshakes from my security team members. S was inundated with kisses and hugs, and one of the guards showed her video of the crowd downstairs cheering at the news that their princess was now legally wed. The king drifted off to sleep shortly thereafter, and S and I sat by his bedside, a sad vigil for a man whose life was about to be cut far too short by a horrendous disease. The medical staff drifted in and out through the night, checking some things, fiddling with others. S knitted, the clack of her needles a steady rhythm of comfort and consolation. Around 3 a.m., the heart rate monitor began to beat more slowly, and the king's breathing grew labored. S's grip on her knitting needles became white-knuckled, and I knew the end was near. The buzz of the staff around the bedside and the call for a crash cart seemed surreal. I watched it all as if in slow motion, reaching for S, but she pulled away, her gaze locked on her father in the bed as the team attempted CPR on his stopped heart before using the panels. They shocked him once, twice, each time, the king's body arching off the bed before flopping back down, pale and lifeless. "S," I said, trying to lead her out of the room, but she pulled away again. "No, I want to be here. I want to stay." When at last the doctor called time of death, S swayed slightly, and this time, when I slid my arm around her waist to support her, she let me. "He's gone," she whispered. "He's gone, and I didn't even get to say goodbye. Not really." I kissed the top of her head and closed my eyes, remembering the night my own parents had been killed in the terrorist attack. I'd never gotten to say goodbye to them either, and it was a regret I still carried with me to this day. Still, one of my foster families had told me that my parents knew how much I'd loved them, and that they watched over me from heaven. Their death wasn't really a goodbye because they'd never really left me. They were always with me, in my heart. "He knew, Princess. He knew how much you loved him, and that you were here for him until the end," I said, holding her closer as she sagged into me, her tears flowing freely now that we were alone with her father's body. The medical staff had quietly filed out to give us a moment. "He knew how brave you were, how strong, how capable. He died a happy man because of you, Princess." S turned her face into my chest and sobbed. I held her close, my heart aching for her, this woman who meant so much to me. By this point, I wasn't sure how I'd leave her when the time came. I wasn't supposed to care. I knew that. It wasn't part of our deal. I was supposed to stay until the baby was born, then return to my SEAL team. That's what I'd wanted, what I'd lived for. But now, as I rocked S slowly, stroking her soft hair and murmuring words of solace in her ear, I started to realize that things had changed for me. I'd changed. S and our baby had worked their way deep into my heart, and they both now mattered to me far more than I'd ever expected. More than my past, more than my SEAL team, more than my need for control and my fear of being left behind. "It'll be all right, Princess," I whispered. "Maybe not now, but it will be eventually, I promise." The slight swell of her baby bump pressed against my stomach, and I smiled despite the situation. Hoping to lift her spirits a bit, I asked, "Do you think the baby will be allergic to strawberries like you and your father were?" S sniffled and lifted her head, frowning. "What?" I tilted my head slightly, cupping her cheeks to swipe away her tears with my thumbs. "The baby. Do you think he'll be allergic to strawberries, like you and your father?" I don't know. S shook her head. Maybe. I suppose he could be. Such things are often genetic, but I don't think I'm really allergic. Really? I cocked a brow at her. So all the hives and itchiness is normal then? She bit her lip, but not before I saw a slight smile. Mission accomplished. Warmth and affection soared inside me. Fine. I may have a slight allergy, and I know what you're doing, trying to make me feel better. Thank you. You're welcome. I kissed her again, sweetly, before one of the staff ducked their head into the room. We need to go. While S said her final goodbyes to her father, I packed up her knitting and gathered our things. As we walked out of the hospital suite for the last time, heading toward the back entrance that I had had my security team prepare earlier for our departure, I kept my arm around S. It was as much for my own need to feel her near me as to support and comfort her. She looked far too pale for my liking. If I didn't think she'd raise an unholy fuss, I'd just as soon carry her down to our waiting limo in my arms. But I knew S would have none of that strong woman that she was. There'd be tough days ahead, with her father's funeral to plan, and Sylvester still lurking about. None of that mattered to me at present. All I wanted right now was to get my wife and baby home to the palace where we could eat and rest and mourn in peace.
Chapter 26. The next few weeks passed by in a blur for me. Between dealing with my grief about my father's passing and coordinating a state funeral to rival anything Europe had ever seen, I'd had my hands full, not to mention the pregnancy. I'd outgrown my early maternity clothes and was now sporting full-on tent-like tops and dresses. Not exactly regal wear, but they were comfy and warm. And since we were heading into a long Prylian winter, that was all that mattered. At least I had Z by my side through it all. He'd been my rock and my protector, and I'd restored him to head of my security team. More than that, though, I was grateful each day to have him as my husband, even knowing that it was only part of our deal and he'd be gone shortly after our son was born. I did my best to remind myself that our marriage wasn't real, but it didn't stop my heart from falling a bit more in love with him each day. I'd be devastated when he left, but I'd let him go because that's what I'd promised him I would do. And I always kept my promises. Unfortunately, he was busier than ever, dealing with a rise in threats since the king's death. I would not have been surprised to find that most of the threats came from backers of my cousin. In addition to the Christmas market bomb scare, there'd also been 2 attempts at scaling the palace gates, trying to get inside to harm me and my unborn baby. One had had a knife and the other a handgun. Neither had made it past the driveway, but both attacks had left me shaken. Then there'd been the day I'd been in town after my father's funeral, shopping for things for the nursery. Looking back, I should have noticed the strange way the clerk in the shop kept tracking my every movement as if waiting for the right time to strike. At the time, however, I'd been too engrossed in my shopping to pay much attention and had thought myself well hidden in the disguise I'd worn. My wig and baseball hat, however, hadn't deterred the female clerk who'd come at me like a Mack truck in the store, yelling about Sylvester reigning forever and brandishing a wickedly sharp letter opener with which she'd tried to stab me and my baby. Luckily, my security guards had sprung into action immediately and had managed to pull the woman off and cart her away before any harm was done, but still, I rarely ventured outside the palace walls anymore. Internet shopping had become my new best friend, but it wasn't the same as getting out and exploring. Most days, the confinement left me restless and bored and on edge. Of course, not spending any time with my husband lately didn't help either. He was so busy trying to keep me safe and keep my cousin's coup attempts under control that we rarely saw each other during the day. At night, he fell into bed exhausted and was asleep within minutes, barely taking the time to kiss me goodnight first. Z had assured me that things would get better after our son was officially recognized as the new king, but so far I hadn't seen any signs that things were improving. Today, there'd even been an active shooter scare at one of the local schools, with the suspected gunman claiming to be trying to bring awareness to my cousin's rightful claim to the throne by holding innocent children hostage. The world had gone insane, and I was scared to bring my son into it, frankly. I looked over in bed, through the shadows, and stared at the muscled planes of Z's back. Needing connection, I reached over and placed my hand against his warm skin. He stirred in his sleep and rolled over to face me, eyes still closed as he pulled me into his arms and sleepily kissed my forehead. Not exactly the passionate response I'd been hoping for, but it was enough to comfort me. I snuggled into him and closed my eyes, praying that Z was right, and that once the parliamentary session next week acknowledged our son as the legitimate heir to the throne of Pralaya, things would calm down. Still, a niggle of doubt lingered inside me, a worry that with my father gone, I might lose this new little family I'd built just as easily. That thought terrified me.
Chapter 27. Deacon, dude. I walked into the Prancing Pony pub that Friday, relieved beyond measure to see my best friend in the flesh. My old SEAL buddy had a stopover in Pralaya on his way back to America, following a secret mission in Russia. We shared a backslapping bro hug, then took a seat in the booth Deacon had saved for us. "Hey man," Deacon said, sliding into the seat opposite mine. "Long time no actual see." We ordered our drinks and a couple appetizers, then started catching up. "So, how's it feel to be a married man now?" Deacon asked after thanking the server for his pale ale. "And a baby on the way too. The times they are a-changing." I took a long drink of my dark brew. It all still seems unreal sometimes. But then, none of it is actually real. Or at least, it's not intended to last. I winced slightly at the words and sat back, making sure that no one was close enough to hear our conversation. "I told you about the offer she made me months ago. I'm just fulfilling my end of the deal." "Uh-huh." Deacon sat back, narrowing his dark gaze on me. "Sure. I remember that conversation all right. But I also see the man sitting across from me now, and I have to say that I'm seeing a different guy. You look happier, man, more comfortable in your own skin." Snorting, I shook my head. "Maybe. I don't know. Things have been pretty nuts around here lately." "Job-wise?" "Yeah. I work hard to keep security tight around S, especially with the kid on the way. But lately, the threats have reached a new level. I don't want to be that guy who cries wolf all the time, but I also can't watch S every second of the day either, you know? It's tough." "I bet." Deacon sat back as the waitress brought 2 trays of appetizers. Both of us loaded up our plates and ordered seconds on our drinks, then dug in. "I heard on the news they had some big parliament thing earlier this week." "Yep. That went off without a hitch, thank goodness," I said around a bite of chicken. But I still can't help feeling like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. At first, I thought something would happen at her father's funeral. But nothing did. Then I thought maybe at the parliament session to officially recognize our child. But nope. I finished off my chicken wing, then tossed the bone aside. "Now, I'm looking ahead to the coronation." "They do that in utero?" I chuckled. "Nah, man. For Esme. She'll be ruling in our son's stead until he's old enough to take the throne himself. So, Parliament will hold a coronation ceremony for her now, and then another one later, for our son." "Our son, eh?" Deacon wiped sour cream off his mouth, then grinned. "Sounds mighty cozy to me. You sure this is just business, bro?" Sighing, I shoved some food in my mouth to cover the awkward silence. That was exactly the problem. It wasn't just business anymore, not for me. But I had no right projecting that onto S. She had more than enough to deal with right now without my unrequited love on top of it. "You care about her, don't you?" Deacon asked, always far too perceptive for his own good. "Of course I care about her," I said, swallowing hard. "We made a baby together. But it's not like that. At least not for her. I don't think she feels the same way about me." Deacon polished off some more food and half his beer before answering. "What's your gut telling you?" "My gut?" "Yeah. Your instincts saved our butts more than once out on the battlefield." "Do they really tell you that you're in this alone?" "Because I don't think that's true. If you're feeling this strongly for her, I can't imagine she's not at least reciprocating those feelings a little bit. Not to get all mushy or anything on you, but you two need to talk. Before the baby comes." "Yeah, I know." I toyed with an uneaten bite of potato skin on my plate. There's so much going on right now. So much stress and worry on both our parts. Most days we barely see each other. And when we do, I'm always on edge because of some new threat or other. It's gotten to the point I hate to even let her out of my sight. Coming here tonight was like torture, man. No offense. I gave Deacon a sheepish look. Your company is great as always, but I can't stop thinking about S. There's this weird tension gurgling inside me, like trouble's on the way, like something's going to happen and I'm not going to be there to stop it. I sat back and scrubbed a hand over my face. I think the royal tailor is going to kill me. Deacon laughed. Is that a credible threat? I never even knew there was such a thing as a royal tailor. Oh yeah, there's pretty much a royal everything around here, dude. I laughed too. It's crazy. But the poor guy's been by 3 times already to fit me for my tux for S's coronation ceremony, and he still hasn't been able to finish because I've been called away every time on one crisis or another. Thank God my team's able to pick up the slack, because otherwise I'd never leave work. Right now, the only way I could be here with you is because my team is with S, while she goes to her florist appointment. Apparently, fresh flowers in the winter are a big deal at this coronation thing too. Symbolizes life eternal or reborn or some crap. I was nervous about letting her go without me, but she'd insisted that I meet up with my friend. Huh, sounds hectic as hell, Deacon said. You have no idea, man. I was just reaching for more food when a commotion sounded near the front doors of the pub. I turned to see one of the security guards from my team hurrying toward our booth. My stomach fell to my toes as Deacon and I exchanged a look. Looks like trouble has arrived, my friend, Deacon said. I shifted my attention to the panting security guard at our table. The guy was out of breath and sweating like he'd run all the way there. What's going on? What's happening? Is it the princess? They took her, sir. The guy managed to get out between wheezes. We were watching her the whole time, but they were too fast. Took her? I was out of the booth and on my feet in seconds, pulling my sidearm from the holster at my waist and checking the magazine before slapping it back into place and jamming it back into my holster. Where? Tell me exactly what happened. As I spoke, I was clamping down on the icy fear inside me. I had to rescue my princess, but to do that, I had to keep my head and use my skills. I shoved away the guilt for having let her leave the palace without me. I'd deal with that later. For now, I needed intel. I was headed out with the guard when Deacon came up on my other side. Let me help you, bro. You know I always got your back. Appreciate it, I said, glad to have Deacon with me. Come back to the palace. I've got a good idea who took my wife, but I swear to God if he harms one single hair on her head, I will kill the bastard with my bare hands.
Chapter 28. I'd never been more angry or scared. Not that I planned to show that. How would I let myself get kidnapped? I'd been so certain that I had the situation under control, but I'd been completely powerless when it went down. The men who nabbed me moved so quickly that my security team had no time to react. Then I was gone, whisked away in a vehicle driven at high speeds through the city. I recognized where I was being held, though, and that confirmed who was behind my kidnapping. Sylvester. I'd been to this sunny cottage on the water as a child. It belonged to Sylvester's grandmother, and he'd always been quite attached to the isolated retreat. That thought gave me some comfort. Whatever his plans regarding me were, surely he wouldn't kill me in a home he loved, nor would he be stupid enough to hold me for an extended period of time in a place so closely associated with him. But then, I wouldn't have thought he'd be blatant enough to kidnap me either. I rubbed a hand over my baby bump. I had to be smart and do what I could to keep myself and my unborn son safe. Z would be looking for us. I just had to give him time to find us. Just then, Sylvester walked into the room, whispering to 2 men accompanying him. He glanced over at me and smirked, holding up a roll of duct tape in his hand. I swallowed hard. My cousin might not murder me in his favorite summer cottage, but the 2 men with him didn't look like they had any such qualms, regardless of whether I was pregnant or not. My nerves ramped up as Sylvester came toward me. The men began binding my ankles to the legs of the chair I sat in and securing my arms behind my back. Sylvester sat on the arm of the sofa across from me and watched. The bastard. Had being so close to getting the crown and then losing it deranged him? "You won't get away with this," I said, struggling to no avail against the men holding me in place. "My husband will already be looking for you, and when he finds you, you're a dead man." "Your husband has a history of losing his temper, doesn't he? That's what got him kicked out of the SEALs, going off on his own, disobeying orders and being insubordinate toward his betters." At my outraged gasp, he smiled. "Well, I wouldn't worry about him too much, especially since he obviously doesn't care that much for you. A couple on paper only, isn't that right, cousin? And then there's the way he went off and left you today, drinking and carousing with his friend, leaving you vulnerable. Tsk, tisk." "I wasn't vulnerable. I had my security team with me the whole time." "Yes, and just look how well they protected you." I fisted my hands so hard my nails dug into my palms. If I could just get loose, I'd punch him a good one right in his stupid, arrogant face. "It's a moot point anyway, since no one will ever figure out you're here, cousin, and if by some remote chance they do, it won't matter." He had to be mad to think Z wouldn't track me down. And even if he didn't get to me in time, I swallowed hard at the thought. The citizens would want to know what happened to me. There would be an investigation, and the truth would come to light. Sylvester was no criminal mastermind. He wouldn't be able to cover this up. "Of course it will matter. I'm Princess Esme of Prylia, mother of the next king. People will wonder where I am." "I doubt it." Sylvester gave a dismissive wave. "You're not as important as you believe, even if you were always flaunting your lineage in my face every chance you got when we were growing up." Add delusional to Sylvester's list of problems. I did no such thing. You were the one who was always scheming behind my back because you wanted to be the next king, and I will be with you and your brat out of the way. The men restraining me let me go, as I was now fully taped up and unable to do anything more than rock in my seat. "It's not that simple, and you know it. If anything happens to me or the baby, I can assure you there will be a full investigation." He blinked at me several times, his expression quizzical. "Anything they find can be easily explained away. Perhaps you just needed a bit of a break from all the stress of the upcoming coronation. Perhaps you decided not to go through with it after all. Perhaps you want to put it all behind you and, awash in grief over the loss of your father, you decided to abdicate the throne." Sylvester shrugged a shoulder. "The world may never know. In the end, it won't really matter anyway." "What do you mean, in the end?" Real fear was taking up residence inside me now. My cousin had been shifty before, yes, but today there was a wild look in his dark eyes, a desperation I'd never seen before. He was on edge and pushed to the brink, and that was a very dangerous place to be. Most especially, it was a dangerous place for me to be while under his control. My mind whirred through all the crime shows I used to watch back in college. When trapped, rule number 1, keep the madman talking, stall for time. "Tell me, cousin," I said, doing my best to keep my tone even and calm, despite the trembling terror inside me. "Was it you this whole time? All the bomb scares and death threats?" Sylvester's Cheshire cat smile widened into a full-blown grin, bursting with pride. "Pretty sly, eh? No one would ever believe I'd be behind such heinous acts, not after I've spent years visibly working with the national security teams. I mean, I had to do something with my time, since you and your father all but excluded me from any of the family business." He stood and clasped his hands behind his back as his 2 henchmen walked back over to join him. "Soon, I'll take the throne and no one will be wiser. The people will love me even more when all the attacks stop after I put my new policies into place. And don't worry, cousin. However you meet your end, I'll be sure to make it quick. Wouldn't want you or your child to suffer." With that, he walked out of the room with the 2 guards. The sound of the door locking behind them echoed loudly, followed soon by the roar of a car engine that slowly faded into the distance. Alone. I was all alone out here in the middle of nowhere with no food, no water, no way to free myself and call for help. I tried with all my might to break free of my bonds, but there was no use. The tape was too strong. As if on cue, the baby began kicking in earnest and tears gathered in my eyes. It just figured that the first time I felt the baby kick would be at a time when all hope seemed lost. If only I'd decided not to go to the florist today. If only I'd stayed at the palace and waited until Z could have gone with me. If only... I blinked away tears and hung my head, hungry and achy and needing to use the bathroom. No, I refused to just sit here and wait to die. Somehow, some way, I'd find a way to survive until Z found me. Surely the guards from his team would tell him what they saw. With his SEAL training and skills, he should be able to track me down. Now it was just up to me to hang on until then. We can do this, baby. We can do this.
Chapter 29. What have we got so far? I asked, as I stalked back into the palace's security command center with Deacon following. Several of the security guards paused to stare at the huge, muscled stranger standing by their boss's side before turning discreetly back to their work. Everyone, this is my good friend and fellow Navy SEAL, Deacon Jones. He's in town temporarily and will be helping me coordinate the rescue efforts for my wife and child. Whatever he says, take it as if it were a direct order from me. Understand? Yes, sir, the guard said. I gave my friend a quick glance before moving to the large table in the center of the room, where various maps and pages of notes were scattered. I need a rundown, people. Felix stepped forward. Sir, while we were traveling back here from the pub, I took the liberty of coordinating with the other guards and compiling the information into a single report. I thought it might be more expedient than interviewing everyone one by one now. I blinked at the guy for a minute, feeling a bit stunned. Thanks, Felix. I nodded at him before scowling down at the screen. Right. According to this report, she was abducted at 1400 hours from outside the florist shop. Her captors put her in the back of a black SUV and sped off in an easterly direction. There appeared to be two muscle guys and the driver. All wore ski masks with no distinguishing marks or distinctive clothing. I set the tablet aside and focused on the maps of the area spread out before me on the table. Sounds like a basic bag and snatch. The routine jargon we used for kidnappings clogged my throat, because this situation was anything but ordinary for me. This was my beloved wife, my precious child. But I had to keep some sort of control over my emotions, keep my heart out of it, so I could think rationally and clearly. Otherwise, we could lose valuable time. Deacon placed a strong hand on my shoulder. We'll get him back, man. I know. I just hoped that bastard Sylvester didn't do anything to her before we arrived. The thought of anyone harming S had my blood boiling and my fingers itching to grab my weapon. I shook off my anger and fear as best I could and concentrated on finding a solution. Okay, given the time frame we're dealing with and their direction of travel, I'd say these would be the best exit routes out of the city. You think they left town? Deacon asked, frowning. Makes the most sense. I'm betting her cousin was behind this. He'd want to get S as far away from the palace as possible. Guys, can you bring me a list of the most recent threats we've received? I went over the information. Sure, I'd seen something come in recently. Here, look at this. I handed a paper to Deacon. It was an email that had come in shortly after the announcement about the coronation ceremony details. Look at the last verse of that little poem. With the princess locked in her shabby castle by the sea, the rightful king will become what he truly ought to be. If that doesn't have Sylvester written all over it, I don't know what does. Sir, another guard said, approaching. I've been working on the dossier for Sylvester and think there might be a viable location where he could have taken the princess. The guard pulled up several pictures of a modest-looking cottage near the center of an isolated peninsula. It was a summer home that used to belong to Sylvester's grandmother. Both he and Princess Esme are familiar with it, having both spent time there as children. We've been tracking Sylvester's movements lately, and he's recently paid several visits to the property. Where is he now? I asked, trying to locate the home on the map in front of me. His itinerary shows him at an opening ceremony for a new office building downtown, but we've checked with the staff at that location, and they say he never showed up, one of the other guards said from his post in front of a computer. Let me see if I can pull up the footage of his limo. How close is this office building to the florist shop where Esme was? I asked. Several blocks, the guard said. Close enough for this dude to make a detour, Deacon said. Agreed. I took a deep breath as a picture of the kidnapping began to form in my head. Sylvester had to have been planning this for a while, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to catch S without me. Damn it. I had had my misgivings about meeting Deacon today for lunch, and now I knew they'd been well-founded. Seemed Sylvester had a mole within the security team. If only I'd stayed my course, kept watch over S, she might be safe and sound and here with me right now. And the baby. Oh God, my son. If anything happened to my child, I wasn't sure I'd survive it. Hey man. Deacon slapped me on the back. This wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known. No, I should have known. That's the problem. I tossed the tablet down on the table. It was all right there in front of my face, but I didn't put two and two together. The poem, all his snide remarks, the waiting and the watching. I cursed under my breath and turned away, ashamed and embarrassed and more scared than I could ever remember being in my life. It was like the night my parents died all over again. They were gone, and I was stuck waiting to hear something, anything, about them. I felt helpless, hopeless. I slammed my fist against the wall, ignoring the stares of the guards around me. Pain shot from my hand up my arm, jarring me out of my self-pity. This was getting me exactly nowhere. Stewing in recriminations would not help me find S and our son. I might have been a scared kid all those years ago, but now I was a full-grown, fully capable man, and I'd be damned if I'd sit around and wait for Sylvester to play his next cards. A new idea occurred. Can someone pull up a map of the locations of the previous terrorist attacks here in the city? I asked. Soon the information popped up on one of the large, flat-screen wall monitors. I stood before it, arms crossed. Sylvester's been scheming behind S's back for months, ever since we went to D.C. He stayed back here in Pryla and started dismantling all the things King Renaud had put into place, thinking he'd be the next ruler. That included temporarily shutting down military training exercises here in Prylea. God, why didn't I connect the dots before? Well, you have been a bit busy over the last few months, Deacon said. Funny. Not. I gave my friend a flat stare. Any word on that surveillance footage of the limo yet? No, sir, the guard said. But I did find something else. Deacon and I walked over to where the guy was sitting behind his computer and stared over his shoulders at the screen. There were no distinguishing marks on the SUV the kidnappers used to abduct the princess, sir. But look here. He froze a frame of footage and zoomed in on the license plate. The license plates were a dead end, stolen, but I accessed the police surveillance footage of the city and surrounding areas to track any signs of this same plate heading in an eastern direction. And? I asked, squinting at the fuzzy black and white image on screen. And we got a match, finally. Looks like our SUV was spotted heading toward the coast. Adrenaline pounded through my system as I rushed back to my maps on the table. Okay. That coincides with my theory about that cottage at the beach. Can we get a drone out there to be sure? Already on it, sir, my bulky bodyguard said. We should be getting a signal right about now. Aerial views of a rather barren-looking landscape soon appeared, with waves pounding the shores of the slender peninsula in the distance. The drone gradually grew closer, and a house appeared, appearing as desolate as the area around it. There was one access road in and out. My gut tightened with stress and yearning. Part of me wanted S to be there, just so I'd know for sure where she was. The other part of me hated the fact that Sylvester was such an asshole to leave a pregnant woman to fend for herself in some isolated cottage. She could be hurt. She was surely tired and hungry and thirsty. There'd be hell to pay when I got my hands on that bastard Sylvester. Sir, I've got it, the guard at the computer said. Deacon and I rushed back over to the screen to see a shot of the same SUV that had taken S out of the city, now departing from the house on the peninsula. With the windows tinted black, it was impossible to see who was inside, but I doubted they'd take S all the way out there only to turn around and bring her right back again. I inhaled deeply and shut my eyes, focusing on my gut instincts. Deacon was right. I should have been listening to my gut the whole time. And my gut was telling me S was there, in that house by the beach. She's there. I know it. I turned to head back to the maps. Now, we need to figure out a rescue plan. I riffled through the maps until I reached one with a detailed layout of the peninsula. I'd love nothing more than to swoop in by helicopter and get my wife, but that might only put her in more danger, especially since Sylvester most likely left at least one guard there to watch her. He's evil as hell, but he's not stupid. Deacon, what do you think? Water's probably the best route. Deacon studied the same map of the peninsula. Leave from this port, enter the water several hundred yards offshore so the boat can hang back, and approach the house on foot from the beach. Take them by surprise. Guards won't be expecting that. I felt a bit of my tension ease as I looked up at my best friend and trusted teammate. His plan was one we might have used in the SEALs. We trained in water for just such missions. I needed Deacon with me. You staying to help? Wouldn't miss it. Perfect. I turned back to address the room at large. Guards, gather round. We've got a princess to save. Here's what we're going to do.
Chapter 30. I opened my eyes much later. My neck was sore from dozing in such an awkward position, and my throat felt dry as sandpaper. The sun had set, and a chilly breeze blew through the drafty old house. The room I was sitting in was dark now, and shadows lurked in every corner. I yawned, then tried to stretch, forgetting about my hands and ankles being restrained. The tape pulled tight against my skin, and I cried out in pain. As if in agreement, the baby kicked hard, its tiny feet thumping a drumbeat on my too full bladder. Ugh. I squinted through the empty room at the bright yellow light shining out from beneath one of the doorways. Someone else was here. Slowly, voices began to trickle into my consciousness, and my pulse raced. Someone was here, and maybe they could let me up to use the restroom. That thought was quickly followed by another, more sinister one. Someone was here, and maybe they'd decided it was time to kill me. My breath caught as panic took hold. No. I took a deep breath. Well, as deep as I could, considering my awkward position. Okay. Think. Think. What would Z do in this situation? Thinking about my beloved husband helped calm me. It also helped steel my resolve to get the hell out of here and make sure Sylvester never got his hands on my throne or the chance to hurt anyone I loved ever again. Right. Z was a trained SEAL. He'd consider his options, make logical choices, have a plan. I checked quickly around me but found nothing to assist me in escaping. The best I could hope for then was to perhaps discern exactly who was in the next room and what they were doing so I could figure out my next move. Satisfied with that step, I squirmed in my chair, slowly inching forward across the hardwood floor until I was close enough to hear what the voices were saying. Two men were talking. One voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. The other I recognized immediately. Sylvester. He'd come back, apparently. The other man could be one of the henchmen he'd had with him before, I supposed. But his voice sounded a little too cultured for that. I strained to hear better, catching words and phrases. "Are you sure Parliament is on our side?" The other man spoke. "I've spent months cultivating my relationships with politicians and select important business owners while you were off making a mess of things in the States," Sylvester said, irritation clear in his tone. "Rayborn was with her constantly in D.C. whenever she left the townhouse. He has sharp instincts, too. He knew when to hustle her out of somewhere like that haunted house." "He's hardly that fantastic. He must be blaming himself now for letting the dear princess get taken. Such a pity." Z would be doing that, but he'd be acting too. Taking charge of a rescue attempt. The other man said something I couldn't make out, other than the word coronation. They better be talking about mine, not Sylvester's. My people wouldn't allow him to waltz off with the crown without asking questions about what happened to me. Sylvester was a pompous jerk. He just assumed he'd win, that Z and I would be so easy to defeat. "Do you hear that?" Sylvester asked. My breath froze and my eyes widened. Had I made noise moving my chair closer? Then I heard something as well. A faint sound that could have been a motor or just a shift in the wind. Then it was gone. What had it been? Whatever it was, it came from the side of the house facing the water. Z. It had to be him. My heart sped again, this time with anticipation. He'd found me, somehow, someway, and he was coming to rescue me. I grinned in the darkness and whispered down to my baby, "Don't worry, kiddo. Daddy's here now. Get out there, Sylvester growled to someone. Do your job. The sound of a door opening and heavy boots tromping outside followed. I was grateful they hadn't thought to check on me. If they did, they'd see I'd moved my chair and might take me out for good measure. I squeezed my eyes shut, listening and praying that Z was nearby and would reach me before Sylvester got panicky and killed me.
I anchored the boat several hundred yards offshore from the cottage, then gave Deacon the go-ahead hand signal. He signaled back that he was set to go ashore. We were both suited up for cold water conditions, so we slipped into the water and made our way soundlessly to the beach. We emerged under cover of some cypress trees. Staying low, we surveyed the cottage. A light was on in one room. Stupid of them, since that helped outline 3 men who stood guard within feet of the structure. There was always the possibility that more were on the other side, but I wasn't too worried about being outnumbered. We had a security team making its way to the cottage on foot. They'd come out of the tree line to assist once Deacon and I began the attack. I pointed to the 2 guards on the left and tapped my chest to indicate that they were mine to take down. Deacon gave a nod. Given the level of outrage burning through my veins, I felt like I could have taken the whole Prylian army on my own, but it was good to have Deacon with me. The darkness gave us decent cover as we darted forward toward the cottage. I took out my first target in a practiced move that had him dropping soundlessly to the ground. Not dead, but out for a while. I switched to the next guy. As I approached, he tensed, maybe seeing my shadow. I rushed forward, but he got out a yell before I drove a fist into his throat. I stilled for a minute to see if anyone would come running from inside, but no one did. Was it possible they hadn't heard the guy shout? I looked toward Deacon. His target was down and he was edging toward where light streamed from a window. I could hear muffled voices from inside arguing. Neither of them sounded female. Where was Esme? She had to be inside. Deacon indicated that he was entering through a door that led to the lighted room. I took a different one that would take me into the dark interior. Both were calculated risks. I held up my fingers, counting down from 3, and then I kicked in my door just as Deacon did the same with his. Pitch black greeted me, followed by a faint whisper that sounded like my name. Weapon at the ready, I squinted through the shadows to see where the noise had come from. I could barely make out the shape of a person, bound to a chair, a baby bump prominently protruding from the front. Esme. My everything. Blood pounding, I fought the urge to run to her and pull her close. Securing the room came first, and my top priority was to confirm that we were alone. Once that was done, I was headed toward her when an interior door burst open, light blasting into the room briefly, before it slammed shut. A dark figure moved across the space, headed straight toward S. At the pace he was going, he'd beat me to her. I was pretty sure from the silhouette that it was Sylvester. He'd be desperate now, and that made him more dangerous than ever. I didn't think he was normally the type to do his own dirty work, but he was out of options now. He wanted the crown. S and our baby stood in the way. Cousin, Sylvester said. I didn't want it to end like this, but, alas, no choice is left to me. There was a flash of light on metal. A knife? Maybe. I inched closer, keeping my eye trained on Sylvester. You have a choice, Sylvester, S said, her voice holding only a slight quaver. Accept that you're a member of the royal family and use that position to do good in Prilea. You can still make a difference without being king. Sylvester chuckled, a sinister sound. He stood behind her then, a knife hovering near her neck. Not the kind of difference I want. I'll be quick about it, though, since we were once friends. His hand moved as if to drive the knife into S's throat. A vision of her bleeding out on the floor flashed before me. Her life and the life of our baby boy gone, not happening. I squeezed off a single round, hitting Sylvester in the shoulder. The impact spun him around, making him drop the knife harmlessly to the floor. I rushed forward, knowing that I had to secure Sylvester before I could take Esme in my arms. I grabbed hold of him, did a quick frisk, and shoved him into a nearby chair. The lights came on in the room then, giving me my first true glimpse of where the bullet had struck Sylvester. Blood came from a wound high up on his right shoulder. I'd hit him exactly where I'd planned. Going for a lethal shot would have been easy, but killing Sylvester would have shown him too much mercy. I wanted him to stand trial in court, and in the court of the public opinion. With that in mind, I'd invited a few journalists to accompany our mission. I didn't want there to be any doubt, any question about what had happened here. Sylvester's guilt would be exposed for the world to see. "You good?" Deacon asked as he entered the room. "We're good." Deacon grabbed Sylvester, hauling him up and out of the room. Only then did I let myself go to S. Her eyes were shining up at me, and she had a tentative smile on her face. I swiftly cut through the tape that held her and pulled her against me. S was shaking and scared and so beautiful, even as she sobbed with relief. "Shh, princess. I'm here. I'll always be here for you," I whispered, my lips buried in her hair. I tightened my hold on her, realizing that my words were true. When I'd first come into this whole deal, I'd wanted nothing more than to get back to the only family I'd ever known, my SEAL team. But as the months passed and I'd spent more time with S, I'd slowly made a new family with her. She was my everything now, my reason for existing, my beacon in the darkness. If she'd have me, I planned to stay with her and our baby forever. S's tears gradually subsided until she quieted in my arms. I rocked her gently as we sat on the floor, her in my lap. At last, she raised her head slightly to look up at me, her eyes huge. "Thank you." I cupped her cheek and smiled. "For what?" "Saving you is my job." Her sweet smile fell a bit, and she lowered her gaze. "Right. I keep forgetting that this is all part of our deal. Sorry." She tried to pull away, wincing slightly at the raw flesh on her wrists and ankles from where the tape had abraded her skin. I refused to let her go. "Wait, I need to tell you something." S sighed and relaxed in my arms, giving a small nod, her expression pensive as if she was waiting for bad news. I swallowed hard around the constriction in my throat. "Look, I realized that our plan was for us to eventually go our separate ways, but—" "Oh, God!" S gasped and pressed her hands to her belly. "What?" Now it was my turn to panic. "What's wrong? Is it the baby?" "No. He just kicked really, really hard." She shrugged. "Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt your 'I'm leaving' speech." "My what?" I scrunched my nose. I feared this might happen. What with your friend showing up from the SEALs and then this whole mess with Sylvester. "You want to go back to your team now. I get that. And if that's what you really want, I'll let you go." Her voice caught on those last words, and my chest squeezed tighter. "I never want to keep you from doing what you want to do. I love you too much." For a moment, time seemed to slow around me as her words penetrated the adrenaline still pumping through my system. She was willing to let me go, because she loved me. My battered heart leapt for joy. She loved me. Years of grief and recriminations and false beliefs fell away. I'd lived most of my life with lingering anger toward my parents for leaving me alone when I needed them most, toward my father for putting us all into such a dangerous position in the first place. But now I forgave them, letting the past go to make way for the future. A future I hoped to build for our son, with S by my side. "I'm not going anywhere, princess," I said, kissing her forehead. "You're not?" She looked up at me, frowning. "Nope." I hugged her tight. "I plan to stick around Prylia for as long as you'll have me." "What about your SEAL team?" She reached up to trace her fingers along my jawline, her hazel eyes filled with wonder. "I thought that was your home, your family." I gave in and kissed her lightly on the lips. "Not anymore, princess. You're my home now. You and our son. The only place I want to be is with you, forever." "Oh," she said, twining her arms around my neck and kissing me sweetly. I pulled her tighter against me to deepen the kiss, but stopped short at the sound of applause coming from the direction of the kitchen. We both slowly turned to discover that the reporters had found us and were hovering in the doorway, cameras aimed in our direction. "Can we get a statement from you, Princess Esme?" one of the reporters called. S drew in a breath before clearing her throat and smiling prettily for the cameras. She'd been abducted and held hostage for hours, her hair mussed and her face tear-streaked. Yet she managed to look like the queen she was despite it all. I had never felt more proud of anyone in my life. Yes, I am fine, thanks to my heroic husband and his friend, and all of the palace's wonderful security guards. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go home and take a nice, hot bath, then relax with my husband, whom I love very, very much. More cheers went up as I kissed my wife soundly. Any statement from you, Mr. Rayborn? The female journalist asked. Only that I support the princess's decision wholeheartedly, and that I too love her very, very much. We'll see you all again on Coronation Day. With that, I stood with S in my arms and carried her out the door and into our new future together. Chapter 31. 1 month later. I stood in the narthex of the great cathedral of Prilea, pacing back and forth as I communicated to the security teams on my Bluetooth. Technically, I was stepping away from my role as head of palace security to focus on my new role as royal consort to the Queen Mother of the country. Still, old habits die hard. My old commander always used to say that you could take a man out of the seals, but you couldn't take the seal out of the man. In my case, that was certainly true. Is everyone in position? I said quietly, not wanting to cause a stir among the full house of guests there to witness Esme's coronation. We'd postponed things until after Sylvester's trial, which had been pushed through the Prylean court system with surprising speed, especially given the holiday season. Still, with a new year starting and a new king on the way, the people of the country were eager for a fresh start. Before stepping down from my post, I had carefully screened a new crop of guards and put into place a stringent training program that rivaled what I'd gone through in the Navy. If I wasn't guarding S myself, I damned sure wanted the best security force the world could offer. Under my eagle eye, that's exactly what I got. From my vantage point at the end of the aisle, I could see S near the front of the church, looking gorgeous in her white beaded dress and sumptuous red velvet robes all trimmed in ermine. She was stunning. She was smart and beautiful. And I still pinched myself every day to make sure all of this was real and that she was really mine. That she loved me as much as I loved her. The design of her dress cleverly accentuated her ever-increasing baby bump, though her face shone with good health and the glow of impending motherhood. We'd had no more complications with the pregnancy, and with Sylvester behind bars, convicted of both treason and terrorism, we no longer had to fear any more plots from him or his cohorts. We'd caught the mole in the security department too. Still, I was suspicious by nature, and didn't plan to allow myself to rest when it came to the safety of my wife and child. "Dude," Deacon called from inside the church area, where he and his family were sitting a few pews up. They'd flown in for the coronation ceremony and were currently guests at the palace. I'd invited my other SEAL team buddies, but unfortunately, they couldn't make it due to another mission. I sometimes missed the camaraderie of my SEAL days, but I never missed not knowing where I was going to be from one day to the next. I was infinitely happy to be by S's side, and that was exactly where I intended to stay. Deacon waved a hand over the front of himself, then pointed at my suit before giving me a thumbs up. I laughed and returned the gesture. Deacon's little daughters waved at me too, each sucking their thumbs while clutching one of the blankets S had knitted for them in their other hand. The Archbishop came out and gave me a nod, and I whispered into my Bluetooth headset, "Ready." Moments later, the full orchestra seated in the balcony above broke into a triumphant march, and S began her slow walk down the aisle. I was mesmerized. One day soon, she'd be walking toward me for our grand public wedding ceremony, but first she was walking toward her destiny as Queen Mother of Prilea. As it should be. I stepped back as she moved closer toward the altar, her smile radiant beneath all the pomp and circumstance and tradition and fanfare. She glanced over at me and mouthed the words, "I love you." My heart swelled to bursting, and I mouthed back, "I love you too, my princess." The end.
This was an audiobook created by Relay Publishing, who own exclusive copyright to the story in all territories and formats. For more information, please go to our website, www.relaypub.com. We hope you enjoyed.